Sometimes it's
circle
about
that
making
appears to
decisions.
increase and decrease in
That's your
size
purpose.
on an
Make choices.
AE azimuth or equidistant map, like a saucer with the Antarctic as a circle around the outside. So you have one circle of the sun. Is that what you mean?
Well, the point that I'm trying to make here is that the sun is always curving around the North Pole, according to the flat Earth worldview.
No.
That's
Stop.
not true?
No, we've just described the observation.
Left and whatever. Take it one day at a time with a new outlook, a new knowledge base, right? You don't have to agree. Plenty of people went against the grain and succeeded, have looked death in the face and laughed because they knew better. So
I would say that's pretty optimistic to say you got 10 more years. I mean, who knows what the fuck's going to happen.
Thanks, bro. I'm a pretty optimistic guy. I give myself 100 years. Fuck you.
there you go. Now you're talking.
So anyway, Paul P. Mac, how did you make it to 180 years? Well, I just thought about it. That's what I did. I just thought I'd live to 180, and I did. Good luck.
It's not a thought. It's more of a knowing. Like you're in your body. Like a fearless confidence in what you know to be true.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. You get me all thinking about the fucking nature of reality now and all kinds of shit, man. Back. Nature of reality and all that crack.
ولا ما حدا بيحكي.
السلام عليكم.
وعليكم السلام.
Very well.
What?
Yep. What's up, bro?
هلين.
Goodbye. So now for the big question: is the Earth flat or is it round?
Round.
It's round.
Round.
It's round. How do you know? How do you know? Don't. I'll give you a clue. Don't say pictures.
No, not pictures. There are a lot of
Don't
science.
say calculations, please.
Science.
Sorry. Go.
Go on.
How do you know that the Earth is a spinning ball?
Round. It's not flat and it's not round. It's كيف بحكوها يا زلمة بيضاوية.
Round.
What the fuck, bro? Hey, if you're going to tell me something right, at least fucking make sense at the start.
Brother.
Yeah, just don't say blew up and then it'll make sense. Just say fucking say something that makes sense, bro.
Brother, if you go and see the people went to space, you see that it's round.
Huh?
Like if not pictures, what do you want? Of course, pictures.
What? Okay, so pictures.
Yes, of course, pictures. What the hell?
Pictures. So that's your idea of space. Pictures.
No, it's not my idea of space. But when people get to space and they film, I see that it's round. It's not flat, my friend.
How do you see that Earth is round if you haven't been to space?
The moon, all the planets, all the suns
What
are
the
round.
fuck are you talking about, bro?
Are round. Why would the Earth be flat?
Oh, I see.
The moon, the planets, the
see.
sun.
Oh,
Well,
I see. You're a joke, bro. You're a joke. You're a
Oh.
joke person.
explain why is Earth
انت واجد فلات يلا تاني واجد فلات يلا
تفضل حبيبي.
حبيبي
يلا
Fuck off, bro.
tell me what is
It goes
flat.
from like radio silence to like it goes from radio silence to radio
حبيبي
cable.
انت
Gotta love it,
شايف
Peter.
مين اللي عم تمسخر علينا نحكي؟ والله
Lionel, English on this fucking server, you fucking foreign bastard.
سد ثمة.
Yeah.
Mac, we gotta watch F-bombs, man. Just because they get strikes against us. Yeah, just let you know. Just this server, not on politics. Politics are good, but here we gotta try. We gotta try and keep it PG-13 if we could, because we got the youths. We got the youths.
So Lionel, when you've got your little cute little bunny in your fucking arms, sorry, Jesus, your little bunny. No, I'm not. No.
This is what I hear.
Tell me again how you know the Earth is round, please, Lionel.
انزل بصوته.
Don't laugh like a little girl. Just tell me how you know the Earth is round. How do you know?
Just pictures. I told you.
Pictures.
And how do you know the Earth is flat, my friend?
I don't know.
What do you mean I don't know? How do you know it's flat?
How do I know the Earth is not a round fucking? Sorry.
What?
Sorry.
اسمع امشي على شيء ثاني امشي على اي واحد.
Okay, Adam. I'm gonna mute myself because I'm gonna F-bomb this motherfucker.
Flat circle. The. Oh my god.
Okay, so if no one can reproduce these pictures, how can you verify them, right? You can't go to the same location and reproduce the same photographs. How would you know that these pictures are genuine? That's the true question. If you only have one elite group who's providing you with these images, and everybody else who provides you with images show zero curvature, and there's zero curvature measured here on the surface, how can you verify those pictures? There would need to be some curvature down here to verify what's being pictured up there, right? Herein lies the rub. You had the Go Fast rocket, right? Allegedly reaches a height of 380,000 feet, okay? Now, once it reaches that height, you see level horizons, right? So how much further would you gather you'd have to get away to start to witness some curve? But you want to tell me they took pictures, and that's good enough for you. They also gave you a radius. And based on that radius, you should be able to measure against that value, which you can, by the way. People have done it. But we have people coming here all the time telling us that they know because they saw some pictures.
I only wish I could explain it like that, but I can't because I'm drunk.
Hey, no worries, man. I knew what you were trying to explain to him. Too bad they left before they could hear some good words.
Oh, they left. Ah, fuck, they always.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Ran away.
Pew.
They felt like they had a W, so they walked away. You know what I mean? Feeding their delusions further. Feel bad for them.
That's what I. Not too bad though.
And we'll know the job is done when everybody that comes in is like, "Yep, it's flat." No, yeah, we measured.
Holy shit, bro. I just measured that crap. It turns out it's fucking flat. How'd that work out? Oh, well. We've been telling you for 20 years now. 20 fucking years. Sorry. 20 bloody years, and you still couldn't work it out.
Yeah, I've been telling people for a long time. They can't wrap their heads around it. Oh, I never even spoke to people online until recently. I've been telling everybody just person to person for over 10 years. Person to person, just like they're like, wait, you believe the Earth is flat? I'm like, oh, it's definitely flat. How do you know? Like, well, how many? This is the one I've always used. How many complete level areas of water does it take adjacent to one another to make a ball?
I knew it was water.
And then
I knew it was water.
I always tell them, how many completely level areas of water does it take to make a ball? Adjacent to one another, how many of them? You put them right adjacent to each other. How many of them will it take to make a sphere? And it usually makes them like short circuit a little bit, and then they change the subject.
Yeah.
They start talking about space. They start talking about space pictures in NASA. Like, but what about this? What about that? And then why would they lie? And blah 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 blah. You know, always diverting from that one question. How can you get a sphere out of level areas? How can you
If
get
you
a
said
sphere
flat,
out
if
of
you
a
said
bunch of
flat
level areas?
areas, I would get it.
I said level. I said level. How many level areas adjacent to one another does it take to make a sphere? You can't do it, dude. That's the whole problem with that's the whole problem with this whole conversation.
Well, hold on though. Level in reference to what? Level with what?
Level with fucking level, bro.
That's a relative term. Level is a relative term. I mean, level to what?
Level to level.
It's 90 degrees to plumb. Come on, dude.
A level is fucking level, bro. What are you talking about? Go ahead, musician.
Well, I mean, yeah, you get level from plumb, but where do you get plumb? You get plumb from the vector of down. So
we're talking about water circumferences, and measurements. We're not talking about level and plumb. Hello. Where do you get level?
It says a horizontal plane. When I just looked it up, it says a horizontal plane, Mush King. And then you look up horizontal, and it says flat.
What are you talking about?
So there we go. PMAC, you gotta try to drop the F-bombs, bro. Drop it.
I'm sorry.
It's okay. But yeah, it says right here, a level, a horizontal plane, or line.
So you can't say fuck anymore? I'm just kidding. I'm done. I'm sorry.
It's against the server rules. It's against the server rules on this server.
Yeah, I was trying to. I'm just kidding.
Dude.
Yeah, PMAC, like next time, it's just gonna get you muted, bro. Because we like this server.
We like being here.
The server likes us too. And we got a good guy who invited us here, and he's been very accommodating, more accommodating than any other server we've been invited to be guests at. So, got to give credit where credit is due. You don't get accommodations like this everywhere you go. So, pretty sweet.
I'm
Yeah,
just
very
messing.
good. Very
I'm
good
just
admin.
I'm just messing. I won't do. I won't. I will never drop an F bomb in my life. I'm sorry.
It's tough, man, especially when it's such a large part of your vocabulary. You know, it's like a filler. It's like a filler word. You kind of just throw it in between everything. You know.
It's
I know.
terrible.
I've had the same issue. I've had
It's
the same
horrible.
issue.
I know. Don't do it.
I had to train myself. Took a lot.
Yeah.
Took a lot of effort.
I'm fine. I'm fine. I don't think I'll drop another F bomb in the history of the world ever.
Yeah, so
It's like
Phil
you're gonna have
Connors.
yeah. What is
Phil
he in the
Connors,
chat?
can you mic up yet, bro? Oh, because you've never seen too far. Well, here you go. Here's an observation, right? You've only seen too far, right? You've never validated the correct rate of Earth curvature. I guarantee that. Prove me wrong. Right. So here's 21 miles, 0 curvature. Right. It's just uploading to the side chat now. 5-foot observation height. 293 foot of missing curvature. There you go. Every single observation that I've ever seen, we can see too far. So yeah, we can toss the globe out now, actually. We don't need to toss the long distance observations out. We can just toss the radius away. Does that look like a photo to you, bro?
That's not a photo, bro. That's
It's out of a high definition, full length video where they go over the entire observation, start to finish. And you can go and validate this yourself. You don't have to have blind faith in the same people that brought back petrified wood, allegedly, right? They brought back the moon rocks and gifted them, and it just turned out to be fake petrified wood, right? These same people feeding you these images that you have to have blind faith in that are known liars, right? Where you can just go test the earth yourself. If these long distance observations were only coming to us from NASA and you couldn't go and test this yourself, sure. Then that would just be faith based, wouldn't it? But anyone can go out and do this. I've done it.
Yeah, somebody in chat is saying photos aren't evidence. Well, that doesn't really make sense because the only photos that wouldn't be valid as evidence are photos that nobody else can recreate. But if you can go to a place and verify that that photo does make sense, then that would count as evidence. Like, I don't think it's that hard of a concept to understand.
Yeah, and that's coming from a globe earther, Phil. A closet flat earther.
Well, again, like, can you go reproduce those photos? If you can't, then you can't verify it, right? Like, now you're kind of being pedantic. I mean, you can't go to space. You can't. It's just like saying, well, the people that took the photos that I can't verify went and took more photos that I can't verify, so must be true.
India's done it, guys. India has done it. In the side
Oh my
chat,
god,
there's
oh my god, goodness gracious.
Oh, Liv, welcome back. You should be happy that that DJ's here. I think you would have a great conversation with DJ. She had a really good conversation yesterday, DJ. I don't know if you got a chance to hear it. She was speaking with Dragon Fruit and Jin.
oh yeah, nice.
She's a very polite young lady, and she's a very good conversationist. So
Good to know. I'll keep that noted.
yeah, she's a good researcher. So she's skeptical of the flat Earth, which is totally natural for anybody her age. I believe she's 18, if I'm not mistaken. If my memory serves.
Yeah, exactly. Like, we're not trying to convince people. We're just showing people evidence and, asking them to think critically about evidence from both sides, right? Weigh it up, right? Learn how to tell the difference between empirical evidence and, nonsense pseudoscience that's just unverifiable. Look at the practical demonstrations. That's what I recommend. Look at the practical demonstrations from both sides. Because one side has stacks and stacks of them, right? Super high quality. And the other side has nothing, right? Just a few really blurry, like washed out, miraged out mess observations, basically. But yeah, flat earthers have all of the long distance observations, laser tests, super high quality. And they debunk the globe once you look into it.
Yeah, Liv, I don't know if you're capable of miking up, but whenever you are, yeah, it was a pleasure speaking with you or listening to you have a conversation. Yeah, so if you do get the opportunity, I would think you would have an enjoyable conversation with DJ. Um, yeah, we lost somebody who just joined. I was about to acknowledge them, but yeah, everybody that's here listening on YouTube, thanks for being here. Everybody that's here on the panel, thanks for being here. Appreciate your presence and yeah, wishing everybody a good day, good morning, good evening. Joao, welcome. Welcome to the conversation. Okay, goodbye.
Welcome, goodbye.
Yeah, DJ Jin posted a video from, I think it was Rob Skiba trying to explain the seasons over an azimuthal equidistant map showing the two main luminaries rotating, almost like David Weiss's flat Earth Sun Moon clock and zodiac app. So that's why she's saying she got more confused than anything by that. I did throw a caveat in there and reminded Jin to that if he was going to post anything like that, to make sure that he was going to caveat the post with saying that it's his own personal belief and not representative of what anybody on the Flat Earth 24/7 Flat Earth Discord proposes to to believe him. So
Yeah,
interesting though.
I know, but we don't want to be confusing people. But yeah, I mean, even just using that as a representation, saying, you know, this isn't the flat Earth map, this isn't a perfect representation of this Earth, but here we can use this to give you a general idea of how the sun takes a particular cycles, right? And that's what would change the seasons in a particular area, right? As the sun's taking a different path, right? 6 months later, right? It's going to be winter in one location and summer in another location. Sure, there's some anomalies and things that we can't validate when it comes to what the sun specifically is, like what medium it's in, the exact path, right, that it takes, because the sun that we see is an apparent sun, right? I highly doubt we're seeing the actual physical sun when we're looking at the sun, right? Because sometimes there's tons of videos where it looks like the sun is like hidden and embedded within the clouds or similar to that, right? There's tons of anomalies when it comes to viewing the sun. So it's most definitely apparent. And yeah, there's a ton of mysteries, but it's definitely not 93 million miles away, right, in an impossible space vacuum. But yeah, basically, like, the sun takes different cycles, right? It takes a particular path, and it will slowly take a path that will mean that where you're at on the Earth during summer at midday, right? In summer, the sun's going to be taking a path directly over the top of your head, and in winter, it's going to be taking a path that it's never going to go over the top of your head, right? It's going to be low in the sky all day long. And then someone, say in Australia, for example, when it's midday for them, they're going to have the sun directly over their head, right? And they're going to have summer, right? And if you're in the north, in Europe or something like that, or in America, it's going to be winter for you, right? And at midday, the sun's not going to be directly above your head. But then 6 months later, right, the cycle will change slowly over that time. And then the sun will be low for the people in Australia at midday, and it'll be directly above your head in Europe or wherever you are in the north. So yeah, I get your question. 1 second. So what do you mean we don't see the sun as it is? If I could make a counter argument coming from Moody, England, clouds cover the sun and clouds are way closer than us to the sun. However, the sun is still visible to the naked eye. Well, it depends how thick the clouds are, but I'll give you an example. I'll put a couple of videos in the chat, right? And I'll show you what I mean about the sun being apparent, right? It behaves somewhat like the way a reflected light behaves rather than looking at the physical source light. All right, so I need some examples now. All right, my internet's really slow, so it'll probably take a minute to upload.
Negwin, welcome to the room. Yeah, at one point in the morning, DJ, we had I don't know. I was trying to get some relief. Probably, I don't know. It might have been like 3 o'clock my time, a.m. or something, and I didn't get anybody in. Maybe it was 2. I was asking for relief, but I didn't get anybody in here to any other mods like available till like 4. So yeah, I was up way later than I wanted to be, and I had some stuff to do today. So it's just been like one of those like brutally like laggy days for me. And operating on like zero sleep. So I feel your pain, man.
Yeah. I will have to send you an invite to the mod server, right? So if you're in that situation, you can do like a ping, and someone should be able to come in and give you a break.
Yeah, I need to get some type of roles in the home server. Yeah, it's pretty useless to me. I'm still a greenhorn over there.
Yeah. Oh, we'll get that fixed up.
Yeah, we'll work it out at some point. But yeah, but it was pretty exciting. We had like a bunch of people. I felt like we could we could have gotten some more mods in. It would have been even more productive because when Matrix and T Dub and Radwin showed up, it was just nice because I was able to like finally start getting ready to pass out. Enrique, welcome back, bud. Yeah, welcome to the room, Copernicus.
Hi, John Luna. So, what are you guys up to?
Oh, we're just having a discussion. One of our lovely guests is in the side chat. Is not able to mic up right now, so there's some some thing back and forth. But yeah, just having a good conversation. Welcome. Have you ever been in the room before? Oh, you're welcome. You ever been in the room before?
Not in this one, no.
Oh, okay. Glad to have you. What drew you in today? Yeah, what drew you in today?
Honestly, I just wanted to hear some people have some conversations, so I'm like, you know what, I'm just gonna jump on Discord.
Yeah, that's cool.
Yeah. I didn't expect the chat to be that quiet. Honestly.
Yeah, we try to keep it respectful. Yeah. We try and keep it respectful, so we ask if people are speaking that everybody else mutes up, so that way we don't have audio chaos.
That's
Yeah,
fair.
because we're trying to keep it like audio friendly for anybody who's listening, because we do live stream, and yeah, we want the live streams to be clean, so that way, yeah, everything's pretty concise. So we're trying to keep it to, if we're gonna have multiple speakers, everybody kind of yields back, or at least clarifies when they're going to digress. If it's not obvious, that way you don't have people talking over each other, because then people could get emotional. Then it turns into a screaming match. You know how it goes in other chat rooms. So. Yeah, but if you have any questions about the room topic, that'd be cool. Anything, or if you have anything that you think is really, really great globe evidence, that's cool too. We're open to anything. If you don't feel like VCing, you can always do what others do and post your questions in the side chat. We do prefer a good back and forth dialogue. Enrique, yeah, thanks for being here, man. Yeah, you're welcome to just sit and listen, man. More the merrier, you know. We got a bunch of slots open, so don't ever feel like you're taking somebody else's seat. You know what I mean?
Well, so far so good. So far so good. We're not talking over each other. We're just taking a nice conversation. What do you want to say? What do you want to say? I want to hear what you want to say. You're talking about pictures. You're talking about pictures. Just don't say the F word.
It definitely helps.
That definitely helps. Respectful, good, clean conversation. So, John, I heard you talking earlier, and you said something that was pretty good about things about what you believe in, and that it doesn't matter to other people. It's just like you got to live your own, truth. Was that you? It was about 2 hours ago.
Oh yeah, yeah. Only because I heard that gentleman say that he didn't want to be looked at differently, and I don't resonate with that. But I'm a strange cat, so I don't fault anybody for having their own opinion. Of course, you know. I see so many people on these different servers, man, and it's not just this. It's like TikTok or whatever. Like they're not presenting them. They don't come as they are. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Their their profile picture doesn't dox them. Their name doesn't dox them. It's like nothing. They're just like basically an undercover. You know, it's like anonymous, right? Everyone's wearing a Guy Fawkes mask um, under an alias. So to me, I don't care. It's like you want to know who I am. That's fine. I'll tell my boss on the day of the interview. You know what I mean? Yeah. Oh yeah, I know the Earth is flat. By the way, you know, it's like I don't care if people are going to look at me differently based on what I know to be true, especially when I can back it up. I could care. So, but yeah, that was me.
Yeah, that's what I was talking
My
about.
whole, yeah.
Keep going, bro. Keep going.
Yeah, I just think it's a good way to be. I mean, if you're going to come, it's like people know you're genuine, right? They know where you're coming from. They know you're not afraid. It's like, yeah, it does put you in a precarious situation because if you're constantly being confronted with people who are veiled and not revealing any personal information whatsoever, you're stuck between a rock and a hard place, right? If they don't even VC and they're just going to sit there in your inbox and text you, and you don't know who you're texting or who you're talking to, it's better. It's best to just be like, okay, I don't know anything about you, and I will never will if you don't reveal any parts of yourself. So it's like I can only treat you as like some mysterious man or woman that I can't verify. You know, so it doesn't really earn true friendships. You know what I mean? That's why I'd rather be real, and that people could know they're actually talking to a real one, and not have to beat around the bush. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Yeah, I kind of said something, but my fucking mic was on mute. I find people take to you more if you just tell them how you feel about things. If you just be real, because believe it or not, people can tell when you're trying to placate them, or trying to be something you're not. When you just be yourself, say it as you feel, and just come up with some funny things where people take to you far better than that. This is genuine guy. He's far bigger than life. Not pretending to be, but he is. I find that's a far better way to be. I just do. Uh, I'll tell you straight up, if you say, if you annoy me, if I think you say something that's wrong, or you're being discontinuous, or you're being rude, I'll tell you straight to your face. I haven't got time to beat around the bush. I'll just confront you and tell you straight up, you're being a dickhead, or you're being an asshole, or you're wrong about this, you're wrong about that. Just be genuine. It's far better. People will take to you far more than that. Far better than you pretending to be somebody that you're not.
Agreed. Can I ask a question? I'm a fellow Glober, or Globetard, if you will.
Oh yeah, Adam, welcome in. Welcome back.
Yeah,
you could ask a question.
I spoke to you
sure.
last time, right?
One of us. I mean, you might have spoken to me for a little bit. But yeah, I don't remember speaking to you directly. I think you might have been speaking to one of the other flat earthers in the room. But yeah, go ahead, man. Ask a question. Ask away.
I thought about it that night, and I wonder how would I know I'm not gonna put words in your mouth now like I did last time, or I'm at least gonna try to formulate myself as I mean it, so I will be very precise with my words. But how would you, and maybe you don't know, but how would you explain a crescent moon, or a moon or solar or lunar eclipse?
Yeah, two very different things. But DJ, you want to handle this one? I think you might have. Did you speak to him, or what's he? I'm not sure who you spoke to. I know I was in the room
with a red profile pic. There was something like an old American ad or something. I liked him a lot. He was passionate, and I like that. Like P. Mac said, he was honest. He was passionate, and I can feel his sincerity. I liked it.
Yeah, I'm not sure you spoke to, but yeah, I mean, phases of the moon, what causes them. I know DJ has some really good presentations. He's done this for a long time, so I do enjoy listening to him break these things down for people. And you seem genuinely curious, so I think he would give you a much better explanation for it than me at this point, just because I have to finish my dinner that I'm cooking for my children in a minute. So I had a few minutes to get on here while waiting for some pizza dough to raise. So
can't talk much at the moment, but I can quickly address that. So, I mean, if you're talking about the moon phases, I mean, like they claim that that's just the angle of the sun hitting the moon, right? That's got nothing to do with the Earth. And then, if you want to talk about the eclipse, the eclipses, right? Then there's a bunch of anomalies that don't line up with the explanation of how eclipses work, right? With the globe side, right? There's types of lunar eclipses called selenilian eclipses that don't make sense, right? That's why they also dub that eclipse the impossible eclipse, because during those eclipses we can see the what's meant to be the shadow of the Earth on the moon, right? It's completely upside down, right? It should be convex, but it's concave, right? Completely upside down, and it comes in from top to bottom instead of bottom to top. And then during those eclipses, we can also see visibly see the sun and the moon both in the sky at the same time.
Are you talking about the so-called impossible eclipse?
Hold on a second, man. Just let me turn your volume up a bit. You're coming in a bit low. I'll just put you up to 200%.
Yeah, I need to interject when I don't understand certain words. So
yeah, that's all right. I can't hear you very well, dude. I don't know.
I couldn't hear you very well either, so I turned you up. But the impossible eclipse. Wait, let me Google this so I know what you mean.
Yeah, it's called the Selenilian eclipse.
How do you spell that?
Seleon. I heard DJ perfectly fine.
Selenilian eclipse. Here we have it. Okay, let me see.
Yeah, I'll just try to turn my microphone volume up.
What the fuck?
I'm just trying to be quiet. I'm just trying to be quiet because it's like 3 a.m.
Less of the F-bombs, bro. Oh, I heard DJ perfectly fine. I don't know, I couldn't hear him.
Yeah, DJ, your mic was crap before the last 5 minutes.
When the sun and moon is observed over the horizon. Oh, okay, now I understand. That makes perfect sense for me as a glober if you keep in mind the size of the sun, because then the light is very wide. So of course part of that width is gonna cast a shadow from the Earth to the moon, while you can also see the moon. It makes sense for me.
Right. So when you see the sun and the moon in the sky at the same time, and there's a crescent on the moon, there's a shadow on the moon, where there's no Earth, there can be no Earth in between them, because they're both looking at each other. It's perfectly fine. That makes perfect sense to you.
Yeah, it does. If I think about the size of the sun, the sun is enormous.
No, you can see the entire sun above the horizon. The entire sun.
Okay, wait.
It's like not half a sun. The sun isn't the fucking moon. It doesn't do half shapes, bro. It's there. So the sun is there, the moon's there. The Earth is in between. But the sun and the moon have a perfect line of sight to each other, yet the sun has, the moon has a shadow upon it. That makes perfect sense to you.
Hold on. I can see the whole sun. And simultaneously I can look the other way around, and I can also see the shadow on the moon.
Yes. But the sun, but the Earth isn't in the way. It can't be, because they're both in the fucking sky at the same time. They're above the Earth.
Has this happened since?
What?
When was the last time this happened?
Fucking yesterday. What are you talking about, bro?
Yeah, they happen 2 or 3 times a year.
What the hell? That often?
Yes.
Yeah, I think so. Yeah.
This. Okay, wait.
Oh my god. You need to catch up, bro.
It's not just that you can see the sun and the moon in the sky at the same time, but you can the shadow on the moon's coming in upside down. I'm just trying to find a video and an illustration to show you.
Yeah, I'd like
an example.
to see that very much. Wait, so the shadow on the moon is coming up on the moon on the lower end of the moon.
Inverted, bro.
It should come from the bottom up, and it should be convex, but it's coming from the top down, and it's coming concave.
And sometimes
concave means it's a happy face, so to speak.
Well, concave is sad face.
Oh yeah.
And that doesn't make sense.
Convex is happy face. Okay.
Yeah, correct.
I have scoliosis. I should know.
I don't care what you have.
Yeah, I have both a concave and convex in my spine. So, but I forget.
Okay, I'm sorry about that. I hope you're okay.
Yeah, I'm okay. It's not that bad. I need to search this on Google, not Bing. Bing is shit.
But yeah, I find that too. I prefer Google. Google's better, bro. Samsung
Yeah,
is
so
far better than
here's
iPhone.
a quick example of what I'm talking about. I can try to find a video as well, but
Yes, please.
my files are kind of unorganized at the moment, unfortunately.
Yeah, that's impossible. It doesn't make sense, bro.
I've never seen this moon in my entire life. You sure it's 2
It
times a year?
happens. Yes, it happens often, bro. It really does.
Yeah, it depends where you are on the Earth, right? If you're lucky enough to catch it, right? It happens more often, but you know sometimes when it happens, it's from a place that's very difficult to view it from. So it's viewed less, but it does happen 2 to 3 times per year. I remember just researching this a couple of weeks ago.
I understand how this does not make sense from a glober's perspective, but it doesn't even make even less sense from flat Earth perspective.
Yeah, how about a perspective? Not even global flat, just a perspective.
Well, we're not making claims about it, right? We're not claiming
that's what I'm
that
trying to be careful to not do again, because last time, as far as I understand, the only actual claim flat earthers are making is that there's no curvature. That's the only actual claim you're making.
No, there's plenty of claims. There's plenty of claims, but this is mostly checking what we've been told by the globe side to see if it actually matches up with reality. So we're not claiming to know the shape of the Earth, right? You guys are claiming to know the shape of the Earth and the size of the Earth and exact everything about the sky and the sun and the moon and the planets and the stars, right? You guys are claiming all of these things, and when we actually investigate those claims, we're not finding empirical evidence or scientific experimentation to back up the claims, right? And it does always lead back to the curvature, right? Because that's obviously the one thing that we can easily test here on Earth.
So that's a nail in the coffin, so to speak.
What's that?
That's what you would call the nail in the coffin, no?
Well, yeah. If you have a ball, you're gonna have to have curvature to go along with it. So if you have any 20-mile stretch of water, for example, it has to have approximately 270 feet of drop over distance of curvature over that 20-mile distance. Now, when we go out and perform numerous different types of tests over these vast distances, we're not finding any curvature, right? And it's being done over and over again, different places, completely different weather conditions. And yeah, we're not finding any curvature. So it's, we're just showing people what we've found, and then, have a look at it, use critical thinking skills, and let us know what you think about the information. I'm not trying to convert anyone to flat Earth or anything like that. It's just, here's some information you might not have been aware of. Check it out.
Okay, so how would the big-brained globers explain this, the Selenium eclipse?
Okay, so when it comes to being able to see the sun and the moon above the horizon, usually when it comes to things that don't make sense, right, they'll throw out a buzzword, right, like gravity or refraction, to try to explain it away, when the majority of the time they really don't know what they're talking about when they say those words. Now, seeing the sun and the moon both above the horizon during the eclipse, I'm pretty sure the rebuttal to that, they'll say it's atmospheric refraction, but there is no rebuttal to the upside down shadow that I've ever heard. Even if you Google it or try to look into it, there isn't really a rebuttal.
I understand too little of this to even have an opinion, really. But okay, so the motion of the moon around the Earth, that's important. Moon's orbit, I mean.
The moon's one of the most visible bodies in the sky, or whatever you want to call it, right? Celestial bodies. But it's actually one of the most mysterious. There's a lot of anomalies when it comes to the moon. Like we try to stick with things that we can validate here on the Earth. When it comes to things we can't validate, like the moon, we try to steer clear of that kind of thing.
Okay, so let's think about this from a glober's perspective then. Does the moon orbit the Earth from a glober's perspective in the same vertically to also as the sun orbits, as the Earth orbits the sun? Did you understand that?
Yeah, I mean, we all observe the same thing in the sky, right? I mean, we see the sun and the moon, they look roughly the same size in the sky, and they both take particular paths which reset each year. So we can, predict exactly where they're going to be at whatever time. Now, exactly what they are, what distance they are, what they're made out of, what medium they're in, that kind of thing, that can't be validated empirically, right? It's going to come back down to kind of relying on NASA and that kind of thing, right?
Big brains.
For the information. But what we can do is we can check for certain characteristics that would have to be there if the Earth's a globe, right? So you would have to have a horizon at a certain distance, depending on the height of the observer. And then you would have to have a certain amount of curvature, right? And the place to check for that would be over large bodies of water, where it would be like a uniform curvature
The
rate.
horizon part is true though, because if you're on a skyscraper and watch the sun set, it is set, right? Go down.
Yeah, so that's what they claim on the globe side, right? It's going behind it's being blocked from your view by the physical curvature of the Earth. Now, we can do the mathematics, right? So I was taught at school that if you're 6 foot tall and you're standing at the shoreline, right, the horizon would be 3 miles away. So if a ship was sailing away from you, it would start to disappear bottom up from 3 miles mark, right? The horizon would be at 3 miles. Now, depending on the height of the observer, the horizon would be a different distance away, right? So from 1 foot, it would be only 1.2 miles away, or from 8 foot, it would be roughly 3.4 miles away. Yeah. So when we actually go out and test from this observation height, we can see magnitudes further than you would possibly be able to see if the Earth was a globe, right? So we could go to like a 20-mile lake, for example. I've actually got it here. Let me give you an example of what I'm talking about. Okay, so this is the Great Salt Lake in Utah. It's a huge lake. So I've just got a little clip uploading, and this is from a full-length high-definition video where some people are doing a long-distance observation across the surface of this Great Salt Lake. Okay, so he's just setting his camera up at 5 foot height on a tripod. Okay, it's just sitting on one side of the lake in the water. So here it's just uploaded in the side chat there. Now, on the far side of the lake, we've got a shoreline, and we've got a big white tower that you can see. Okay, so that's 21 miles away. All right, so I'm just uploading what it looks like on the far side of the lake that he's zooming into, just so you can see it a bit clearer.
This was very, very low quality. Okay.
Well, I've just reduced the quality of these, right, so they can be shared on, Discord servers without the file limit. So I'll put in the full high definition video after.
What's the name
right?
of the video?
Yeah, I'll put it in the chat. 1 second. Just let me explain it quickly first, and then I'll pop the video in there. Okay, so this is essentially a horizon test and a curvature test. Okay, so if the Earth was a globe with a radius of 3,959 miles, over 21 miles, you would have to have 293 foot of curvature. Now, taking the 5 foot observation height into account, that means that the horizon distance on the globe should be 2.73 miles away. And then
These numbers
anything
are tough
beyond
for me. I use the metric system.
Oh, yeah, I've actually got it. I've got it converted to metric. Okay, I think I can remember the metric. Okay, so the camera height's 1.5 meters. high. And then the distance is 33 kilometers.
Okay.
Okay. And that means the horizon should be approximately 4.4 kilometers.
Oh,
And
the
then
distance
that
to the shoreline is 33 kilometers.
Yeah, I'm just going off the top of my head. So just give me a second. I'll just find the
That's about 10 miles. No, wait, that's about 100 miles.
No, 21 miles is 33 kilometers.
Oh yeah, miles and foot don't work the same. Okay, yeah.
That's
1
all right.
meter
I
is
got
100 foot.
I have a screenshot of the Earth curvature calculator here somewhere.
One question in the middle of it all.
Yeah, go ahead.
How would you explain not seeing Polaris as you move to the southern hemisphere?
I would say it's too far away to be able to see, right? Because we have perspective limitations. Yeah, just kind of like you understand how perspective convergence works, right? How we have like a vanishing point due to the field of view, right? From any optic, everything sort of converges into a vanishing point. Okay, so if you're standing on a long street, right, and you've got street lights going down the street, right? So just say it's a long straight street and you've got street lights, it's nighttime and they're going away from you. You'll see those street lights look like they go down, right? Down, and then they'll converge at the horizon, right? Due to perspective, even though all of those street lights are the same height, they look like they're going down and basically meeting at the horizon. Now, the clouds do the same thing, and so does the sun, the moon, the stars, right? So
that would mean that the stars are actually in relation to the width of the flat Earth, or the size of the flat Earth. The stars in relation should be actually very close.
Well, the distance would be unknown, right? There are apparent lights in the sky that we're seeing, right? But we can guarantee as we move away from those lights, they get lower and lower in the sky. Just say like Polaris is at your zenith when you're standing at the North Pole, and as you move away from the North Pole, just like the street light, it's going to appear like it's getting lower and lower and lower into the sky until you get to a certain distance away, and it's going to converge at the horizon. And if you go beyond that, it's outside of your range, right? It's outside of your field of view.
But it should never be. If I have powerful binoculars, I should always be able to see it.
Well, not necessarily, because once something is low in your perspective, right, you're looking through a lot of atmosphere. Now, we can't see forever through the atmosphere, right? It has limitations. It's opaque over distance. That's why if you stand on a mountain and you're looking out over mountain ranges, each mountain gets more and more opaque, right? Until it just fades off into the distance and you can't see them anymore. Right? Because each medium has a certain density, right? A certain opacity.
Yeah, but
right? Like that's why it's like pitch black. It's pitch black when you just go 200 meters down into the ocean, right? 200 meters under the ocean, it's pitch black because the light can't push forever through the medium. So when the star starts to get down to a certain degree, right, you can't see it anymore.
Okay, but then the same thing should apply for when I see airplane lights in the sky at nighttime. I see them very clearly.
You can only see them to a certain distance away from you. The same thing happens with airplanes, right? An airplane will look like it. Just say the airplane's flying over you east to west. Okay, it's going to look like it rises in the east. It's going to go up, 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 up. It's going to go over you in a big arc, and then it's going to go down, 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 and then you're not going to be able to see it anymore once it goes inside and outside of your field of view, right? Your limitation due to the focal length of your eyes. I can give you a good example of this, actually, if you want. but maybe we should just finish with the observation first, or?
Yeah.
All right. Okay, so, right, based off this 5-foot observation height, the geometric horizon should be at 2.7 miles away. Now, when he zooms across this lake, right, there's no horizon at all over the entire 21 miles of water. Okay, and have a look at that. Have a look at that big tower, right? So, can you see the?
You're talking about the GIF right now.
Yeah, have a look under the GIF, right? This is what it looks like over. He's got his friend over on the shoreline on the other side where he's zooming into. Now, take note of the shoreline. Take note of the water on the shoreline, on the sand, right? There's like some, little puddles, pools of water on there, because I'll mention those again in a minute. And take note of the big giant smokestack, right? The big tower, the white tower. Okay, because that shoreline from 21 miles away should be hidden behind the horizon and should be hidden by 223 feet, which is...
This lake just instinctively for me seems very small.
This is 21 miles distance across there. Okay, so
that was 33 kilometers.
Yeah, 33 kilometers. Right, these cameras are amazing, right? This is a Nikon P1000. It's basically like having a telescope that you can carry around, all right? It's like 125x optical zoom. It's like by far the most powerful consumer-grade zoom camera.
I'm wondering, does this work at nighttime? Because I know that when I look at the roads at summer, a long straight road, and the heat's coming off that road, it reflects. It's weird.
Right, but that would be an inferior mirage, and it's very noticeable, right? You get like that mirroring effect and all of that kind of thing. So yeah, they do it at nighttime. They do hang around, and they do it at nighttime as well. So I'm going to go over that in a second. Okay, so here's a top view. This image, right? This is a top view from Google Earth, showing you the distance tool. Okay, so they're standing at the top of that yellow line that you can see. And they're zooming across, right? And that's where you can see that big tower right across that section of the lake there. So that's 33 kilometers across that distance.
Yeah, I see. I totally buy your point here. But my invändning, we say in Swedish, would be, because you mentioned the water earlier, that if you go that deep enough into the water, it's pitch black. I agree. But at the same time, if I'm standing above the water and I'm looking down in daylight and I see small waves, and let's say I stick my hand under the water or I see a fish, I can clearly see that the reflection of my hand, it looks like it's moving and whatnot with the waves. Why would that not be the same for the air here over the water?
Well, because you're looking from one medium, air, right, that has a particular refractive index, and then you're putting your hand into a second medium, right? So you're going to have refraction, right? Your hand's going to be refracting, and then you're going to have the water acting kind of like a lens that's moving around, which is going to distort your hand. That's a completely different scenario to what we're looking at here, right? Here we're just looking through one medium, right? And it's crystal clear conditions. There's no wind, there's no waves. We're just looking directly through the air. Right, and what we're looking for is the 2.73 mile horizon that would have to be there if the Earth's a globe, and then we should be looking for the shoreline, which should not be visible. It should be 223 foot. I think that's like 80 meters or something below the horizon. Basically, you should have to have a skyscraper. So if the Earth was a globe, you would have to have it. Sorry, go ahead.
No, I'm saying we should then only see the top of the tower. Or how tall is this tower?
Oh, this tower is massive. It's like one of the biggest smokestacks in the world. So I think this is 1,200 feet. So the bottom 223 feet should be hidden behind the horizon.
That's about 400 meters.
Yeah, it's huge smokestack. All right, so this is... Yeah, I took a couple of screenshots earlier. So just give me a second. I'll just upload these quickly. Right, so I just want to show you a close-up of the smokestack.
Yeah, but I want to ask you first one thing.
Well, just a second. Just let me show you these really quickly, and then you can ask your question. Right? Okay. So
a lot here. I missed a lot, I think.
So this is the smokestack, right? So this is what it looks like. His friends on this side of the lake, right? So this is what the smokestack looks like from close up. Now this is what it looks like from 21 miles away. Now this is the night shot, right? It's even clearer than the day shot. Okay, so you can see that you can see the exact same amount of that tower from 21 miles away.
Okay, but let me ask you this, because you said that when in the case where I put my hand in the water and I can clearly see visual distortions, if you will. In the atmosphere, the air gets thinner the higher we get. Let's suppose that is the case. That means that the medium in the lower parts would also be different. No?
It's pretty uniform when you're looking through like a small section, right? Horizontally like this, right? You're not looking through that huge change where it's going from less dense to more dense. Now, once you start getting big changes in the refractive index, which is primarily caused by temperature, right? It changes the optical density of the air, and you'll have like a gradient, like a density gradient, like a refractive index gradient. You'll start getting different types of miraging effects and things like that. But we don't see any characteristics of any miraging effects at all in this footage, right? And also, he's done the footage during the day, and then he's repeated it, and he's doing it again at night. And you'll see that you can see the exact same thing, right? We don't see any miraging, right? We don't see any clear distortion, right? There's always a little bit of distortion, but even according to the experts, right, it's only a very small portion that you would have to account for when it comes to atmospheric refraction, right? Even the people from the globe side that debate against the flat earthers, right, like physicists and that type of person, they'll say that they only account for like 8% and then up to like 10 to 15% in extreme circumstances. Okay, so this is thousands and thousands of percent discrepancy in the globe mathematics.
Yeah, I can buy that. But since the drop, we should be missing. What did you say? 80 meters. If the globe had the curvature they say it has, in this example, 80 meters out of 33 kilometers is nothing. So the the so-called refraction should only have to be very little. You know what I mean?
Yeah, so let me just pop a clip in the side chat, right? So 80 meters is like a skyscraper. Okay, that's a huge difference. Now, what I said originally is this is a horizon test. Now, you would have to have a geometric horizon at 2.73 miles if the Earth's a globe. Now, even if I grant you extreme, what the professionals on the globe side call extreme atmospheric refraction. Now, I'm not saying I necessarily 100% agree with that, but let's just say that they're correct, and we're going to account for extreme atmospheric refraction, even though we don't see any strong refractive effects at all. Right, let's go with that. All the professionals say it would allow you to do is to see up to 15% beyond what the curvature of the Earth would allow. Okay, so that would move the horizon from, say, 2.73 miles where it should be to about 2.9 miles or something like that. Okay, so it's not going to, we're not seeing the horizon at all over this entire 21-mile distance. That's what I mean. When we go out and do these observations, we're seeing thousands and thousands and thousands of percent further, right? It's not that small amount that refraction could account for. Now, I will, I don't expect you to just take my word for anything. So I will drop a scientist, right, who I was listening to a debate of his against some flat earthers, right? And he made some interesting comments to the flat earthers about refraction like you're talking about right now. So I took some clips out of the debate, and it's just like 2 like 15, 20-second clips if you want to check them out quickly and just hear it from someone that's an expert in the field on your side.
Hold on before you do that. I'm trying to understand what this I can't say his name. CXLDZY. What he typed in the chat. And I see his point. How comes the stars doesn't, like with a street light it's obvious, because when I'm standing when I'm at its zenith, so to say, it's big, and when I move 1 kilometer away it's a tiny light at the horizon. But that's not the same with the stars. Also,
because the street lights are very close to you, right? They're within your field of view. The stars are outside of your field of view, right? So you're not able to
what do you
see
mean
something
within my field of view?
Yeah, because you're just looking at lights in the sky, basically. And then you've also got different types of effects that you have to deal with. It does get kind of complicated because we have things like lensing, right? Like when you're looking through the thickness of the atmosphere, it can kind of act kind of like a magnifying glass in a way, right? They call it atmospheric lensing or magnification, right? So sometimes if, like where I'm from in Australia, sometimes when the sun sets, it looks like it gets giant, right? And it's when you have really, really humid conditions. And as the sun's going down and you're looking through the thickness of the atmosphere, which is kind of like a lens, right? Sometimes it looks like it gets giant. And then sometimes when we don't have much humidity, right, we don't see that happen. So, I mean, we've got all of these different effects that we have to take into consideration when we're looking at like these things that are vast distances away, and we're looking through a huge amount of atmosphere or atmo.
But why then would you accept that but not accept refraction?
No, I'm the one telling you about refraction. I am accepting refraction. We can add the amounts that the experts are saying, right? Let's account for the 8% would be standard atmospheric refraction, and then 15% would be extreme, right? Anything beyond that, the experts say that it's not accounting, right? That's not accounted for by atmospheric refraction. That's why I wanted you to have a look at what the expert has to say.
Yeah, I'll do that. So the percentile you just mentioned, say 15%. Is that 15% of the distance there? So in these 21 miles, it would be 15% of that is the extreme case?
Yeah, like just let this guy will explain it to you better than I can articulate it. It's just 2 quick clips. It'll take you like 30 seconds to watch them both.
Oh yeah, definitely.
Hello?
That is inconsistent with the.
Hey, what's up, man?
So is it flat or is it
flat? Yeah. Confirmed flat.
Confirmed?
Yeah, bro. 100% confirmed.
Man. Oh, where?
Yeah, if you scroll up to, let me give you the timestamp. Okay. Right. So I don't know. It says 3 a.m. my time. So 00 after the hour. Yeah, I can hear
you. You mean side chat? Scroll up.
Oh yeah, side chat. Yep. It says 3 a.m. for me. I don't know. So 00 after the hour, whatever time it is for you. Okay, you'll see a long distance observation, 21 miles, 0 curvature.
Oh, yeah. Great Salt Lake, less than 21 miles, no curvature.
Yep. So have a look at that, right? Have a look, scroll down, you'll see some more images out of the video. You'll see some screenshots of the Earth curvature calculators. Yeah, I just went over it all with this other guy that I'm talking with at the moment, but he's just watching a couple of videos quickly. All right, so I'm going to put the full video from the observation into the side chat.
What?
So if anyone wants to check out the full-length video, and in the full-length video, there's also a laser test. I don't include the laser test in the presentation, but it is like an icing on the cake. But the main thing that I'm...
sorry.
Yeah. You're right. Is that Adam I'm talking to? Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Go ahead, man. Did you watch the video?
Yeah, I watched it. I'm gonna call this guy Alien now, or I'm gonna call him Paul actually, because it's a picture of Paul. Paul, what do you mean? If I held my thumb in front of a skyscraper, my thumb would be bigger than my Wait, that's not the one. Where the fuck did I see it? Oh, here it is. If that's true, then why in both day and night I can't see the bottoms of the buildings? Which buildings are you talking about? Are you talking about the tower, the smoke tower?
Yeah, there's buildings down there where you can't see the bottoms of them, so that would present a curvature.
Where I
can't. We can see the. Okay, so if you're talking about the observation that I presented, okay, so have a look, right? I'll post one more time. Right, so here's a close up.
I mean, I'm looking right at it. I just don't see the bottoms
So
of them.
look, well, I'm going to repost it, right? Because you must be looking at something different. Okay, so look, have a look at the building, right? Have a look at the shoreline. Have a look at the smokestack. Okay, now here it is from 21 miles away. Okay, we can see the same amount, right? We can see the same shoreline. Okay, that shoreline should be hidden behind 223 foot of earth curvature. The bottom 223 foot of the smokestack should be obstructed behind the 2.7 mile horizon, but it's not, right? There's zero curvature, there's zero obstruction. So yeah, I don't know what you're looking at.
Okay, so anyway, back to the videos. First of all,
how high up is the camera?
5 foot.
5 foot?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, 5 foot. Right, so here's the math. Right, here's the screenshot from 2 different Earth curvature calculators, one more complex than the other one. Okay, so when we put in 5 foot, it says target distance, right? I put in 21 miles, that's the distance. Now, when we calculated it, it says D1 equals horizon distance. Okay, so that's 2.73 miles from a 5 foot observation height. And then we have the target hidden height. Now the target is the 21 mile shoreline on the other side of the lake, right? So that should be hidden behind the 2.7 mile horizon and should be obstructed behind 223 foot of earth curvature.
So it should not be visible or what?
Yeah, the shoreline should be hidden behind 223 foot of curvature, and there should be a horizon line, basically, right? A horizon at 2.73 miles away.
Okay, let's account for refraction here.
Yep, so you just heard the professional talk about refraction in the video, right? Okay, so standard...
Wait, hold on.
Mm-hmm.
He just babbled a bunch of words. Why would I trust him?
Well, you can look at his credentials, or you can go and research it for yourself. Or I could try to explain it to you if you want, but then why would you trust me? I mean, this is one of those things you kind of got to go look into it yourself, right? If you want to go look into atmospheric refraction, look into it, right? You'll find the same thing that the professional was talking about, right? He's debating against flat earthers. Okay, he's not like biased towards flat earth in any way. He's an engineer, a scientist, a professor, and a very nice guy. I watched the interview, even though he wasn't on my side. I enjoyed listening. He had a lot of good information. But you can read that up from any subject matter experts as well. They'll say, right, you can even look up what they account for in surveying and in celestial navigation and things like that, right? It's like 7 to 8%. That's standard atmospheric refraction, right? And then in extreme situations, it can go up to like 10%, up to 15%, right? That professor, he said only up to 10%, maybe 12%, but I've seen other sources that say up to like 15% in extreme conditions.
Can you put up the link from?
There's one thing I need to mention now that because I found this picture. It says I googled refraction. It says refraction is the bending of a wave, like light or sound, as it passes.
Yeah, with
through the medium
atmospheric
directly.
refractions, yes.
I'd like to say
Yeah.
in the case in the example of the water I gave earlier, when I stick my hand in the water and it bends. In air, there is, in Sweden we call it relative fuktighet. It's basically it's a measure of how much water is in the air until it forms droplets. At 100%.
Can I explain this to you quickly, right? Because when you're googling refraction, you're going to be looking up the law of refraction, which is Snell's law. Okay, so I can give you citations on Snell's law. Now, Snell's law has particular variables that need to be met, right, for it to be the law of refraction, right? You're going to have the type of example that you were talking about, right? Let's say we get a pencil and a glass of water. That's the way it's usually demonstrated. Okay, so if you get a pencil and you put it in a glass of water, it's going to look like the pencil changes angle as it goes from one medium, the air, into the second medium, right? And at that sharp boundary layer where the air meets the water, the pencil's going to appear like it changes direction, because they both have different refractive indexes. Now, the law of refraction requires two separate isotropic media, right? Like air to glass or glass to water. Well, it's just two clear, two transparent mediums, essentially, right? Like glass to air or air to glass or glass to water or whatever. Like two different mediums that have different refractive indexes, basically. And then at that, you're able to calculate at that boundary layer, right? Like right where the air meets the water, you'll see a direction change. Now that doesn't apply, right? Snell's law doesn't apply to a single medium, right? Because we're just looking through air. Now what you need to look into...
It is a single medium.
It is a single medium. Let me finish explaining, right? So,
okay.
Right, the same .edu, I can give you .edu website sources right now that explain all of this just the same as what I'm doing. Okay, they'll have a separate section on Snell's law that explain just what I explained to you now. And then they'll have another section on atmospheric refraction, right? And that's where they're talking about one medium. Now, atmospheric refraction is different because what you're dealing with then is a gradient of refractive index. It's not one particular medium that has a certain refractive index to a different one, like water. Right? This is different. This is called atmospheric refraction, and it's primarily controlled, right, by temperature. Okay? Because when you have... Well, yeah, mostly if you look into it, right, it's primarily just temperature that's going to change the optical density of the medium. So if you have, like, let me give you an example. If you have, like you were talking about earlier, just say you have a hot day and you have a long concrete path or a road. Okay, the sun is going to heat up the ground, and then it's going to create a warm layer of air just above the surface, and then that warm air is going to gradually decrease in heat as you go upward vertically.
Yeah.
Okay, that's like
why it looks the same way as you look through.
Yeah. So what happens is when the gases in the air are warmed up, right? They are more spread apart. Okay, and then as it goes up slowly, they get more condensed, right? Just like if you have a balloon and you cool down the balloon's going to shrink. Now, even though that's got the same amount of gas particles in it, it's going to shrink because the gas particles are going to get condensed. Or if you heat up the balloon, it's going to expand, and the same amount of gas particles are going to fill a greater volume, right? So what that does, it creates a difference in refractive index. Okay, so when you've got that situation where you've got the warmer ground, right, it's heating up that layer of warm air just above the ground, right? So you have a lower refractive index as you're lower, and then as you go up higher, you get a gradient, right? So it slowly changes from a lower refractive index to a higher refractive index, and that will cause objects that you're looking at in the distance to be displaced downward. Now, sometimes you can have the opposite of that, right? And you could have like a cooler surface down low, right? And then warmer air above. Okay, and that's called an inverted temperature gradient, okay, which is going to make an inverted refractive index. So now instead of something looking like it's it's lower than what it should be. It's going to look like it's higher than what it should be. Okay, so that's looming and sinking, right? The two opposites of each other depending on the vertical temperature gradient and the refractive index. Okay, and then once you start getting really steep gradients, right, like looking down a hot bitumen road, right, and it looks like it's all like there's like a mirror on the ground, and it looks like there's things are like sinking into the road, right? That's when you have a very, very steep temperature change from like hot to cold as you go up in altitude. And that's when you get like really noticeable miraging effects, right? Sometimes it'll look like there's ships floating in the sky, or ships or people sinking into the ground up to their waist and things like that. We're not seeing any of those effects in these observations, right? We're seeing minimal effects. That's why this professor was explaining that you only need to take into account this like 8 to 10%, right? Because under extreme conditions, you'll start getting crazy miraging effects. But you have to look into it. Like the more you look into it, it gets more complex, right? I'm trying to explain it as basic as possible, right? And I don't even understand it as well as I could, but I have researched it.
But it's still, in my mind, it seems more obvious that it's the water, since I know that when I stick my arm in the water, it's... Well,
yeah, that's because you're changing from one medium to another medium.
Yeah, that's what I mean. And if you think about the distance, let's say have this 21 miles, 33 kilometers, and let's say it's a humid day, that means there's a lot of water in the air. So I think...
Well, actually, this is actually a very dry environment, right? This is Utah, right? The Great Salt Lake in Utah. It's not a humid place. That's why it's such a good place to be able to do these long distance observations. Because when you do it in very humid environments, usually you don't have a very good visibility rating. Like you can only see like 10 kilometers or 15 kilometers or something like that, right? Because of you got so much moisture and whatnot in the air. It affects your visibility, but the reason we can easily see 21 miles, 33 kilometers across this lake is because it's a very dry environment, because it's Utah. So we don't have a lot of humidity to deal with, right? We don't have crazy any miraging effects or anything like that in this observation. It's very clear considering you're looking over 21 miles.
When it's called Salt Lake, is it literally salt water?
I'm guessing it's salt water, yeah. But that doesn't really matter whether it's salt water or fresh water, because it's all about the temperature gradients, right? That's going to change the refractive index gradients.
Okay, but the biggest thing I'm fighting in my mind right now is, if this was the case, how would all the calculations and a GPS and basically everything we use every day be a lie? How would it work? The coincidence that it would just fit perfectly.
Once you start looking into it a bit further, right, all these questions will be answered for you. It just
I answered all the questions in the side chat. Just look at it.
Yeah, so if you want to try to pick apart one at a time, look, I was kind of looking at what you're talking about there in the side chat, but yeah, you haven't really answered why there's no horizon over 21 miles in this observation, right? You're just throwing out baseless claims.
They're not. It's because of the geodetical deviations caused by tiny tilt errors, like I said earlier, because it's a Great Salt Lake. With the humidity levels over the water temperature will cause inversions, ducting, and looming, which will bend light downward, which will hide the curvature of the Earth at a horizontal angle. This is why that's not what
looming, bro. Why do you think looming's called looming? Because it makes things loom in the air, right? If you see like a floating ship or something like that, it's called looming because it's looming up high in the air. You just completely contradicted yourself. And ducting,
it doesn't contradict. You're just ignoring the evidence. It's cherry-picked data. Okay, then look at the Bedford experiment. Look at the Bedford experiment. It's the exact same experiment, but done in a better way, without terrific
don't
data.
come in and derail a good faith conversation I'm having with the other guy because you're triggered, right? You just said looming.
I'm not triggered.
Right?
I'm really not.
Why are you interrupting me then?
I have a question for Paul.
I was speaking though. I was literally just speaking.
I was speaking and then you started speaking, bro. I don't want to get into.
Are you
this
rage baiting right now? Are you rage baiting right now? There's no way. I was literally speaking.
Okay, we need to be grown-ups here now.
Like,
yeah, relax, bro.
He's not talking about me, bro.
I'm talking about both y'all.
Yeah, so this is, hold on a second, Adam, right? So this guy can go on mute because we're having a good chat. He's not going to come in, right, doing what he's doing right now. It's
I have
not going to
a question
happen.
for him, though. It's a quick
You
question.
can ask him a question.
Because,
Go
as
ahead.
you can tell, English is not my native language. Paul, is what you were just talking about, is that the same reason? Because I know that what the hell is it called in English? At nighttime, when you're by the sea, let's say if I'm in
Right.
Göteborg, the west coast, at nighttime it blows a certain way, at daytime it blows another way, and that's because water holds heat differently than.
Yeah, if it were to be below or above the equator, yeah, it's different. It's different heat horizon with the humidity. So there's different humidity at night than there is at day. So obviously there's going to be different inversions with the deviations with the tilt errors.
Yeah,
that's what I was trying to say, and he just didn't listen.
That makes perfect sense in my head.
Yeah, of course that would make perfect sense because it's cherry picked data. Yeah.
No, it's not. Okay, so this is why it's not, because he did it during the day and then he did it during the night, and it looks exactly the same. Exactly the same.
Did he do it from different seasons?
And this guy's throwing, right? This guy's, because you haven't looked into what he's talking about, you don't realize how he just butchered everything he just said when he first spoke to me just a minute ago, right? And then when I was correcting him on his butchering, when I was correcting him on his butchering, that's when he started interrupting me because he didn't want to hear that. Now, what he just did now is he just threw the guy under the bus, right? The professional, he just threw that guy under the bus when he said that, right?
Break
and
it
he's
down,
saying
please.
looming would make things look like they're lower than what they should. That's not what looming is. The opposite of that. Ducting is super rare, right? Look it up. You can't have ducting during the day and then ducting last, and then you've still got ducting during the night. Now, this is what we're claiming here. Got to remember this. On a globe, you have to have a geometric horizon at 2.7 miles away. Let's say we could hypothetically remove the atmosphere, right? So we're looking through a vacuum.
Oh yeah, I hate this.
Hold on a second, bro.
No way. That's so debunked. I'm not doing.
You're a little bit unhinged. Okay? So you just interrupted me again, bro. Rage quit. Okay, so on a globe, Adam, right? Let's just say, hypothetically, we change it to a vacuum. Okay? The horizon must be exactly 2.73 miles away from a 5-foot observation height, right? There's no arguing with that. It's based on the geometry of the physical globe Earth. Okay? Just adding in the atmosphere, right, doesn't make that horizon line magically completely disappear from the entire lake. All of a sudden, there's no horizon at all, and everything's perfectly flattened out over that entire surface, right? And then we can see the shoreline on the other side that has to be hidden by 223 foot, right? So if we're going back to the hypothetical, we're looking through the vacuum, that shoreline is 223 foot, one skyscraper below the horizon. Okay, just adding the atmosphere back in isn't going to all of a sudden flatten out the entire scene, right? Right to left, front to back, everything's just perfectly flat. It's the craziest claim. That's why that professional that I showed you the video of, he was saying it's just a small consideration we have to take into account, right? And he said, if you can show me an observation that exceeds that small amount that he was talking about, then he would be blown away. So this is one of many, many, many examples, right? Because what that last guy that rage quit, what he was trying to say is that there's some very, very rare atmospheric conditions happening, and that's what's allowing us to see this scene. But how come every time we go and do this observation, whether we do it in the USA, we go do it in Canada, we go do it in Australia, we go do it in all these different places, completely different weather conditions, completely different bodies of water, we can consistently make these observations where we can see magnitudes further than what you should be able to see. Well, always we just get lucky and there are these extremely rare conditions like ducting happening. These have been done so many times now, right? We've had people going out trying to debunk us and becoming flat earthers in the process, right? Like PhD, Dr. John D, PhD in optics, going out with high-powered lasers, trying to debunk flat earth, shooting different spectrum lasers across huge distances, right? And hitting his target over these distances. He had no choice but to become a flat earther. So, I mean, all I'm saying, look at all of the evidence. It stacks up, and then look at the evidence from the globe side, and then use the same. Yeah.
Why would it be like? Why would people say it's not like it's round when all the info or like all the sorry, it's late here. Like all the evidence you're saying now, it's like pointing. It's flat. But why would we teach?
No, I get your question. Most people have never even questioned the globe, right? They've never been in here and had these conversations with flat earthers. They have a picture of flat earth in their head that seems ridiculous, where they think flat earthers are some tinfoil hat conspiracy theorists that think Australia doesn't exist and claim that the flat earth is like a disc floating around in space, right? Which is nonsense. They were brought up the same as everyone else. From a young age, they were taught it's a globe, right? They get taught that you're too small and the globe's too big. That's why it appears flat. Okay, and then they've gone to school. What is it if it's not a disc in space?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, we're not sure exactly what the entirety of the Earth is. We're not making the claim. When we're talking about flat Earth, we're making a specific claim, right? That the surface area of large bodies of water doesn't have any curvature over distance, as it would have to have on a globe. That's all we're talking about, right? When we're talking about flat Earth. We're not claiming to know the entirety of the shape of the Earth. We're not claiming to have a replacement answer for every single thing that the globe side claims, but we're just testing the globe. And when we go out and test it, we cannot find any curvature at all. So we're documenting that and we're trying to show it to people so they can, scrutinize the evidence and even go and repeat the evidence themselves. That's the best thing to do.
Not only that, as people are pressed, globe earthers are pressed about the horizon.
But most people aren't lying, right? Just quickly, just to finish up that point. Most people are not lying. Most people were taught this their whole life. And then at university, it was just reinforced more and more. And now to get the degrees that they have, they just have to be very good at remembering the textbooks, regurgitating the textbooks in their exams. So most people have never tested.
I can relate to that. That's like talking to any meat eater. So I can relate to that. But I wonder, first, do you have more examples than that video you showed earlier? And second,
Yep.
I mean, the only way this would make sense for me is that the whole flat Earth, if you will, is a fucking aquarium humans compared to whatever the fuck we are then, It's the only way I could make sense of flat Earth.
Yeah,
because everything I would see is round. Moon is round, the sun is round, droplets when I are round, everything is round. It makes sense.
Well, actually, in nature, like on the actual Earth, I mean, that's the only thing you're going to find that's kind of round, really. I mean, most things aren't round. Like, things are all sorts of different shapes. And I think nothing is perfectly round anyway. But sure, I mean, if you see some round lights in the sky, that doesn't necessarily mean that you're also on a round planet. Okay? Because it would have to have curvature if it was one of those. I mean, it's almost along the lines of logic of, like, looking at the lights on your ceiling, and if they're round, therefore your floor has to be round. I would say that the Earth is kind of like the foundation of this system that we live in. And all of the ancient cultures, right, or most of the ancient cultures shared this same depiction of the Earth, right? That it's a flat plane within an enclosure, kind of like a giant version of a terrarium or a vivarium,
Yeah.
right? A big enclosure of sorts.
Then what's outside, I ask?
There's no way to validate. Yeah, so we definitely don't have a God's eye view. Like, we can only get up to a certain height, right? What can we get up to 50,000, 40,000 feet on a plane? Or we can send up a weather balloon to about 120,000 feet. And from that height, all you see is a flat horizon in the distance. We can't get any higher than that. So we don't try to like speculate about things that we can't validate. I mean, there's no point in doing that. It would be great to know exactly what the extent of this system is, right? But anything that's too high for us to validate or too far for us to check, then we don't make claims about it. That would just be speculation.
What's with the picture out of space? Like, it's the picture.
Yeah, but
like
outer space, as we've been taught, right? That's the globe Earth system, right? They say that outer space is a big giant vacuum. Okay, they say it's like an infinite expanding space vacuum, 10 to the negative 17 torr space vacuum, and that there's these big balls of gas and rock floating around, orbiting around in this big giant space vacuum. This is a whole new system, right? This is not the globe Earth model. You know, try not to fit the flat Earth as an object inside the globe Earth model. It's completely incompatible. Now, what we would say is that outer space is not possible as it's been explained to us, right? They say that outer space is a big giant 10 to the negative 17 torr space vacuum, and that we're a ball of gas inside. I mean, we're a ball covered in gas inside that space vacuum. Now, that goes against countless gas laws. It goes against the second law of thermodynamics. So high pressure equalizes. Gas fills available space. You can't have a ball of gas inside a vacuum chamber. Impossible. So we would say outer space is definitely not, as we've been told, as a big giant space vacuum.
Do you mean that what Globers call outer space does exist, only it's not what they say it is for a flat?
Yeah, and we can't validate what it is. You know, it might not be. You know, when you look at a planet or a star or something like that in the sky, it might be something completely different than what the story that we've been fed about it, right? They tell us the craziest things about space, and people just don't think about it, right? They'll tell you it rains diamonds on Uranus and Neptune. They'll say on distant exoplanets that are hundreds of millions of light years away that it rains sideways glass rain. They'll say there's like hairy black holes in space, and Uranus smells like farts. So they'll just say all sorts of crazy things, right? And people just don't even like question it. It's kind of crazy. But yeah, most of the imagery that you get from NASA and James Webb Space Telescope and things like that, they're like artist. Like they've been so heavily modified. It's just basically like a digital painting, you know, that you're looking at. So, yeah, outer space, as we've been told, doesn't exist.
I need to check out this Bedford experiment.
Yeah. So Bedford level, right? First time it was done, it showed the Earth not to be a globe. And then someone else did it apparently sometime after that. And apparently for them, it worked out that it was a globe, right? But there's so many different things that weren't taken into consideration, right, during that test. I mean, take into consideration what I'm showing you, right? I'm showing you a high definition video where you can see the person turning up, setting up their gear, showing all of the variables with the camera set up and the distances and all of that thing, right?
All I've seen.
Go look up what you can find. What you're going to find with the Bedford level is like, trust me, bro. Here's some numbers written on paper, and just trust me that it all happened just like we're telling you, and that it proved the globe. But all of the actual tests that I can show you prove that that's not true, right? We don't see ever the geometric horizon where it should be, ever, right? And every time we go do these tests, we can see not just a little bit further, we can see 10, 20, 30, 40 times further.
Salt Lake, what I search on YouTube to find the same video. Salt Lake curvature.
The Salt Lake would have 293 foot of curvature over that distance.
This one, 13-minute long video, right?
Yeah, I'll show you another good one real quickly. Right, so this was done at a lake in Canada. Okay, so in this one, he holds the camera just above the surface of the water. As close as he can get it to the water, he says it's approximately 3 inches. Okay, so there it is in the side chat there. Okay, so there's a full video linked there as well, so you can check out the full thing. This guy's not even a flat earther, by the way. It's just an observation. He goes out and he does observations. He says he's neutral. He's just doing the observations. So anyway, 3-inch observation height. That means the horizon should be 0.6 miles away. So you can see a couple of screenshots there. You can see the red line. That's approximately where the horizon has to be if the Earth's a globe. Now, when he zooms in, you'll see 2 peninsulas on the right-hand side of the frame. Okay? The second peninsula is 13.8 miles away. What's that, about 20 kilometers or something like that?
I don't know what a peninsula. What is that?
What's that?
A peninsula, you said.
Oh, it's just like a little, like a bit of land and rocks that kind of go out into the water.
Oh, okay. Oh, yeah, I see what you mean.
Yeah. So you can see the one in the distance. That's 13.8 miles away. That should be hidden by 120 feet below the curvature of the Earth, if the Earth's a globe. The horizon should be at 0.6 miles. And once again, you can see there's no horizon there, and there's no obstruction there. So what's this other guy's going to have to claim? Oh, what, some identical crazy atmospheric effects are taking place that just completely flatten everything out perfectly and completely hide the horizon. You know, how could that happen every single time? So yeah, that's another really good example. All right, and I've shown you 2 on lakes so far. Like, let's do one. I'll show you one over the ocean. Okay, this is another really good one because we have some good distance markers in this one. Okay, so this one's done off the coast of California in Santa Barbara. And this one's done from 8-foot observation height. So we can see 2 oil platforms. And
hold on.
Yep.
The peninsulas in this video.
Mm-hmm.
How would you know it's the shoreline actually reaching them?
You can
they would look like they were just going in the water anyway.
Yeah, so what I actually did, which you can do as well, is you can have a look at the video. He shows you exactly where he is. And then he shows you on Google Maps and stuff. But you can actually go there on Google Earth and you can look all around the area. You can zoom right in on that peninsula and you can see it's just a very short peninsula. And it just goes down and touches the water. It's not very high at all. It's very low. So yeah, you can validate that yourself, you know, if you want. But the thing is, the horizon, right? The horizon should be at 0.6 miles. It's not there, right? There's no horizon line there, right? And then the peninsula is not obstructed at all either. I mean, if you go on Google Earth and go to this exact location, you'll see, right? When you cruise over to that peninsula, it looks exactly the same close up as it looks from 13.8 miles away. You want to have a quick look at the most recent one I posted?
With the oil tank, platform.
Yep. Right. So here we have the oil platforms, right? They're just there as distance markers because we don't have a lake. Okay. So if we didn't have distance markers, we would not be able to tell the distance to the horizon. So this is another horizon test. Okay. So the observation height is 8 foot. And when he zooms out, we see the oil platforms and we can see the horizon is beyond the oil platforms. Now, when we do the math on a globe, right, based off the radius value, the horizon should be 3.46 miles away. But luckily we have the oil platforms there, and we can validate that the first oil platform is about 6 miles away. It's called platform C, and it's about 88 foot high, right? Not that that really matters. It's just a distance marker, but I'm just telling you the height of it anyway. And then we see the second oil platform. It's called platform Habitat. It's a bit smaller of a platform, 77 feet high above the water. And that one's 10.1 miles away from the shoreline. Okay, so we can guarantee that the horizon is looks like it's way beyond the second oil platform. But let's just say it's an unknown distance beyond the second oil platform. It's definitely further than 10.1 miles away. Now, the geometric horizon on the globe must be at 3.46 miles, halfway between the observer and the first oil platform. Once again, it's all flattened out, right? We don't see the horizon in front of the oil rigs, right? The horizon has to be in front of the oil rigs if the Earth's a globe. It's not possible for the horizon to pop up behind the oil platforms like that if the Earth's a globe. And
So the globe,
once again,
only explanation for this is what it was.
yeah, they'll just say it's some crazy refraction effect. Usually they'll just say refraction. They don't really understand much about atmospheric refraction or the limitations or anything like that. They've just learnt to say refraction as kind of like a get out of jail free card. But when you quiz them on it, they really kind of butcher it 99% of the time. That's why I put you on to...
It's atmospheric refraction, they mean.
Yeah, this is atmospheric refraction that you would be talking about here, not Snell's law refraction, right? Because that's different, right? That's like what we spoke about earlier.
As I understand atmospheric refraction here, it's when light passes through the atmosphere. In the same way I put my hand in the water. It's from vacuum to atmosphere. But in this case, where with the oil platforms, we're all in the same medium.
Yeah. So what you're having to contend with is like temperature differences. Okay, so look, here's the American Meteorological Society. Here's the definition of atmospheric refraction, right? So it says refraction by an atmosphere as a consequence of refractive index gradients. Now, if you actually go into this link and click refractive index, you'll see that it's primarily by temperature differences.
What's double refraction? Sorry to interrupt.
Double refraction.
Yeah. But
yeah. Where's that?
Fringes. Well, how the fuck do you say that?
It
says, because I searched kinds of refraction. As I understand, there are different kinds of refraction. There's atmospheric refraction, there's refraction through lenses, and there's double refraction.
Yeah, I don't know what double refraction is. I mean, look, there's different types of refraction. You've got Snell's law, you've got like shimmering, you've got twinkling, you've got atmospheric refraction, you've got, there's a few other different types as well. You've got heat haze and
the bending of light.
Yeah, so atmospheric refraction is essentially a series of miraging effects in varying strengths, right? Varying levels. Sometimes it'll just be a little bit of sinking or looming, which means something in the distance will look like it's loomed up a bit higher than what it should. or sinking would be the opposite of that, where it looks lower than what it should. And then you've got towering and stooping. Okay, so those ones are very noticeable. It will look like something in the distance is like squished, right? That's stooping, when it looks like it's squished and it looks really thin. And then sometimes you'll have it looks like it's stretched out long, really noticeable as well, right? And that's called towering, right? The opposite of each other once again. Now, the first ones I mentioned were sinking and looming, right? Where things look a bit higher or a bit lower. Now, once you have like a big difference in the refractive index, that's when you start getting into the more traditional miraging effects like superior mirages and inferior mirages. Now, looming is a form of superior mirage. I don't know if you've seen some of those images where it looks like there's a boat floating in the air, right? Yeah. That's a superior mirage. It's super noticeable, right? That's why we would never use footage that's showing a superior mirage or anything like that, right? Because it would be obviously it's a mirage, some crazy conditions, not good to use as an observation for anything. And then you've got the opposite of the superior mirage, which is called sinking. Which is called the inferior mirage, right? Which is like the more extreme version of sinking. And then that's like when you're looking down like the hot road and you have a warm layer of air and then it gets cooler as you go up and it looks like things are sinking. You know, they look lower than what they normally should. And then sometimes you'll see that like mirroring effect as well, which is a different type of effect called total internal reflection, but don't worry about that at the moment, okay? So we can count out most of these miraging effects, right? The only other miraging effect that I didn't mention is the Fata Morgana. You've probably heard of that as well. And that's like a really extreme version of the superior mirage where it's like you have like inverted things in the sky. It looks like you've got like upside down ships floating in the sky and all sorts of crazy things. Right, so obviously we don't have the Fata Morgana to deal with. We don't have the superior mirage or the inferior mirage. We don't really have any of the towering or stooping, right? So maybe there's a little bit of sinking or looming, right? That's the only two types of miraging effects that could possibly be happening due to what you can see in this image. Now, those effects can only, like that professor that I put in the chat earlier, those effects can only make a small difference, right? Usually it's like 7 to 8%, up to like 10, 15% in extreme conditions, according to the Globe Earth mainstream subject experts.
And what would that result in the Salt Lake test?
Well, the way that professor explains it in the video before, he said that would allow you to see up to like 10% beyond the curvature of the Earth, right? The limitation would be the horizon. So you would be able to see like up to 10%, 12%, 15% beyond where that horizon should be. So instead of the horizon being at 2.7 miles, it would be at like 2.9 miles or something like that. But what we're seeing in these observations is the horizon is like 10 times further away than what it should. Over 1,000%, 2,000%, even more in some cases. Right, so this atmospheric refraction, sure, you need to take it into consideration, but it doesn't anywhere near explain these observations. And we can replicate all of these miraging effects on a small scale. And what we can't do is replicate what we're seeing in these observations on a small scale, right? If you were to set up like a small scale curved surface to represent the curvature of the Earth over 10 miles, and then you set up like an oil platform to represent the oil platform that's 10 miles away, right? You can't do anything to recreate any type of, like, you can add in all of the humidity and heat or cool or anything like that you want. You're never going to be able to flatten out the entire surface, right? And make it completely hide the geometric horizon that's in front of the makeshift oil platform that you put down, and then have that horizon pop up behind the oil platform. It's crazy. You could never do that. It's actually a really ridiculous claim by the Globe side to say that that's what's happening. You know, it actually goes against the mainstream, right? That's why that person that I showed you in the video, right? He's not one of these people that's like anti-flat Earth, right? Trying to do whatever they can to try to debunk the flat earthers and following them around to all different servers, trying to debunk everything they say, right? This is just a scientist going off the mainstream textbooks. And he said, refraction, 8 to 10%, sometimes a bit more extreme than that, right? If you can show me anything beyond that, I'll be blown away. That's impossible on a globe. So that's what we're showing. But yeah, look into it. I mean, I don't expect you to take my word for any of this stuff, and I wouldn't even want you to. I mean, go look into this stuff yourself and come to your own conclusion. I mean, I asked all these same questions when I first started looking into it as well. It took me tons of time. And, I actually lived on the biggest saltwater lake in Australia. We had an 18-kilometer stretch across the lake. And I had a boat, and I bought a Nikon P900 camera. I went and I did like dozens and dozens of tests, and I could zoom in. Right, I could set up the camera on one shoreline, just a couple of feet off the surface, and I could zoom in because it had sandy beaches around this lake. So it was very distinct shorelines. So I could zoom in, I could see the beach on the other side, 18 kilometers away consistently. So that's what we try to encourage people to do. Like, look into it, and then if you want to, you can go and like double check this stuff yourself. Unlike the most of the arguments from the globe side is like things up in the sky that you can never validate, right? Will be the majority of their arguments. Well, look at the sky. It proves the Earth is a globe.
Okay, something I'm intrigued about are, to put it simply, ancient mysteries. That means that the globers, the globe lie, if you will, would have had to literally take the ratio, I mean the size of the Earth, the scale of the Earth, from the Great Pyramid of Giza. Or it's just a coincidence, the lie and the ratio of the pyramid.
What's the ratio of the curvature? I mean, those pyramids have nothing to do with the Earth being a globe. I mean, these pyramids were built by flat earthers, by the way, right? All of these ancient cultures were flat Earth cultures.
Yeah, but that's what I mean. If we go by the glober's perspective, and let's say the Earth has the dimensions they say it has, that would be a lie then. Where was I going? Either that lie would be completely coincidentally in the same ratio as the Great Pyramid, or they took that lie, took inspiration from the lie from the pyramid. Do you see what I'm saying?
Yeah, I'm not sure of the correlation between the radius and the pyramids. I don't think that there's any correlation there. I'm not sure exactly what you mean by
there is
the pyramids match up with something. Yeah, what is it exactly?
The Great Pyramid of Giza. That pyramid has the same ratios as relative to itself as half of the Earth has in relation to itself. If the Earth is a globe, if we go by the glober's standards.
Well, I mean, it was built by flat earthers, so I mean, I don't see why it would have anything to do with that. I mean, they just built a pyramid, so they thought the Earth was an extended plane.
The biggest thing I'm fighting here, because I see your point and it makes sense to me, to be honest. And I am generally a skeptical guy, even distrustful many times. But this is too big, man. I don't see how this would not, be big.
Yeah, it's pretty big. I mean, That's one of the questions that I had, that over the first 6 months I was looking into it. It's like, no way could this many people be incorrect about this. Surely a ton of these experts have gone out and actually measured the Earth. But then you start digging into it throughout all of history. Try to find any scientists or any of these people, right, that have actually gone and tested the Earth for curvature, and you'll be very, very disappointed in what you find.
Are there any calculations? Because we are after all, standing on the shoulders of giants. Are there any calculations that mismatch?
Yeah, that's what you're going to find. What you're going to find is a bunch of calculations based off assumptions, right? So even if you typed in right now to Google, who measured the curvature of the Earth, it's going to come up with an ancient Greek guy called Eratosthenes. Now, what he did was he pre-assumed that the Earth was a globe, and then he pre-assumed that the sun rays come in perfectly parallel from an infinite distance sun, right? That's what he made, those two assumptions, and then he did some mathematics based off the Earth being a sphere and the sun rays being parallel, and then he was able to calculate like a circumference value.
He was the guy that modernized the idea that Earth is a globe.
Well, it's really interesting. What's interesting is that when you dig into Eratosthenes, right, there's no primary evidence at all that he even ever existed. Now, this is like agreed upon as well, right, amongst like the professionals on the globe side, right? There's no primary documentation that this was ever done or that he even existed. People that lived in his area never spoke about him or anything like that. It wasn't until hundreds of years later that people even mentioned what he had done, and they say, oh, maybe it was handed down by word of mouth, right? We really have no way to even know that. So his existence alone is super sketchy. And then even if he did what people say he did, it doesn't prove that the Earth's a globe, right? There's like the Chinese did the same thing, but they assumed that the Earth was flat and stationary, and they did the same type of test, right, doing the shadow angles, and they concluded through their test that the Earth was flat. Now, Eratosthenes was wrong because he made the assumptions, and then the Chinese were wrong as well because they also made assumptions. You can't just make assumptions. And even mainstream scientists like Neil deGrasse Tyson, he made a video saying how it doesn't prove anything, right, because of the assumptions that were made. Like, you could do the same thing in a room in your house. If you put a light in the center, like, of the room on the ceiling, and then you put a stick underneath that light directly, it's going to have no shadow. And then you could put another stick on the other side of the room, and it's going to have a shadow. Okay? Yeah, so if you assume, so you could do the same math that Eratosthenes did, and you can work out the circumference of your flat floor. Right? That's how flawed that test is. It's just based on the assumptions. So what you're going to find when you dig into the globe side is you're going to find a lot of things like that, right? You're going to find a lot of mathematics based off assumptions. And it seems like most people in modern times, like, they just take it in good faith that, right, the radius value is correct, and then they base their mathematics off that radius value. But
that
when you were talking,
mean that all calculations based upon these source calculations, if you will, based on assumptions, would all coincidentally work.
Well, that's the thing. Most of these calculations that are based on this radius value are things that you can never validate, right? Like the distance to the sun and the size of Mars and the distance to the moon and all of these types of things, right? This type of science that's textbook definition pseudoscience, right? Astrophysics and that kind of thing. When it comes to actual real-world application, you'll find that it's utilized as a flat stationary plane. Like aerospace engineers, for example, is a good example. Now, they design their planes right? Military planes, commercial planes, whatever. They assume that the Earth is flat and stationary for all of their calculations in their aircraft design. I've spoken to numerous aerospace engineers. One of my friends, aerospace engineer, works for the government. He's a globe earther, right? But he said, look, all of the calculations we do are based off a flat stationary Earth, right? I can show you links right now. I can show you the FAA flight dynamics manuals. They all say the same thing. They'll say, yeah, in the calculations for the aircraft design, we assume that Earth is flat and stationary. And then there's so many pilots that are flat earthers as well. Like there's just interview after interview, commercial pilots, military pilots, that are flat earthers, and they explain how they were trained, to treat the Earth as flat and stationary, just as the plane was designed. So, you'll find that the Earth is actually utilized as a flat stationary plane in most cases anyway. And other times it's still measured as a flat stationary plane, and then like data will be transferred into a spherical coordinate system, right? Like GPS, for example.
Yeah, that's what I was gonna ask.
Yeah, there's another guy. I don't know if he can chat right now. Probably not the most researched on the GPS argument, but if you see a guy in here, he's gone now. Called Sporadic.
Last
He's
time
like,
I spoke to Says Who. He joined just now. I saw.
oh yep, yeah. I'm sure someone else in here can go over the GPS stuff a lot better than what I could. And my brain's starting to shut down as well because it's like 4:20 at the moment.
Wow, you have the same time there as here?
I'm in Poland, man.
Oh, I thought you were in Australia. I was surprised.
Oh yeah, I'm from Australia, but I live in Poland.
Wow, we're close to each other. Yeah, it's
Yeah,
almost time to smoke. I don't smoke anymore. That was a joke. I used to smoke all the time, though.
Same.
I can't do more conversation now because my girl just picked up her toothbrush, so it's time.
Yeah. I
And
think
got work
DJ's
as well
been
tomorrow.
burning the midnight oil.
What? Sorry?
Yeah, DJ's been burning the midnight oil. I apologize. I couldn't. I just finished making dinner, or I would have stuck on there. But brilliant conversation, man. Even though that guy tried to derail it, it was awesome listening to you guys.
I'm gonna revisit for sure. This is interesting, I think. Like I said, I like. I've been distrustful my whole life, basically. So yeah.
Yeah, I appreciate the chat anyway. If you want more information, like this is okay. So just one last thing I wanted to mention really quickly. So back in 2015, 2016, Flat Earth was becoming like the most popular search term on YouTube and Facebook, right? And
Yeah,
Flat
that's
Earth
when I
videos.
first heard about it.
Yeah, it was going crazy. Like it actually became the #1 search term on all of YouTube. Even during the Trump 2016 elections, it actually overtook Donald Trump in popularity because they used to put the statistics on YouTube. They don't do that anymore. But what happened after then was the government got together with like the executives of Facebook and YouTube and Google, and they decided that they're going to censor the Flat Earth information. And actually, Platters just put a video in the side chat where it actually shows the Congress hearing where they talk about how they're going to censor Flat Earth. So since then, right? If you,
is this real?
Yeah. So if you go to YouTube and you type in like Flat Earth, it just comes up like all of the proper Flat Earth content is completely shadow banned. So it'll just come up with a playlist of propaganda. So it not only did they censor it, but they replaced it with a playlist of like absolute propaganda where they'll show discs floating in space with all water pouring off the edges and people mocking Flat Earth and just like crazy stuff, right? Just to turn people away from it when they first look into it. Now, we have like if you type in the name of like a proper Flat Earth video, it doesn't come up, right? It just comes up with the same playlist of propaganda. anyway, what I was getting at was we have a home server. It's got about 30,000 members. And we've logged all of the flat Earth content in categories, right, in the channels. So if you want flat Earth information, you can click on my profile and click into our home server. And if you want to look up something about NASA or gravity or eclipses or anything like that, it's all like categorized. And there's like terabytes and terabytes of the information that you won't be able to find it on YouTube or anything, but you can find it on our home server. So just throwing that option out there if you want to check something out at a later date.
Link it in the chat, please. I gotta go.
I can't link it in the chat, but I'll send you a DM.
I don't know if I can receive DMs from randoms. Let me add you, boy. They are called Polacks, or Polish people. I think in Polish you say Polak. In English you say I'm Polish. And yeah.
Australian, so he probably says polo.
Marco.
Polo.
That's what I say when I lose my wife in public.
What's up, guys?
Hey, what's going on?
Yeah. That was good listening.
Hold
What's
on,
going on, Jedi? What's up, T-Dub?
I didn't get the link, DJ.
Oh, you didn't? Yeah, I sent it. 1 second. I'll just send it again.
Oh, there we go.
If you join it now, I'll quickly go over there and I'll just give you the verified role so you can access the server properly. Save you having to go through the voice verification thing.
No, I ain't that deep yet in it. I need to hold on here in this chat first a couple times and be convinced.
Yeah, all good, man. I was just mentioning the home server, just in case you went and started trying to look stuff up on YouTube. It's just going to come up with a bunch of nonsense.
Yeah, that's no problem at all. You gotta shoot your shot. But I'll have the link for now to the website. Thank you.
Yeah, all good.
I ain't got no link, man. Or did you send the link?
It's the Discord server.
Yeah,
Oh,
you
it
got
is
the
the
link.
Discord server. You're talking
Yeah,
about
the
it.
Discord.
I thought you meant a website. Sorry, man. I'll join it.
Yeah, we do have a website in the making at the moment, but I don't know if it's complete. But yeah, all of that information that I was talking about, it's in the home server that I sent you.
Oh,
you just scroll down.
Now I
Yeah,
see.
scroll down. You'll see a section called additional information, and then there's tons and tons and tons of stuff there.
Let me see this additional information here. That's the where you mentioned I could where it was categorized, all these different things, eclipses and stuff like that.
Yeah. So yeah, like I showed you some long distance observations, but there's also tons of laser tests and things like that. For example, one of them is a team of field engineers that went out with a very, very high powered laser that cost about $30,000 or something like that, right? And they're documenting everything like very, very well. It's got a 180-page PDF document showing the long distance laser tests, step by step, accounting for all the variables. And they did a bunch of different tests over vast distances where they're shooting the laser across the surface of the water. So yeah, there's tons of stuff in there anyway. That would be in the laser test section. It's definitely worth having a look at. It's called FE Core.
I see it
Field
here.
Engineers Core.
is all of this in feet and miles?
I think it is. I think it is. No, I'm not sure. It could be a metric.
Yeah, I'll just translate it. It's okay.
Yeah.
Okay, I would like to say thank you very much for the chat.
Yeah, you too, man. I'm gonna go crash out as well. But yeah, I appreciate the chat.
Sleep tight.
Cheers, man.
Ciao.
Have to throw out some chum. Get some more globies in here. Got a bunch of geniuses on the panel.
That was awesome, DJ. Really awesome.
That was a good chat with that guy. It's good when someone's willing to listen, isn't it? You know, this is such a difference. That guy came in halfway through and tried to derail the conversation, but luckily that didn't work out. Well, if we want some more people in here, we could start an event.
Might as well, mate.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right.
might as well.
What's a catchy event title?
A kitschy title?
Oh, a catchy title. Where the fuck's your ball, you cunt? Try that one. Is that a little bit too mean? If the Earth isn't a sphere, can we know anything at all? If the Earth is flat, where are my socks?
What about, have you ever seen the curvature of the Earth, or have you personally seen the curvature? No, I don't know. I like the sock one.
All flat earthers are stupid. Why are you so smart? I don't know. Everybody that's in the general chat seems to think all flat earthers are crazy and need third grade science material. Because I've been in there just asking them to come in and have a conversation. They might as well be throwing rocks at me.
Dude, it's like the movie Idiocracy. Same thing.
I mean, we could make it fun. Be like, come in and rate our crazy Earth, or rate our flat Earth crazy. I don't know.
Yeah, I was like, yeah, as I said, I'm like basically like, yeah, come in and have a good faith conversation with us. Good on you all. They're like, F you effing twink, you know, like, holy crap.
You could call the event Flat Earth Golden Ticket.
Like CB's event, so win a Cybertruck.
Yeah, use platters. Look what Platter wrote.
Yeah, or something like that. If the Earth's a globe, why is it so flat? That's a good one. Belief or knowledge? Challenging.
Or if the Earth's a globe, why are you gay?
Someone sent me a DM. Earth's not flat, bro.
Oh, what? Really? Dang! All this time.
Someone called Bad Boy.
Oh, Bad Boy's been around for ages. Yeah. He must be listening on YouTube or something.
Be.
He's when I've spoken to him, he's kind of like on the fence-ish, but more globe. Yeah.
Sounds like he's confused.
Alrighty, so how did Cucumber go this morning or last night for you lot? Did he finish having a meltdown, or did it finally sink in?
No, that guy's an absolute clown. Yeah, he earned himself a mute in metric radius value.
Because he was trying to prove his refractive thing, and all I said to that was, I bet you there's an R involved in his equation, and you wouldn't believe it. I just scrolled back about 500 messages, and here's his so-called little quotation, or whatever he wanted to call it, and guess what's in it? R. How did I not know that was gonna?
Yeah, he basically he was just refusing to address any of the long distance observations, and he just kept telling us that we don't know calculus, so we're not worthy of talking to him. But he wouldn't address anything that we were bringing up.
Everything's mathematical to these guys. They're straight out of university. Everything's an equation. But the bit that they don't get is those numbers have to be tied to something. They are referencing something. It's that something that they've got to understand. And once they understand what that something is, and they can grab those numbers and put it back to that item, and they'll realize that the numbers don't match.
Exactly.
But anyways, I was just wondering how we went, because he was pretty headstrong earlier on, bit of an expert, but
Yeah, it didn't go well. I mean, he was just chat skanking anyway.
But if you do want some other entertaining news, Grandpa Fiddlebone has got a listening pass back at home base. I didn't feel generous enough to give him a VC verified because he felt like a troll. You get that. I've crossed him a few times, and the boys were there having a chat to him this morning. And I thought, I'll give you a listening pass only. There is no way you're going to get any higher than that.
Yeah. He's like a low-level troll. I mean, he doesn't he's not like malicious or anything. He's just tries to be funny, and he just comes in and says dumb things, and
he's just a pest. Yeah.
He's
but
like a pest.
In all seriousness, though, he actually, after I told him to shut his yap about 9 times because he just kept trying to overrun everything like he normally does, we sat him down and we said something about laser tests. And it was, have you done these laser tests? Well, actually, no. My thing is measuring the light of the sun and trying to calculate things from that. And he goes, what? And we sat him down and explained to him the inverse square law and what the measurements do. And he said, yeah, so that just proves that the Earth's moving. And I said, well, you've sort of got to have a look at how much it should be moving. If these intensity readings are correct, from 12 noon to 6 p.m., the Earth should technically move 90 million miles extra further away from the sun in order to have the correct light levels. And he's like, but it doesn't do that. Well, no shit, mate.
Yeah, it's interesting that those temperature readings. We'll have to go over that again sometime. Definitely interesting.
Yeah. I'd like to have a few more spare hours to be able to crack open some more, but the easy way to do it, if you look up your local observatory, a lot of them keep that data and it's open to the public. So you can download, if you can find one that does it, just download their data sheets and get it off them. And they are a lot more in-depth than what I've done.
Yeah, I don't know if I completely trust them.
Well, all they do is collect data. So it's not that they're trying to prove anything. They just collect raw data.
True.
What gets done with it after that, well, that's up to the individual. But, I was just getting intensity readings just to see what a better understanding of the inverse square law and what it does. So, and how it behaves.
I thought the inverse square law was when a nerd becomes cool.
Yo, hey guys. This is Laz. I lost my account. I was wondering how you get voice in politics room if anybody has access in there.
It's you, lads.
Yeah, bro, I lost my account. I lost my two-factor authentication thing, and I couldn't get my account back. They said they had to delete it.
Crazy.
Yeah, you don't have to worry about this account or nothing. I'm gonna make another account with the email that they're deleting. This is my secondary email, so I'm gonna make another one. I just want to know how to connect to voice in the politics as well, so I can do it from my other account as well.
How to connect to voice?
Yeah, it says that I can't get in there because I don't have the correct role or something. Let me see. It says you don't have permission to join this voice channel. This channel is only for selected members and roles.
Do you have phone verification on that
Yes.
account? You
Yes.
do? Okay. Yeah, I don't know much about politics, but I don't know. We can try to tag tag heretic.
Oh no, you're good. It's okay. Yeah, I'll just wait for my other account. And they're deleting my other one, unfortunately. But yeah, sucks. I had that account for like freaking 13 years, bro.
Oh shit.
Yeah.
Yeah, I lost my main account as well.
I'm not doing that two-factor shit again. It's terrible.
Yeah, it sucks.
Yeah, no more. It's alright though. Thank you. I appreciate you, bro. As always.
Good to see you, man.
Hey, as well. Thank you.
What happened though? How'd you lose your account?
I don't know. I tried using my two-factor authentication thing on my phone because that's where I was mostly. So it was just scanning my face, and then one day it didn't work. So then I reached out to support to see if they could help me. They said, if you can't use it on where you started it up on, then you can't have access to your account. I'm like, I got my phone number, email, whatever you need. I'll send you my picture, my driver's license or whatever. Yeah, dude. They said my account is unrecoverable. That's what they said.
What the heck?
Yeah,
Did you get a warning or anything, or?
No, dude. This is the whole two-factor thing. So because they can't, like, my phone isn't able to scan my face anymore, where I set it up at, then it can't. They can't recover my account anymore. So it's gone. It's alright.
That is so dumb.
Dude, I know. I'm not doing that two-factor thing anymore. That shit sucks. I'm like, because they could have just sent me an email or like a text to my phone, and I could have just recovered my account regularly, like any other regular place that has accounts or whatever. But it's alright. I'm gonna make a new account in the next day or so. I didn't even check my email. I don't know if they sent me. They're supposed to notify me when I can make an account with my email again, which they haven't sent yet, so it's okay. Tell Gucci. I'll let you guys know when I make my new account. It's probably gonna be Lats again. So it's not gonna be this one. Yeah, good to see you guys again.
Dude, that's crazy, brother. Sorry that happened to you.
No, that's all good. No worries. As long as I can still access these discords, talk to you guys, I'm good.
Isn't there like a music bot in here?
Yeah, there is. I just don't know how to use it.
Well, if you do like do the forward slash, because I guess do you have the power to do it?
Yeah, I'm a mod in the channel. Just don't.
Oh, nice. Okay, I want nobody do it. I want this. Hold on.
When I go in the chat, hit forward slash what?
He
Oh, DJ's still up? All right, cool.
that didn't work. Oh, just make sure it's nothing copyright. Oh.
Yeah, yeah, it can't be copyrighted material. Gotta be a strike against the channel or whatever.
Okay.
Yeah, you can play like one of if you follow Drace AI or if you're subscribed to Drace, he's got like I don't know.
Oh, can you play like the cover, like a cover song of it?
I'm not sure how that
No.
works.
There, that's what I think about that.
Yeah.
So you can't do the cover either?
No, nothing that even resembles anything copyrighted, unfortunately. But I think usually like any of the FE music is fine, but nothing that's like a record label sort of thing.
I see. So like an independent person that's like
Yeah, even if it's just a independent person, even if it's a vlog, right? And then they walk past a restaurant and there's like 10 seconds of a song playing in the background, like they can get a copyright strike over that. It's ridiculous.
I mean, it's free publicity. Like why I mean nobody's making money off this. Is it or no? Anyway.
I'll see if I can find this playlist.
Yeah, you can play like I know Sporadic has a few tracks on his YouTube. And it's the same name as his like Discord handle, Sporadic Echo. So you can play that. And then Drace is like I don't even know how many songs on his regular channel, which isn't like flat Earth content, but it's still not copyrighted really. Well, it might be by him, so he would be the one to place the strike. So should be okay. But he's got thousands of songs on there. So there's really no way to tell which one of them are like, really good or which one of them are just like up there. I'm pretty sure he takes his time and doesn't post just like everything. He only posts what sounds good. But, I mean, literally thousands of tracks. I couldn't believe how much content there was. I was like, wow. How you doing, Blue Mango G? Welcome to the room.
Huh?
Hello.
ఏంది?
Welcome to the room.
Yeah, bro. What's up, man?
Just hanging out, man. Got any questions about the room topic?
No, bro.
No.
to the show where you don't know if it's part of the show. Welcome to the show. If you don't know, it's part of the show. Didn't they teach you to reach for the stars while opening up the bars and keeping you chained down with mortgage bills and cars? Vaccines for your arms, kids sounding like supercharged, caffeinated hate-filled scars and rage-quit repertoires. No answers for yards, caught up in emotion that's not even yours. Imposter truths like impeccable retards, lined up for your serving of Gish Galloping wars. No remedy can't save the lost, in love with the yarn. I'm tired of walking into refracted shards, poor science displayed by disgusting bards. Soaked in sin with your dupe is delight in a new hand of cards. Been so long, seems like for love I'm just too hard, I'm just too hard. I said, welcome to the show where you don't know if it's part of the show. Welcome to the show. If you don't know, you don't know. Intoxicated 8 makes you believe you're spinning in space while you have no shame or grace. It's a disdainful state I used to contemplate, how to save myself from my own self-hate. Wonder why I was even made with a dreadful fate, forced to try and awake with a full plate. No one to help me stay awake or educate. I've had to liberate and fight through hidden gates. But my brother, heaven could never be late, and rockets don't work in space. It's all fake, the show is on Mars. It's a joke, but you're too far gone, it won't be long. Fepe's beak is strong. We have our song and we march along like streams of knowledge leading to God's holy pond, and lives of truth that hits the bong and sings the song, turns mankind from the wrong. We come in peace with a holy gown, and all of us wearing our holy crowns. So the earth is flat and we probably just won't get along, just to go along. I said, welcome to the show where you don't know if it's part of the show. Welcome to the show. If you don't know, you don't know.
Just when you wake up from unconsciousness, catch the Masons at their evil tricks. A final fleeting chance to fix all of their tricks.
Next meeting, we're not going to discuss if our Earth is flat. Thank you very much.
Yeah. ODD TV. Payday Monsanto. Let's get it, homie.
We sleep, the alarm's going off, beep, beep. Time to wake up to the deceit. Our whole reality's made up by the elite. They live, we sleep, the alarm's going off, beep, beep. Time to wake up to the deceit. Our whole reality's made up by the elite.
They live, we sleep, the alarm's going off, beep, beep. Time to wake up to
deceit. Our whole reality's made up by the elites. They live, we sleep. The alarm's going off, beep, beep. Time to wake up to the deceit. Our whole reality's made up by the elites. I came here to kick some ass just like Roddy Piper. That walk among us, they got me hyper. But don't be chewing that bubble gum, it's got aspartame. It's a chemical directly targeted at your brain, just like the fluoride that they put in the water supply, and all the geoengineering we got in the sky. I'm trying to tell you, and I hope that you're hearing me clearly. This ain't no bullshit speculation, conspiracy theory. They live and they're controlling every move you make, from the apartment that you live in to the juice you drink. They give you television to help you ignore this prison, while feeding you genetically modified organisms. They want us like the Walking Dead, just obey and consume. Don't worry about anything, keep awaiting your doom. To all my warriors out there, this is indeed my call. It's the cabal. They live, we sleep. The alarm's going off, beep, beep. Time to wake up to the deceit. Our whole reality's made up by the elites. They live, we sleep. The alarm's going off, beep, beep. Time to wake up to the deceit.
Yeah, they leave quick, don't they?
Thank you, Jesus.
Yeah, Berserker, that was like that was a take on that Doors song. That wasn't actually the Doors.
Yeah, I know, of course, I know. Yeah.
It's just the audio was just too much. That mix was just couldn't get behind it.
Yeah, the performer didn't have a nice voice. I mean, you cannot replace the voice
No,
of
it was
Jim
just
Morrison.
it was a bad mix, really. That was the main thing.
Yeah.
It was overproduced. Too much distortion going on.
Nevertheless, the lyrics are very nice.
Yeah, I could get, like I said, I could get behind the lyrics. Dogma, welcome.
The Doors were awesome. Even though I read that, we know his father was a high officer or something. I don't know. What was he? Colonel?
He was a captain on the Bay of Tonkin. The whole thing set up for Vietnam War. His father was captain on one of the ships.
Yeah, I read that his father was one of the minds behind the. There was a book about Woodstock, something that the Woodstock was actually,
Metal stock.
No, Woodstock. You know Woodstock, the 60s, the song from the 60s.
Yeah.
There is a theory. There is a theory that it is from the CIA. It was constructed by the CIA. How was the book called,
Woodstock?
John?
I don't remember. But yeah, I never really read too much into Jim and his ties to his father's ties to the government. So
Yeah, same thing with Woody Harrelson. Woody Harrelson from Cheers, the big actor. His father apparently was one of the guys involved in the JFK shooting, somewhere about there. Doesn't matter.
yeah, really no tell. Yeah, there's really no way to confirm or deny anything, man.
Yeah.
With that stuff. See if I can find something else for us.
See, if you go far back enough, my father was Adam, so that's my claim to fame.
That's funny.
A tide breathes low where the edges blur. A voice of mist begins to stir. In the cradle of waves where the light bends thin, the currents carve paths where the stars begin. Each ripple a story, each crest a vow. We drift through the folds of the endless now. Rise, rides the dark's embrace. We chase its arc through uncharted space. Rise, rise through the veil of tides, where the heart of the deep and the heavens collide. We shed our anchors, we break the seam, awaken the pulse of a boundless dream. The water remembers what the stone forgets, each drop a debt to the infinite's bets. Do we swim or sink or become the sea? The question burns where the soul runs free. In the churn of the deep we have forged anew. Our shadows dissolve and the dawns break through. No map, no chain, no fear to bind. We are the tide, the spark, the mind. The surge ignites, the heavens roar. We carve the path where none saw before. The tide recedes, yet its song remains, a whisper of light through the heart's soft veins. We stand transformed where the currents meet, the stars our roots, the sky our feet. Through the veil we glide, no end inside. Born of the tide we become the light.
United States went to the moon just for fun. In North Korea, landed on the sun. I said, ooh, look what you've done. I said, ooh, look what you done. Richard Nixon, telephone the moon. So why don't you trust Kim Jong-un? I said, ooh, look what you done. Ooh, yeah. I said, ooh, look what you done. United States went to the moon just for fun. In North Korea, landed on the sun. I said, ooh, look what you've done. I said, ooh, look what you've done. I said, ooh, look what you've done. I said, ooh, what you've done.
However, scientists estimate that the species to grow up to 66.
Wow. Not cool, bro.
Do we not have any Globers in here? Oh, never mind.
We just lost that last one.
Rip. What was that last guy meeting?
I have a picture of a big round ball with cartoon legs and cartoon face doing squats. Don't know where that came from, right?
Where's all of our new flat earthers at? I was helping one guy practice the other day. Where did he go?
Do you think people now just accept that it's not fucking round?
Yeah.
Should we just give up? Like like a self-evident truth. Once they measure it and see how far they can see and shit like that there, and like no motion, they're like, you just go, fuck. Yes, okay, it's not a big ball, right? So what next?
Maybe it's a really, 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 really big ball.
Oh shit, we heard that before. So big. Yes, I've heard that before. We've heard them all now. It's been 15 fucking years. We heard everything.
The ball's
Maybe
just...
maybe it's so big you can't see your penis.
Oh man. I still cannot get into the main politics. Oh well.
You can't get in?
No, that's alright. No worries.
Hey, bro, if you can't get into there, there's something wrong with you, man. Everybody and his dog can get in there, bro.
Dude, I know. It says I can't get in because of some... What is this? Hold on, let me see exactly what it says.
It's called a full server, dude.
Bro, it says...
No, it says it's full. There's no place for you. Go find it somewhere else.
It says you don't have permission to join this voice channel. This channel is only for
permission.
selected members and roles. I'm like, so I went to the roles and I'm like, bro, which roles do I need to join this channel? So I was like, picking... Dude,
That
I
sounds a
know.
bit elitist. I've never seen that before, to be honest with you.
So I was like selecting like a bunch of random roles. I'm like just trying to get in there, but it won't let me.
Hang on, let me try out to you. I'll come back to you. Hang on a second.
All right, thank you, brother.
No problem.
Do I just pick like? Let me try picking a rule from like each. Palestine, centrist, conservative, sure, why not? Pro-gun, globalist.
Oh my fucking god. I mean, sorry. Oh my god.
You figure it out.
Bloody hell. It's like mayhem. It's like there's like 40 people trying to talk over each other in there.
Wow, rip.
And you can't get on. You must be barred for life. Like you must have said something really bad one day.
Bro, I just made this account like a week ago.
Yeah, music. Yeah, let's go.
We can listen to music though. That's fine too. Yeah.
Yeah, good luck, Case.
Yeah, the music is super loud. Let me turn them down just a little bit.
Beneath bent boughs where breezes break, tread a trail unshorn.
I hope this isn't AI. I hate AI.
Through shifting shale and silver streams,
Sounds like
hone a fate unknown. Let dust descend with whispered weight, a cloak of cool repose. Yet kindle embers where shadows fade, a spark that fiercely grows. Let hearts grow hushed, let night's weight press, yet hope takes root in wilderness. Shatter the stillness, set the sparks free. Shape each soul in eternity through hollow hills where echoes roam. Seek the truth, a boundless home.
Hello, Word. Are you Word?
Past craggy cliffs where cold winds call, stride through mist and mire. Let sodden soil sing soft and slow, a hymn of hidden fire. No compass carves a crooked course, no star to steer the sight. Yet every step, a stubborn spark ignites the endless night.
Holy shit, no. Seriously, AI is actually kind of good, right? I don't like it, but it's kind of good.
Hello, Joel. How you doing, brother? You can turn down the music bot if you want to have a conversation.
This Matthew Learns in here will really talk about
Is he?
flat Earth. No, he's not.
no.
No.
Oh,
I-
okay.
you-
Oh, that's funny. Ship Hater, how you doing, brother? You can turn down the music bot if you want to have a convo.
No, I'm okay, bro. Can you hear me well?
Yes, sir.
Where you from, bro?
USA, where are you from?
Brazil.
Oh, nice, man. Did you know that the Earth is
Do you
measured
like-
flat in Brazil as well?
Sorry, I was talking. I didn't heard what you said. Can you say it again?
Yeah, I was just saying that the Earth is measured flat in Brazil as well.
Measure flat. I don't know what it means.
Oh,
You're in the wrong fucking server, bro.
you know, that's hard because if he doesn't know what measured or flat means, how would I say
Measured or
that?
flat. Yeah, that's a bit that's hardcore. Like, son.
Let me try to translate that.
Yeah, you're good, man. You're good. I'm trying to figure out how I would say
Measure
that to
flat.
somebody.
Doesn't
Yeah.
Brazil have like lots of flat plains?
Like flat. Okay, wait. I have no idea what you're talking about. Sorry.
You have no idea.
What is like a more simple
No,
word
I don't know
to
what
say
it
for measure?
Do you have a song you can
Measure is like you want to try how
measure?
big is
with
it?
Tape. Yes.
Yeah, like when you
But how big
survey
is
the
what?
land.
Oh, for fuck's sake. What's this guy's name? Do you think the Earth is round? Do you think the Earth is a ball? Is the Earth a ball?
I can understand you, bro. I'm sorry. Maybe I'm a little
can't-
bit dumb. Or
Maybe
your
you should go to the
accent.
fucking Brazilian server. Where they speak Portuguese.
Okay.
Is the
And,
wait? Do you
and
speak-
where are
do
you
speak
from?
Spanish?
Where is this accent from? No,
Where-
yes,
my
I can
accent
speak
from?
Spanish because I learned it in school.
I'll give you 3 guesses.
Let me see how I
Hey,
can
you're
say
from
fall in
England?
Spanish.
That's
Hold on,
cool.
I'm gonna bust up a translator for you, bro. Porque hablo español también, so I got you, bro.
Yo
Cinco
puedo
de
hablar un
Mayo.
poquito, pero no muy bien.
Got you, dude. Give me like 2 secs.
Cinco de Mayo.
5 de Mayo.
That's Spanish, sorry. You're Portuguese, eh?
Yeah, I speak Portuguese.
Portuguese. It's a very hard language to learn.
Yeah, it's really hard because there's a lot of verbs, and a lot of different words, articles, all these stuffs.
Do you do the male and the female thing too, like the Italians? How do you say hello?
I'm
Thank
going,
you.
bro.
What?
Hola, tudo bien?
Hola. Oh, bien.
Yeah, you're right.
Hello, how are you? Is that
Do you think the Earth
Yeah.
is a globe?
You can say,
in
hola,
Portuguese?
¿cómo estás?
or flat?
Oh, ¿cómo estás? Hello, ¿cómo estás?
Okay, I got you, bro. Okay, so in Spanish it says, ¿Crees que la Tierra es esférica o plana?
That's very good, but he's not Spanish.
Oh, now I now understood how you. Okay, yeah. I don't think it is flat, but I think it is a squirrel.
A squirrel.
Squirrel.
A squirrel?
Yeah. Yeah.
Like a
¿Por
red
qué
squirrel
una
or a gray
squirrel?
squirrel?
Yeah, why?
Sorry.
Oh, fuck's sake.
¿Por qué
Is it a
la
red
Tierra?
squirrel or a gray squirrel?
Esfera.
No es una esfera. It is like it is flat, but there's 6 sides.
What?
Esfera oblato.
So it's like a disco ball?
Wait, somebody can actually speak Portuguese.
No.
Oh, you mean like a square, like a cube?
Plato is 6.
Yeah, like a cube.
Like a cube. It's interesting.
I'm pretty sure about it. I was
How you-
watching Simpsons these days, and I saw that.
You're funny, bro. So you
Don't you
discovered that
think so?
there's this. Yeah, no, it's got 6 sides.
You're saying it's like some type of polyhedron? Some type of polyhedron?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Let me see. Where's my English to Spanish translator at? What the? I just had it up.
He's not Spanish, bro. He's Portuguese. It's completely.
Yeah, he said he spoke Spanish though.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I can speak Spanish too.
Oh. Multilingual.
How do you know the Earth is a 6-sided shape? ¿Cómo sabes que la Tierra tiene forma de 6 lados?
That's pretty good.
Because I was watching a Simpsons episode, and I watched it there.
Bruh.
That's pretty good, Ace. You can speak Portuguese?
No, I just speak a little bit of Spanish. That's all.
Okay.
Let me see.
How do you say let me see in fucking Portuguese? Let me see.
Okay. Ya sabes que la televisión no es lo mismo que la realidad.
Ah, gracias. Is that Spanish? Or how do you say thank you in Portuguese? I forget.
This is the same, right?
Gracias.
Yeah.
Gracias. Same as Spanish.
Puedo ir al baño, por favor.
Yeah, gracias. Mil gracias.
Can I go to the bathroom?
Yeah, that's what I remember from my Spanish class, was just to get out of there.
Yeah. pero you had to say, puedo ir al cuarto de baño.
Mucho gracias. So Portuguese and Spanish are they're very similar, right? Are they? Like
Yeah,
Scottish,
yeah,
Irish,
but there is two kind of
Canadian,
yeah, but
American.
there's two.
Yeah, there's two kinds of
There's two
Portuguese.
kind of. Sorry.
There's two kind. There's a lot of kind of Spanish too.
Yeah, yeah, but they are similar, you know. Like if you're in South America, there's a lot of Spanish, but they are a little bit similar. But if you look to the Portuguese from Portugal and Portuguese from Brazil, they are really different.
So,
Oh,
if
yeah,
the
for
Earth
sure.
was round and flat, and they would speak to each other, would it be like in Spanish and Portuguese?
Yeah, I think.
Yeah. If it was six-sided or two-sided, they would speak to each other like almost like in Spanish. They would understand each other.
There's something called Portuñol, like it's a mix of Portuguese and Spanish. So when we are talking to each other, we do that.
Oh, it sounds good. I like that.
Yeah, bro. La
Yeah.
tierra es un plano en inglés o español también, bro. I got you.
I got you.
So you guys think that the Earth is flat?
Oh, hell yeah, dude. It measures to be flat.
It's a fucking ball anyway, bro.
Are you guys Christians?
Measure.
Some are, some aren't.
Medida. Measures.
Does it matter?
Piso.
Piso. That's
Piso, cabrón.
Porque.
Cabrón. Damn.
I don't know the word, being honest.
Piso is flat in Spanish. And cabrón is like Mexican slang, I'm assuming.
No,
thought it was
cabrón, I know.
At all.
Piso.
La tierra medidas para ser plano.
Órale, piso.
Órale.
Órale, homie. Oh shit, did we scare him off? Is he gone? Oh no, he's still here. Okay.
When we want to talk about the Earth is flat or no,
Mm-hmm.
I mean I don't have any strong opinion about it. I believe is round and that's it.
What do you think it's round?
¿Por qué?
¿Por qué? Let me think. I don't know. Maybe there is many people around the world and also around the history, who proved that the Earth is round. All this.
Okay.
Very
Mentirosa.
Which proof exactly are you talking about?
Vasco da Gama.
Sorry?
Which proof?
I don't. Mathematical proof is the maybe the how to say it. The tool we have to prove many things.
Physics or math? You guys, they don't speak English well. You have to be patient and help them out, right?
Oh yeah.
Are you talking about like physics or mathematics? Is that what you're trying to say?
Yes. Well, physics speaks through mathematics also. Describe the world using mathematics.
Yeah, you will apply mathematics after you've observed something. Damn, I cannot
Sorry?
speak English right now. Sorry. You will apply mathematics
See,
after you've observed something.
Do you know who measured the Earth?
Come again?
Nobody.
Okay. What country are you from?
I'm from Mexico.
Oh, okay. Órale.
Hola, cabrón.
Okay, let me ask the question.
Okay. Okay, so who measured the Earth? Which
measured the Earth?
Which hombre measured with mathematica, the Earth?
¿Y a quién midió la tierra?
Ellos están te preguntando quién
you're right.
No, I get it. I get it.
Another.
I
No,
got
I
it.
got the best
My
Spanglish.
speaking is not so good, so bear with
It's
me.
okay. Don't worry about it.
Bro, I
I'm
got.
fluent in languages I don't speak.
Yeah, bro, habla español también, okay? I got
I
you.
don't think you have to measure the Earth just to have this this decision that is
Yeah,
flat.
you
know?
do though. You have to measure. That's how you come to realizations, right? It's based on measuring. You don't just look at something and know whether it's level or not, right?
Yeah, necesitas
Wait.
medir
If I
porque cómo lo sabías.
if I can prove that the men have been in the moon, you can believe. If I prove that, you believe that the Earth is not
How would
flat.
you? How would you prove
How are you
it?
going to prove it?
How would?
Yeah.
Yeah. How would
How are
you
you
prove
gonna?
that?
I was listening on podcast and I discovered that when USA have been went to the moon, they left a mirror there. So if you go to a really good how to say it, the places that
We've
the
heard
guys
it
have
before.
telescopes,
Well,
Yeah,
you can
heard
put a
it
laser
before.
on
You
it.
Well, the reflectors
Yeah.
and bouncing
Heard it
light off the
before.
moon was supposedly done before they even went up to the moon itself, so that's not proof. But
Okay.
also, how do you
Yeah.
leave the Earth if the Earth is contained? ¿Cómo se
Contained.
abandona?
Can you translate that word?
Contendia?
I don't know because
Wait,
it's
what
different
word?
in Portuguese. Let me
What word?
content.
Contained. How do you say barrier?
Contained?
Contain?
Barrera?
Border.
I don't know.
Contien.
Barrera.
American
Contien.
Barrera.
Okay, it's like a gate or something like that.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, to keep the gas on Earth. Yeah.
Oh, container.
The border.
Uno, ¿cómo se dice?
So how the
Where?
you know the small balls on the space that get in the Earth? I don't know how to say that in English.
Wait,
Meteoro.
say that again?
The small balls on the space.
Balls in space.
Who fall in the Earth. Like the dinosaurs.
Oh, meteor and
dives.
rocket, asteroids. That's what he's talking about. The balls that fall from the
Yeah.
sky.
Oh.
It's like a meteoroid.
Yeah, how the asteroids falls on Earth if you have this contained.
That's a good
Well,
question.
you would have to go out there to prove that those are balls in outer space, right?
Those are something else.
Good point.
But yeah, I mean, if you were able to leave, which you can't, then we can never verify if those things are outside of Earth.
And what about internet and the satellites?
So you can have satellites on Earth. They just can't be in outer space.
Oh, I think they have to be really far to works.
Mm-hmm. You can have technology in the sky, just not in outer space.
Wait.
If you need a signal, you need to be near. You need to be near a cell phone tower if you need a signal. You're not going to put your tower freaking miles up in the air to get it out to make it further from you. You're going to want to be closer to it. You're not going to put it further away to get a better signal.
That's absolutely right.
I have a good one. You know, how can a guy go can travel between United States for both you know, you can go for the left and the right in the globe. You know what I mean? There's two ways to go.
Yeah, that would be called circumnavigation.
If you want to travel to Japan. No.
Oh,
I
no?
don't know how to explain that because my English is creepy.
It's okay. Just take your time.
Take your time. Yeah, take your time.
Yeah.
You don't have to feel like rush.
But you know, you want
Can
to
we do
travel
the whiteboard? It'll be easier. We can draw. Does the whiteboard work?
Yeah, I think it does.
No.
I haven't used it at all.
It's fun.
Why?
Wait a minute. There's a long time I don't speak in English.
It's okay. Oh, we gotta get out of this.
Yeah. So more to your point about satellites too. You could hook up stuff to high altitude balloons pretty easily, send it up there, get signals off of that stuff. You also have Zeppelin type technology, so you could have big old Zeppelins up there, and they could be so high you wouldn't even see them. So you have that type of stuff too.
Wait. If I want to travel from the USA to Japan on both sides of the globe.
No, you're just moving around the same fucking surface, bro. I understand.
You got to stop dropping the F bomb, PMAC. You got to stop using the F word. You got to, dude.
Who's swearing?
PMAC swearing, like it's like part of his vocabulary.
Oh, I have him muted.
Wait, what? Damn.
I apologize.
Yeah, cut it out, buddy.
Righto. He's talking.
Yeah,
about
so you're assuming it's a you're assuming it's a globe. You're assuming it's a globe, which is natural, right? You believe you're on a globe.
Yes, because I learned.
You got to think about it. If you go out to your any beach, you're going to see a completely level horizon. You're not going to get that on a sphere, man. Not going to happen.
Yeah, but the thing's gonna disappear because the angle.
No, that's just imagine you're looking down a hallway. Things get smaller and smaller the further they get away from you. The walls of the hallway collapse inwards on each other.
Yeah.
The ceiling and the floor collapse on each other. That's the way your eyes work. It doesn't matter if you're looking at the vast expanse of ocean in front of you. Your eyes still work the same way. You still have that point of convergence. It's perspective.
But if you have
if you have a zoom camera,
telescope,
yes, you have a telescope. You can zoom in. It'll increase the angular size of everything in front of you, and then you could see further, right? And you could bring that shit back into focus.
but there's a limit.
You increase. No, but you increase
there's
the
a limit, right?
Of course, there's a limit. There's a limit based on the aperture that you're using. Correct. There's a limit based on the telescope's lens, right? The size of it.
Yeah.
And once it gets beyond that, it disappears. It disappears again. Why? Because it got too small. The angular size got too small for it to be resolved by that increased optic, right? So that's the thing to take into consideration. It's not curvature you're looking at. That's the limit. That's the limit of the way that your eyes view things. And you enhance your vision by using an enhanced lens, right? But by doing so, you've limited your closer vision, right? You can't see anything close because you zoomed in. Now, once that chip gets beyond the enhanced optics, it gets too small again, and now you would need a bigger aperture to bring it back into view again. But there's a limit to how much you could see through air, right? Air and the moisture therein, depending upon the conditions, is also going to limit how far you can see as well. So there's multiple variables to take into consideration when thinking about these things. But yeah, it's not because it's going over a curve. There's not a physical geometric horizon that's in play there right now. That's just the way your eyes work. You don't see on a level line.
Yeah,
a floor ramps up and the ceiling ramps down. That's it. It's the way it goes.
I got it. Maybe I agree. I'm not sure about it, but I have a question. If it's not a club, where are the borders in east and west?
It's a circle around the magnetic north, right? So you draw a line.
Physically, there is a border, right?
Imagine if you have a rope, all right, and that rope is attached to the North Pole, right? And you go all the way to where you are, away from the North Pole, and you're holding that rope, and it's nice and tight. Now, if you're going to move left or right, and you hold that rope and it's tight, you're going to go in a circle around that North Pole. That's east and west. South is any way you continue to move away from that North Pole.
And what is this the explanation for the code on the border? So, because the sun?
Yeah, because the sun goes between a couple of tropics, and then it makes when it's running its track over the Earth's surface, a flat surface.
And
it's moving.
What about the gravity?
Moving around.
And what about the gravity theory? Like, for example, the moon.
They needed the moon.
For example, what we learn in the school is that a really big mass make the things around.
Yes. Mass attracting mass.
Close,
we know about this.
Yes.
Yeah,
so
it's never been proven, though. That's the problem. Yeah. So that's called pseudoscience. When people make claims and then they haven't been proven, but then they go teach it to people anyway, even though it's never been proven. It's called pseudoscience. So, yeah, that's not what's going on. That's not what's happening. The moon's not pulling on anything.
Wait. I'm gonna get you. Wait a minute.
Well, you got to think about it. There's an equilibrium. There's an up and a down. The only reason why you need gravity is to explain how water sticks to a ball. It's the only reason you would need it. You need it to explain away a bunch of stuff that never needed to be explained away in the past, but until they introduced this crazy model of this unverifiable vacuum of space and all this garbage.
Okay, good to meet you guys. I hope you have a good night.
Good to meet you too.
Yeah, good night.
Sorry?
Yeah, you have a great one, bro.
Okay. I'm gonna go to the Ask a Christian server. Learn more.
Oh.
See you.
Okay. Before you go, if you want to learn more about the flat Earth topic, you could click on anybody who has the flat Earth tag and go to the site, and you'll there's a lot of information there in alphabetical order that'll answer a lot of your questions.
Okay. You guys are here every day?
Yeah. Somebody's here every day. 24/7.
Okay. See you guys.
All right, see ya. Thanks, LT. Appreciate you jumping in there.
Yeah, no problem. I just came on and I wasn't sure if anybody mentioned that to him, but he sounded like he was interested in learning. So that's a rare man.
Yeah, no, he was asking some good questions.
Yeah, seemed like he was genuine about it.
Yeah, I thought I was gonna start asking about tides.
The seed has been planted.
Because he said I got you, like I thought he was gonna have a gotcha, but guess not.
I think he was hoping for one.
He's saying, I'm gonna get you.
Yeah.
Let me think about a few more things.
Man, I was busting out the Spanish for that guy too, man. I was gonna help him out.
Yeah, you're pulling out all the stops. So you said you got locked out of your account, Lats?
Yeah, dude, it's gone. I'll be making another
All,
new account
all
as soon as
because,
I have access to
all
my.
because you,
Oh,
all
sorry. Go
because
ahead.
you set up two-step, all because you set up two-step verification.
Yeah, I lost my other two-step whatever because I could still log in from my email and password, but and my phone number and all that stuff, but they wouldn't let me use those to recover my account. So
That's wild, dude. So what they wanted you to, your face has to match your old face. That's the way
yeah,
it
so I
goes.
had the two-step was on my phone. I got locked out from that, and yeah, they wouldn't let me recover any other way. They said the only other solution is just to delete my account.
That's where that beard thickener comes. You know, it could
Yeah.
bite you.
Yeah, it
You got
sucks.
you got like five more. You got 5 more facial hairs than you did when you set up the face recognition.
Yeah, exactly. So I lost my 13-year-old account, unfortunately. It's all good though.
13 years, holy shit.
Yeah, bro. I made a
Like your
Discord
face
account
doesn't.
like a long
Your
time
new
ago.
face doesn't look like your new face doesn't look like your old face.
That's all good.
Man, you could probably sue somebody, man. False advertising.
That's just Discord, right?
Yeah, I'm not too worried about it. I'll just make a new
Can you
account.
not
It's all
Google
good.
your A-boys?
It's supposed to be sending me an email when I can make a new account with my same email. Which is
As long as you don't lose any of your, as long as you don't lose any of your hours, man. Like that's the thing. It's like
Oh, I lost them all. It's going to be a brand new account, so I have to start over from scratch.
that's so wild. See, that's what I'm talking about. False
it's all good.
advertisement.
That's not a bad thing. Man.
Yeah, no worries. It's all good.
Hey, you know, see it as a fresh start.
But you know what I'm talking about. It's like so many of these servers, they require a certain amount of hours spent before they get you.
Yeah, like politics. I
Certain
wasn't
firms.
posting any pictures or anything, so I gotta wait again, like 3 months again, before I can start posting stuff in there. Well, if I can ever
Yeah,
get.
well, even in this server, they're like, if you don't have the two-step verification set up, even as a mod, they don't let you take any action on like the higher level of the server, which I would normally have if I did have the two-step verification set up.
I'd probably just let other mods handle it. I wouldn't want to lose my account again because that's gonna be a pain.
Yeah, dude. I ain't setting it up.
Yeah, that stuff is super irritating, and I still cannot. Yep, still can't join politics. I'm gonna figure it out on my other account though. It's all good.
Like a new account.
Yeah, whenever I get access to my old email to do it, because every time I try to register my primary email to make it against this, it's still registered, so I gotta wait for them to delete my old account.
Makes you wonder how these trolls have a new account like every other day.
Yo, I know.
And get into these servers. Just like makes you wonder how they're able to do that.
Because I know Rob Utah has like 4 or 5 accounts. Because I went and joined the server, and like the new one he just made, and he like joined with like 5 different accounts. I was like, damn.
Yeah, at least 5. I've seen him like for the last 7 months. He's had a lot of accounts.
So what's the lesson here?
Just be careful. Make sure you don't lose that little 8-digit pin that they give you if you're gonna do two-factor authentication.
Yeah, don't bother with that. Just do the one. I don't do two-step verification anything. Apart from phone and banking and shit, but not on fucking Discord. Sorry.
I'm telling you, man. It's built in. It's like baked into your vocabulary.
God damn it. I hate myself.
Yeah, but like John was saying, sorry, John was saying though, if you're a mod, it's kind of useful to have the two-step. Otherwise, it's not.
I don't think it would be a good thing. I wouldn't bother with it.
I'm probably gonna have to set it up again once I
Just
get
the
my new
one.
account.
If they guess your password, you get another one. Bang, bang, bang.
Yeah.
And don't say F. Don't drop the F bomb.
Just not here, man. Other
No,
servers,
I
they
know.
don't care.
I'm sorry, bro. I know. There's people I work with, and they F bomb all the time, and I'm like, why you dropping that? It's crazy. Hey, sorry.
Drawing on there right now. Let's see.
Welcome to the chat. Welcome to the room. If you just joined, if you have any questions and you don't feel comfortable miking up, go ahead and throw them in the side chat. Somebody will get to them there. If you do feel comfortable miking up and you have questions about the room topic, go ahead and mic up and introduce yourself. I'll try and take them one at a time, one speaker at a time. If you don't have questions and you feel like you have globe evidence, go ahead and present that as well. Again, we got to try and keep it respectful, or we're going to have to moderate. But yeah, thanks for being here.
You're welcome.
Oh, damn, that's cool. I didn't know you can add GIFs in the whiteboard.
You can give people. I gifted my girlfriend a new Galaxy S7 the other day. Like, cost me £40. Like,
Good on you, bro.
she's very impressed. Rose gold. The battery is terrible on the Galaxy S7. Okay, I bought it for £280. Turns out it's worth about 40. Battery's really bad.
Let me see how good I could do this real quick. Draw an angle of equal elevation. That is terrible. Damn. That is also terrible. Nope.
We're not moving, huh?
Damn. We're gonna not draw
We are
on
definitely not moving. I don't detect an emotion. Do you?
Well, that was not too bad. Okay.
I don't detect any emotion.
Oh, no. Damn. See how good I could draw this straight line. Nope.
Oh, my daughter's taught my grandson to say, "Holy moly." That's brilliant. Like, holy moly. If only Granddad could say the same thing without dropping the F-bomb. Like, holy moly. The earth isn't holy, or whatever.
That's
So,
ugly.
John, where
See
did
how we're
you
drawing
come
alive.
from, John? John Lula? What was your original name? Hang on a minute.
That's my original name.
Oh, it is. Okay, all right.
Yeah. John is short for Jonathan.
Hello, Jonathan.
Oh.
Holy moly.
Yeah, they shortened it in grade school. Like, my name's Jonathan. I'm all right, John. Nice to meet you. Okay. Whatever.
Hey, you sound like a cool guy.
Thanks, man. Likewise.
All right.
There we go.
Zygomatic. Welcome, brother.
Finally did it. Let's go.
So, John, can I ask you a question?
Sure.
How long have you been a flat earther?
I got it in the beginning. buddy of mine brought it up to me in 2013. Started looking into it. So by 2014, I was convinced.
Okay. Yeah, that's a little bit earlier than me. I was like 215.
Yeah, I've been researching a bunch of declassified stuff back then, years before it became kind of more mainstream. All about a lot of the good conspiracies. And yeah.
So how did we end up
Just
here?
like pretty wild, man. Like I hadn't been online talking about anything like this, and yeah, I released a video a couple weeks later. I saw I created my YouTube channel, released my videos. Well, first one anyway. A couple weeks later, I saw Flat Lloyd on a podcast with Eric Dubay, and was like, I heard Flat Lloyd talking about 24/7 Flat Earth Discord on there, and I said, made a note to self after watching that podcast. I was like, you know what, I'm gonna go check that out one of these days. And I was working really long hours at that time, so I was putting in like 70 plus hours a week.
No way.
And about like, I don't know, maybe 2 or 3 months later, I finally went back to the video because I had it saved and checked in the description box and found out the link to the Discord, and finally went and checked out the home server. And yeah, went in, did like a VC with the guys at the home server. There's a bunch of guys on there. Spoke to AI Overlord or Ardent, whichever one he was going by at the time. Yeah, talked to him. We started getting into it about an old author from like 1930s called E.G. White. I was surprised he even knew who she was. I was like, wow, that's interesting. I read that book forever ago. Anyway, it was an interesting discussion. And then like I hadn't been back on I would go hop in the lobby, see kind of some of the discussions going on in the lobby at the home server. Just kind of put in my 2 cents here and there. And then I saw that the live stream was going on one day, like probably about like 3 months ago, 4 months ago, maybe. Went and sat in on YouTube, followed the link, and got into the politics server.
Right.
And the rest is mystery.
Mystery. So, yeah. All right. So first off, just if you PM me the link to your YouTube.
Oh yeah, it's on my profile in the About Me section. Yep, all my links are there.
Oh, I see it now. You're an open book, bro.
Yes. Real name and everything. Real name, real picture.
My name is Luca. I live on the second floor. No, it's Paul McAllister. Like, I give a shit, bro.
That's awesome.
My name is Luca.
Kane, welcome. Got Joe LZ now.
Thing is, like, I've been here since 2016, and I met all the old school people, but I've never met you, bro. That's crazy to me.
Yeah, I didn't really talk. Like I said, I really wasn't active in trying to be social about it. I had my Facebook following, and I think I got like 1,500 followers on Facebook.
Facebook?
But yeah, I'm friends with
what's Facebook?
Nathan Thompson, and a couple of guys. But yeah, friends with Flat Earth Asshole, Jake the Asshole.
Oh, Jake the Asshole, yeah. I know swear.
I've been friends with him for a while. Yeah, I've been friends with him since like 2015 or whatever.
So you have 2 videos.
Yeah, that's it. That's it. Just those
That's
two.
about it. 28,
Yeah,
49,
probably
10,
not too.
29.
Yeah, probably ain't doing any more. Said my piece, my message to humanity.
Yeah, that's kind of how I feel. Same thing, bro.
If you put too much content out, you just muddy in the waters.
You said something earlier. I can't remember, right? But no, there was another guy who said something earlier. But you said something earlier about it, like it's your life, you live your life, blah blah blah. And why would you interfere with somebody else's? And that's exactly how I feel. Like I believe this, and I think that, and I have a possibility about that. But why would I try and um, uh, push my whatever I think the world is, or whatever it is, onto somebody else? That's bullshit. It's not an F-bomb, but it's bullshit. It's I can't bring myself to impose myself on somebody else just because of something that I believe in. You know, it's the last thing I would do. Like my daughter said to me about 5 years ago, "So, Dad, what do you think about this whole flat Earth thing?" You know, it was coming out, and I said, "Listen, Lauren, it's up to you. I can't tell you what I think because it's not my place to tell her what to think. Even though she's my daughter, and I really wanted to, it's up to her to figure it out. It's her journey, not mine. Even So I guess somebody gets that.
It'd be nice if you'd give them both, both models in the youth. That way they could pick and choose as they're going what makes sense and what doesn't.
Well, we kind of know that we're fucking. Sorry, I didn't say that. I almost dropped the F-bomb, but not quite. We're inundated. We're it's just it's a regurgitation. It's a whatever, right? And we know that.
They get them young, man. They get them when they're young.
We get us all young.
It starts young, man. See, I was lucky. I wasn't taught that the Big Bang was the creation story, so I was lucky with that. I was raised in a private school that taught
You were Mormon or something?
Yeah, no, I went to a Christian school. So till about 3rd grade, I was in Christian school, but I went in early, like pre-K, like 3 years old. Started going. Yeah, so we were taught.
But you sound to me, you sound very all together. You sound like you've got it together. There's something about your voice, I don't know. You've got it together, like.
I read a lot, man. Read a lot of books since I was young.
And are
Did
you
a lot of
bald? Do
research
you
on.
have hair, or do you just wear a hat to hide your baldness? I'm just kidding.
Oh no, I always wear a hat. If I play big golfer, Ben Hogut's my man.
What's your handicap?
Yep. Oh, I was at a 4, but I haven't played much ever since the children. But I still get out there, But I was playing a lot. But yeah, Ben was my role model. Got the 5 lessons, and when I was in my early 20s, and kind of just picked up on it from there. But yeah, always got me a golf cap on.
Yeah, I see that. What's your handicap, John?
I said I was a 4, but I haven't been playing
4?
much.
I couldn't
since I
believe
had
it
the
when I
kids.
heard it.
Yeah.
Seriously? That's pretty good, like.
Oh yeah,
You're
man.
4?
I used to teach and everything. I
dropped the F-bomb again. I'm 18, man.
That's still good. Still better than most players. Still better than most players ever get,
Yes.
It's not an easy game. It's not an easy game. Got to be able to hit at all lies. Downhill, side hill lies, uphill lies, ball from your feet, all that good stuff. Out of the sand, fairway bunkers, all different types of rough. Yeah, it's a tough game. You got to know a lot.
It's a good walk spud.
Yeah,
Somebody said
I used
that
to.
one. Who
I
was
used to,
it?
play, I used to play. I used to play 36 holes a day.
Yeah.
It's the only reason why I got. The only reason I got so damn good. I played so much.
Right.
Are we talking golf?
Yeah.
Yeah. Dude,
Oh shit,
there's the dude.
Hey,
I know that voice.
Hey, PMac, fuck off.
There we go.
You're
There he
not
goes.
allowed. Bro, you can't drop the F-bomb here. Not allowed.
Oh, sorry.
He knows.
Anyway,
He knows.
golf,
He knows he's in the angle shop with a bunch of children.
Coriolis effect, man, has been messing up my game. I just can't, I got to bring a compass with me.
Dude, how would anybody hit the ball in the fairway, dude, if it was spinning?
Well,
By the time you hit the,
unless you
by
were
the time the
spinning,
ball lands, the fairway would be to the left or the right or whatever.
you're hitting it with the spin, maybe, or against the spin. Against the spin, yeah.
Well, you just have to take account of your latitude and then the direction you're hitting it in, and it's fairly simple calculation, really.
Well, next time I go golfing, man, I'm gonna bring a compass and make sure that I got all my figures figured, and it'll be good, man. It'll be great.
Yeah, you can blame that. Yeah, that's why I went in the rough. The earth moved out from underneath my ball.
Yeah. Well,
I didn't slice it, dude. That's earth. That's earth movement.
That was
We're closer to the equator, man.
That's hilarious, bro. Got my theodolite out. I got my compass. I got to get this right, man. Got to drop. I got to figure out the drop. I got a lot of things working here, man.
Yeah, the earth is curving away from me.
I'm busy. Somebody needs to make a funny video like that, You're on the tee box and you're like got your compass, you're like checking the wind, you got theodolite, and everybody's
What
like,
about the spin of the earth?
what's wrong with you, man?
Owen Benjamin did a funny one about, I don't remember if he called it globe earth sniper or flat earth sniper, but
yeah, the sniper.
Yeah, that was a funny one.
That was yeah. That was probably like 4 or 5 years ago. That was a good one.
Yeah.
Yeah. Like that one.
He was a little bit butthurt. Almost made a big black white.
Yeah.
Yeah, he made a big scene about it when it happened.
Didn't he? Suddenly everybody was gay.
Oops. Can't do that in Hollywood, man. Can't say that.
But I understand, right? You're living in the country. You got a nice piece of land. You got a beautiful wife, 3 kids, lots of chickens, and you're still worried about what's happening in the real world. Just forget about it, bro. Go enjoy your life.
Yeah.
You've got what most people, most men, and we might be that, but we dream of.
You're right.
Yeah, just go enjoy your life, man. Forget about fucking. I'm sorry. Shit.
Yep.
It's tough, man. Oh. Yeah, it's tough.
I'm sorry, John.
Hey,
Ireland, we're crazy. We,
Hey, man. Alcohol, little alcohol, a lifetime's worth of swearing with no consequences. I'd say it gets baked into it gets baked into the vocabulary. As long as you're trying, man. I'm with you.
Thank you. Yeah, they're really bad here. Like the guy I used to work with, he was like every second word, and I'm like, holy crap, dude.
Like I said, it's a good filler word, man. It flow. It helps like the sentence flow.
We're talking about fucknatics.
No, I'm actually really good. Like I can actually talk to you like a decent human being. Like I don't even use the F word. I'm probably the person that you would meet the most that doesn't use it. But sometimes, somehow, and why you know, I get on Discord. Hey, if this and if that, I don't know what it is.
The Globers. It's the Globers that bring it out in you. I heard you earlier.
I hate them even best. I'm just kidding.
Yeah. F and F.
I like a joke. I like to laugh. I like to make shit up, stuff up. Yeah, I make shit up.
If you like to laugh, just let Flat Earth Dude just do his thing.
That's fucking.
You can't stop yourself.
I'm sorry. That's Smurf.
It's
I
like
know
automatic.
Smurf, brilliant.
It's like it's.
Smurf is the dude.
It's like setting off a mousetrap, dude. It's like it's a domino effect.
I know.
But yeah, so you played a lot of golf. You played a lot of golf, man.
I used to. That's what I was saying to you, right? I used to go out in the winter. I didn't have a car at the time. I was like 18 years of age, and I used to put it over my shoulder. I couldn't even afford a taxi. That's how poor I was. And I used to walk to the golf course with a yellow ball. So yellow balls show up the stove. And I tried my hardest. And it was so easy. All somebody had to say is, Paul, when you pull the club up, don't bend your wrist. You're not supposed to bend your wrist. That kind of happens at the top of it. I thought I was supposed to bend my wrist all the time, and I was freaking terrible.
Don't say that to Phil Mickelson. You know, that was part of his whole. That was part of his old school of thought. Remember the hinge and hold method?
Yeah.
Now everybody's different. Then you got what was his name? Ledbetter. Ledbetter was the one piece takeaway, and then at the top, let the momentum of the club, let your wrist hinge, and then you can open up and start your downswing. And yeah, there's so many of those guys. Nothing like Jack Ham, no.
There was a guy named on tour, man, par golfer, pretty much, Bruce Litsky. Fuck old school dude, man. Probably 2 generations. The guy never practiced, ever.
Yeah.
He just played, but he was a par golfer, and he made a lot of money, man. Made a lot of money on tour, you know.
My brother was
some of those courses, you like. It doesn't matter. Like the missed shots are so unforgiving.
Yeah.
They'll just cost the bombers, like, they just can't get out of that trouble.
Yep.
My brother was like that, right? He used to stand on a horseshoe bend with the trees. Watch this, and he just stand on the tee, bang it over the trees. Sorry.
Yeah.
And put it just next to the green or whatever, and we were like, "What the heck just happened?" Like, and he was a pure natural.
Yep.
But he was just the drink. He just drank. But if he had put his focus on golf, he'd be more than a pro. But
there was a guy.
Really good.
So you have to go.
There was like 4 pars that we're sitting. We would hit, and he would go watch this, and he would put his tee shot on the green in a 4-par.
Oh yeah.
Couldn't even get. That was before. Crazy.
Yeah.
These guys
long
now,
drive is a different sport.
These guys now, there's a couple of guys on tour that are averaging like over 350 a drive, average.
Oh yeah.
Yeah,
it's just
Bryson DeChambeau.
So
there's some just long bombers, man. Yeah, DeChambeau is one of them for sure, but he's not on the regular tour anymore, man. He's
on live.
They gave him $100 million, and he said, "Okay, I'll play golf with you guys, no problem."
Do you remember John Daly? Remember John Daly?
Yeah, he changed
He's
the
still
game.
golfing, man.
He's still golfing. Dude, I saw him this year.
He's a legend.
I watched him fucking tee off, and he hit the fucking he hit the pole at the driving range for the net. And it was like it's a total duck hook, man. I was like, oh man, that was bad.
Yeah, but he's wasted like most of the time.
Oh yeah.
That dude is like
Smoking
drunk as a skunk.
He's got a beer in his hand.
Yeah, he likes Jim Beam or fucking or sorry.
He's beer.
Yeah,
beer.
he likes
Beer. He's beer.
It's beer.
he's got vodka too. He likes vodka too.
Really?
That's right. Yeah.
Did you
Yeah,
guys
vodka,
know?
yeah.
Did you guys know he lost $100 million gambling?
Oh yeah.
I bet.
Yeah.
You guys
Easily.
know, right?
Oh yeah, he's
What the
crazy.
hell? What is wrong?
His son is really good.
That's right. His son is kind of up and coming a little bit.
Oh really?
They did that father-son tournament. And yeah, it was Tiger and his boy Charlie. Charlie's going to be a beast.
Is he?
We'll see, man.
Oh, dude, he's like 12. What is he like 12? He's
15. He's like 15.
280.
He's really good, man. That
gonna be
kid's
good.
got an amazing swing.
Hey, speaking of golf, man, the Open is this week.
They play golf on the moon, you know.
That's right. The ball's still going. The ball's still going, P-Mac.
Oh man, talk about getting me to laugh out loud. Jeez, man.
So they
And then in the studio.
Can I call it the British Open, or do I just call it the Open, P-Mac?
I think you were right the first time.
Well, I've always called it the British Open. Now they play it in friggin' Scotland. So,
They play the British Open in Scotland there.
I get it.
Is it playing at the old course?
I think somebody corrected me, and they go, "We just call it the Open." That's like,
St. Andrews.
Really? Yeah, I think they're gonna be playing it. I forget where they're playing it this year. Not St. Andrews, but another one.
It's fuck, it begins with L.
Anyway.
Sorry, I dropped on right about.
I'll be watching that.
And they said it's baked into your vocab.
It is baked.
It's just baked, bro.
It's,
I'm sorry.
It's like a fruit cake.
We all grew up on.
Hey, you guys want to know something?
No.
What do you got?
All right, go ahead.
They left 98 bags of Dookie on the moon as well.
I love that.
Colostomy bags.
There was a proposition to go. There was a proposition from NASA to go back to the moon and retrieve some of those bags for scientific purposes and to make sure their poop was fossilized or what. I don't know. But
Are you serious?
I am dead serious, man.
How would they be floating away? Or they pinned them down?
They were gonna go bring a few back and study them. I don't know.
What's the temperature like? Did anybody have any of that data?
It's plus 250 in the sun.
Yeah.
And minus 250 in the shade.
Yeah.
Those are the numbers.
I don't know which one's better for the suits.
Aye, the suits aye.
I don't know, man. Probably minus 250, but
somehow the
it's
suit
just
makes
ridiculous, man. Ridiculous, P-Mac.
absolutely.
What time is it? Shit. It's like
40.
6 in the morning. Yeah.
Good. That's what it is.
11 p.m. here.
11 p.m. there. I got 10 p.m. here.
I got the girlfriend in the morning. She's not going to be happy.
Is she going to be sad?
No, because I'll make sure she's happy.
Well, of all the servers for Flat Earth that I've been in, this one's
was some of the most challenging conversations to speak with people that are not fluent in English. And it's been tough. Been tough go on a couple calls, man. I'm like, this guy's not gonna get it, Or they got really heavy accents. I can't understand what they're saying. But it's been interesting, man. I'll say the least. It's been a fun ride in here. It's nice to not being attacked, all day long by anti-flat earthers. It's kind of nice.
Well, Smurf.
If you miss it, man, just go into the general chat and say, "Hey, you want to talk flat Earth with us?"
No, I don't miss the confrontation stuff. No, I don't really miss. I just like having cordial conversations with newbies that
Normal people.
just want them to realize they don't know jack about their globe, man, and they think they do, and they really don't. Yeah, it's kind of funny. It's always been funny. It'll always be funny.
Well, I've had a hard time trying to find a normal conversation with people, even though I drop the F-bomb now and then. But I did pop into the politics server, and it's like 20 people shouting at each other.
Yeah, I think I got somebody kicked me out of politics. I don't know what happened.
Yeah, somebody with an ego that doesn't like what you got going on, I guess.
I gotta tell you something now. I find the truth now. In certain servers, there are certain mods that don't like you. I don't care. That's fine. And you go, hello. So how is everybody? Muted. And you're like, what the? No, I do admit that I speak some shit now and then, but there are certain people that have they don't like you, and that's fine. I'm not going to appease everybody, and I really don't care. But some mods on some servers just don't want you there. Doesn't matter who you are, I just don't like you. And that's fine.
Yeah,
you know what I mean.
That's cool, man.
Yeah, well, I'm glad to hear you, Smurf.
There's sort of
all right. Yeah, well, let's address some of these new people in the room now. We got a few.
Please.
We got Manish now, Horta. We got Obedient Timothy's a flat earther. Yeah, how you doing, man? We got I Like Penguins here, and we got Baha, and then we got my buddy Haha. He's at the top, but he just took it off.
Manish.
Yeah, he's a yeah. No, Haha is a young Chinese student, just graduated university. I met him yesterday, I believe.
Congratulations. Congratulations.
Well done, bro.
Yeah.
You've been completely indoctrinated. Congratulations.
Yeah, he's totally indoctrinated. He's going, he's so indoctrinated. He's going to school for renewables.
For what? For what?
Yeah, he wants for renewable energy.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, clean energy, green energy, because
solar, wind,
climate change.
There's no clean energy.
Would you guys shut up? I want to hear what Manish has to say. Hello, Manish.
Hello, sir. How are you, sir?
Not too bad. How are you?
I'm pretty good.
Hey, P Mac.
How's it going?
Yeah, yes, Smurf.
I'm not Smurf, Mongo.
You're
freaking Mongo.
To me, you're Smurf, right?
All right.
You will always be Smurf.
You can call me Smurf. Nobody else.
You are my. Okay, thank you. I'll do that. Hello, Smurf.
What's up, dude?
And that's my Smurf. What's happening?
All right, back to the conversation. I just had to correct that.
So let's find out. So let's find out what Manish is. What brings him to the room tonight, or this morning, or this afternoon.
Today. Hello, Manish.
Yeah.
Oh, yes, sir. I'm listening.
You just want to listen to the conversation?
I'm listening to the conversation.
All right,
Okay,
cool.
so-
Right on, Manish.
Yeah, Penguins, if you have any questions, like if you guys don't feel comfortable VCing, you can just type your questions in the side chat.
Yes, I want to ask a question that do you know, let's start one topic like IT, you know what IT, information technology, what's going on the IT field, in the IT field?
In the IT field?
Because I have the IT background, yes. Information technology.
Yeah.
Or more software engineering. So what's going on in your countries? Because in my country, the IT field really sucks. I'm from India.
Yep.
And it really sucks. Yeah, nobody's hiring anybody. Like I'm computer science graduated. I've been 2 months. I have nobody, giving me a chance. Everybody is looking for experienced people. But what does the freshers do? If we can't get any, job, how we can get any experience?
They want you to go and work for free. Believe it or not, they want you to go and work for free as an intern first. So
yes,
ideally, what you want to do what you're supposed to do in that situation is while you're in school, you're supposed to go and intern somewhere, like volunteer basically, and work for.
Yeah, I really did that. But
ideally,
in internship,
who has time to do that?
Yes, the people are really sucks in internship. They tell you to do so many things, and they don't even pay a single penny to you. It's really hard for us.
I get it. I'm just letting you know, like how people I know have done it, like over here with these types of trades where you're going to school and then you need the experience to even get a job. It's like you need to be interning somewhere while you're going to school, so it's like even more increases your workload, and you have to figure out how to pay for it. But
yeah. So I'm just doing that right now. I'm just preparing for things.
You should learn. You should learn some AI stuff, man. You should really get your head around that, because that's going to change.
I was doing cybersecurity actually. Now I'm thinking to go into AI because it's promising a lot. It's really promising field.
Oh, it's huge, man. It's like the brand new internet, dude. Welcome to Internet 2.0.
Yes,
it's huge.
Yeah. It's really like Internet 2.0.
If you understand it, know it, can talk it, man, you're gonna make a ton of money, man. I promise.
Yeah. I heard, recently I heard one news from Meta, and they are paying, $200 million to an AI researcher. It's huge money.
Yep.
So what brings you to the Flat Earth server?
Because we're smart. That's why.
Ish. Smart-ish. Not that smart.
Well, you're not smart.
I'm definitely not. I'm dumber than a bag of rocks.
You're a bag of rocks, baby.
I am dumber than a bag of rocks.
Let's see, guys. Let's see. Do we got anybody else new in here?
Manish?
No, we just got Manish, and we got Toxic.
Company, bro.
Welcome,
Thank
Toxic.
you. Thank you.
Yeah, I would say, man, I would definitely say try and get an intern position if no one's hiring without experience.
I definitely try.
Do you have any relatives in Canada?
My?
Canada.
No, I don't have any relative in Canada. I'm.
Okay.
Yes, all in India.
Yeah. It'd be fine if you had relatives in Canada.
I heard that Microsoft changed all their customer service to AI, or most of it.
I wouldn't be surprised.
And it saved them like $500 million or something.
Yeah. Did you say all of it or most of it? Which one?
90%.
AI's that's the future, man. Get on it.
Is it all of it or most of it?
Like most of it. Yeah, that's what I heard. I don't know, man.
Not all of it.
Gonna have to wait for AI to prove the globe, I guess, because none of the human globers could do it. Maybe that's where it'll come from.
Yep.
But we
No, that
took
just AI just lies about it.
Yeah,
for fuck's sake. Guess we're cooked. We're just never going to get the proof.
cooked. You're cooked.
That's good. Yeah, Eric, I saw that event you guys were running over in politics. That was a nice title. Google us and globe proof.
I tried Googling and I couldn't find any. Help me out. Improve my Googling skills. Just anything. Help.
Heretic, man. Heretic, can you fucking A? Heretic, yo, Heretic, can you like unfucking like delete me from politics? What do I got to do to get back in?
I didn't know you're banned. What the hell?
Yeah, I can't see the fucking room anymore. I can see all the other rooms, but I can't see the flat Earth room for some reason.
You need to send Jamesy some Bitcoin. Then you can get.
I'll figure it out. I'll fix it. I didn't even know that. I'll fix it.
It's been a few weeks. I've been hanging out with
Flat Earth, you don't know?
Geo
Come
and
in
stuff.
here to see the flat Earth, bro. It's not there.
Appreciate it, Heretic. Thank you, brother.
You've got to go through the whole spiel.
Flat Earth, dude. I thought you just liked hanging out with me, man. Jeez.
Yo, bro, do you pay for your return fee? Like, do you pay the return fee?
We do.
I thought you were going to cover that.
Every month, like religion.
All right.
There's no flat Earth server anymore. Flat Earth dude. Or Smurf.
Thank
Go
you.
ahead, try it out, dude. Go try it out. Let's see. Let's double check while you got Heretic here.
Hey, listen to the facts.
Text channels, voice chat.
PMAC is pointing the obvious. There is no flat Earth server anymore. It doesn't exist, like PMAC said, because the globe has been, proven, and people have to shut it down. Right, PMAC?
Oh, okay. Right. Yeah, right.
Yeah. Then there's no flat Earth server anymore. Yep. No more.
Nobody else.
Just say it again, PMAC. Say it again so we can believe you.
Everybody's a glober. That's it. End of story.
Yep. You got it.
It's all between Globers here.
All right. Thank you. I think I'm in. I'm going to go say hi.
Should work, yeah.
I was kind of like, what's going on? Like, I had no more Flat Earth 24/7, and then somebody, who was it?
Hey, don't worry. He's going to be back. All
right, Jamesy.
Man. As long as at least I got Jamesy, and Kingslayer.
No, once PMAC leaves this VC to the other server, we follow PMAC. Everybody follows PMAC.
We got T-Dub here. We got the ultimate. That is final boss. And we got Resolve. Dude, we got the Legends. And we got Daz 68. Come on. Got Berserker up in the top right.
That's true.
What did I tell you guys? That he'll be back? Look at him back. He'll be back.
I'm back.
Hey, what happened, bro? You said you were leaving. Why didn't you stay?
You know what it was? Everybody was Googling it. Everyone was Googling up their globe evidence, and then they came in and got shot down in like 0.5 seconds, and they had to leave with the tail between their legs, and, all deflated.
The best proof we got was some girl Googled some toy globes from Amazon, and that was probably the best proof I've ever got, because she did actually prove a globe. It wasn't the globe Earth, but she proved a globe, which is better than any actual glober I think has ever done in these chats.
It's kind of like two-tier authentication.
Heretic, didn't you hear earlier? The guy in the politics said, "I'm the globe specialist," and I spoke to him for a little bit.
Yeah.
I asked him, "Hey, you're the globe specialist. Can you give me one of those globes that have spinning in the vacuum with water on the outside and gas pressure? Can I get one of those?" He said, "No, I don't have it."
The specialists don't even have them.
Crazy. What are you talking
You're
about?
the specialist. What do you mean you don't have it?
You don't have it. Come on.
We even got new perspective in the chat. Wow, man. Look at that, 1,000. Got some heavy hitters here.
Dude, he's the airline.
This guy might be a Huckleberry Heretic. We got I Will Do It yesterday. Have you ever spoke to him? He's like a professional. He's like a professional debater. He loves it. Speaks like 6 languages.
Does he
He's a
have any proof of a globe Earth?
I think he thinks he does.
Oh, this will be really funny.
Let's see if he wants to engage. He might just be in listening mode, you know?
Damn.
When they funnel all their intellect into something so false, it just becomes like more retarded than just an actual retarded person would be.
Who's the ultimate flat Earth final boss?
It's like all that
he's a
capacity,
great
all that power, all that energy just going into some complete shit.
He's the only reason I'm here.
Right?
He's the ultimate flat Earth final boss. He sent me an invite.
All right. Starting to heat up here.
Man.
It's starting to heat up.
Ultimate flat Earth final boss.
He's the boss, man.
Who the hell is that?
He's the boss.
He doesn't use the F-bomb?
Don't talk about the boss. No
Heretic, did you see what yesterday posted in the side chat? Did you see what?
He's not just the boss. He's the final boss.
He's just poisoning the well instead of providing proof of a globe.
Exactly. Well, yeah.
Heretic we spoke to the globe specialist. Now we want to talk to the globe final boss. Where is he at?
That's what we want.
The globe final boss. I like it.
Do you know when people say...
Bring us the final boss.
Well, he's just at the
I'm
end.
tired of these mid-bosses. Bring us the board.
He's just around the corner.
Why are they spamming the chat, bastards?
Well,
because they're triggered.
What I do yesterday. He's a professional debater.
Okay, so he's spamming and he's poisoning the well. He doesn't seem like a professional.
Who is
he just seems like a triggered kid.
Yeah. He just copy and paste and shit. Mongo.
He wrote that. He wrote that on his own. Hey,
Mongo.
He was taking notes yesterday, and he came up with that based on his conversations yesterday.
Wow.
I think, it was Radwin and I think it was Radwin, T-Dub, and Matrix.
Oh yeah.
That came in to relieve me.
All right.
And
we got Matthew Learns.
They were going back and forth. For a while. Oh, we got the Learnster in the house.
What's up, Learnster?
Matthew here? No way.
What about his name got changed for years, man. And NASA Learns to there was like Professor NASA Learns.
Somebody learns.
Hilarious.
That was just on the home server. I didn't have it changed here.
Right.
Matthew.
Let's just let this I will do it yesterday character know that you got one chance to get on the mic or else you're just getting locked out of here. I'm not going to put up with spamming.
We got Heretic.
Yeah.
Heretic's going to listen in his own right.
So Matthew,
that's a lot.
Hey Matthew, read the flat Earth rules, and do you think that's what we do? Really?
Matthew's fine. I like Matthew. Matthew has a very calm way of talking to you.
You do 4.
Maybe 4.
That was not even really like
how are you, Matthew?
an insult.
Yeah.
So, with all the proof, Matthew, you still think there's a ball?
Well, of course.
8 is. Some people do 8
But Globers do that shit too, bro. Come on.
and I would say 12.
He's toast. That's enough of that. Just trying to get him on the mic. I mean, he's worthless just spamming the same thing in the chat over and over. It just disrupts the conversation. But he enjoying, I guess he can't type anymore, so he'll have to just use his mic if he wants to cope. So that's perfect.
You could always ban him for life, I suppose.
He's not.
No, I want to force him to use the mic for his copes.
Mm-hmm.
That's fine.
Yeah, come on, man. Just jump on the mic. Tell us what's up.
Big boy for once.
He could tell you what's up in 6 different languages, dude.
Put on your big boy pants and get out your ass in. Come on.
Oh, watching, dude. Him and Jin CBR1 going at it was painful. I had to stop him. I felt like a referee in a WWE match or something.
I'll tell you, without a doubt, it's a flat. Yeah.
Oh, dude, and Jin's just like, oh, you haven't checked, and they're like, dude, they're just going back and forth. It was just like it was awesome.
Jin's a cheerleader for Flat Earth, man. His arguments are pretty fun and basic, but every once in a while, man, he pulls out some crazy, thing like, check this out, and here's a 3-hour video. Go watch it. You're like,
come back and tell me
what the heck? The 3-hour video. I'll be right back. Jen. Come on. I love you, Jen. I love that guy, man. Damn.
I like him. Yeah, he's good.
No, but the two of them, it just kept getting louder and louder and louder and louder. I had to step in. Like, all right, guys, we got to reset.
Read that stuff, man.
I had to mute them both, dude. It was like audio chaos, pure audio chaos. They were like,
hey, Flat Earth dude, if you're awake in 4 hours, you could look outside and maybe see the Axiom 4 crew returning.
Is it gonna go from north to south across my sky, or?
Yeah.
Just do really small.
We're gonna see like a little fireball thing going across the sky.
I don't know. I've never seen it myself, so I don't know how visible it'll be. It's clear where I am right now. I don't know when the marine layer will come in.
Yeah, it's coming in there. I was Newport.
All right, guys. Let's introduce. Let's recognize some new faces in the chat. We see you. Yeah, we got Gary. Thanks for being here. I like penguins. I saw you did ask a question in the chat. I answered it. Kurt Fint, welcome. And Lala, welcome. And Nyaman,
Lala,
welcome.
Lala Land.
Yeah. So thanks for being here, y'all. If you have any questions and you don't feel comfortable miking up, go ahead and throw them in the side chat. If you do have any globe evidence and you want a turn to talk, just please, one at a time. We'll get to you. Just let us know. Introduce yourself. Now would be a good time if you want to do that.
Or if you got some Flat Earth, evidence, which is pretty easy.
Yeah, that works too.
Yeah. Uh-oh. Apocryphon, what are you doing? Any fun thanks for that heads up, Matthew. Any other fun NASA stuff going on, or you see anything crazy?
Well, I think they announced a news conference for tomorrow where they are going to admit that the surface of Earth is flat. Oh wait, no, they didn't. My mistake. That wasn't true.
Well, that's going to happen. That is actually going to happen. I've been lying to you all this time.
I did hear your ICBM joke. Pretty fun.
Sorry.
You heard that? I like that. I didn't make it up, of course.
Yeah, I heard it. No, that's actually going to happen.
It was pretty funny, man. I was like,
in the future.
It took me like a second. I was like, oh, goodness gracious.
No, that's just Matthew. Just Matthew trying to be funny.
He was
really
funny.
good at it.
He's pretty good at it.
It was kind of funny. I like Matthew.
He's got a dry sense of humor, man. It's different.
He does. It's very, very dry.
Yeah, that's my favorite type.
Yeah, it'll dry.
Favorite?
Yeah. Make you kind of think. Make you kind of think humor. It's pretty good.
No, not think. Just fucking, just terrible.
Oh,
terrible
humor. P-Mac, ease up, man. Ease up, my brother.
Sorry.
Ease up.
All right, bro.
All right. Thank you, brother. Thank you, man.
All right.
Hey, I watched the Netflix documentary on OceanGate, the Titan sub that imploded 2 years ago. It's pretty interesting. I recommend it.
All right. So give us like a quick. We all know what happened, tragic, but I mean,
all his engineers, Stockton Rush, all his engineers were telling him, "Hey, it's not safe. It's not safe. Look at all these reports," and he kept firing them. Wouldn't listen to them. Left the hole out in the middle of the winter where it froze and thawed and froze and thawed and froze and thawed a bunch of times. And then the first time they used it at depth after that, it imploded and killed 5 of them. Like hubris. Just like, I mean, a little bit like the Titanic itself.
Right. A little bit like the Titanic. Yeah.
Who's obedient Timothy?
He's been in here a few times. He's a flat earther.
Okay, that's no fun. Never mind.
I like being
his country of origin. Yeah. But
I don't like talking to flat earthers. It's no fun.
Yeah, those people are kind of weird.
Thanks, Heretic. Really appreciate it.
I prefer the controversy, the meltdowns.
Well, Shinro's a good one for you then. He's not a flat earther, and he's a learned youngster.
Yeah.
Bring him up.
Alright, you noticed me, guys. Just to make it clear. We all are humans.
You're a bright young man, Shinro. I just want to let you know. I recognize the intelligence when I see it.
So you want me to start like telling that Earth is not flat and you going against, or just sit here and listen?
Yeah, just
no. Go ahead, have a conversation. We'll all wait. You can have a conversation with Heretic.
No
That's
problem.
fine.
Yeah.
You want it to be a bit sarcastic, or I should like be emotional and.
Both.
No, you're pretty good at staying calm. I like your monotone. Level-headedness. Kind of, yeah.
See.
Just do you, man. Be yourself.
No problem. No wonder.
Don't put on an act.
Fuck up, bro.
So right now, Earth is not flat, and your proofs are not enough to prove that Earth is flat.
Have you Googled any globe proof lately?
Well, firstly, I would like you to prove that Earth is flat. And if you couldn't, that it means that Earth is spherical.
Water.
Really?
Airplanes.
Yeah, we do got water, airplanes. Yeah, water, hydrostatic equilibrium. Self-evident, the water seeks and finds its level. Nothing self-evident but the world being a tilted, wobbling, curving, spinning thing. What do you got?
Well, I'm asking you to prove that Earth is flat, and not me.
Yeah, water.
Earth is spherical.
Water seeks its level. Yeah,
70% water. They say 70% water, 72% water.
Yeah. Flat level surface, most of the Earth, yeah. Because water, hydrostatic equilibrium, yeah.
So Earth is flat because water is flat?
Yeah, because most of the Earth's face is water, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
But can you prove that most of it is water?
Well, there's oceans. That takes up more of the Earth's surface than the land masses, right?
Well, I wouldn't agree. It's all the law of God. Then water is like there is no water.
Wait.
Well, then there must not be a globe either, because most of that was supposed to be water. So I guess we cooked that too.
I was going right there.
Dang.
No.
Now what do we have? We don't have anything now. You cooked all of it.
We have surface under the ocean, so that means that the volume of the ocean, like it's being only on the top of it, so the flat Earth makes no sense because water should eventually go somewhere.
On the abyssal plains, yeah, the ocean floor is flat, yeah.
So like if there was a tiny little hole in the ocean, then all water would be gone.
Yeah, but it's not because it's contained. There isn't a little hole in the bottom of the ocean. It's a container. That's how the water stays. Or else, yes, it would just run out. Correct.
Yeah. Yep. But what?
Excuse me, what are people talking about?
We're just talking about how there's no globe Earth, and therefore no proof of a globe Earth, and anybody who believes in one can never prove it, and all they can do is struggle and act like fools. Yeah, that's what we're doing.
it is really a globe because there are so many satellites outside the Earth, and we can see
Those are governments. They lied to you. That all is not true. They just send you a Photoshop picture.
Okay, Shinro's already devolved into trolling. I guess that's it for him.
For example,
just
this
finish.
let me
Because
give
I would
you
like
some
to
facts.
continue.
Yes,
Manish, they're
please.
talking. Yeah, they're talking. Just
Yes,
wait,
please.
wait your turn. You could speak next.
Okay, sir.
Wait your turn. Thank you.
So, what is moving you downwards? Like, while I get out of my window from the 10th floor, I will smash to the surface. What makes me go down then?
What makes you even ask that? Did we move past the curvature question? Are we done? Are you conceding on that point?
No, because like when I tell that Earth is spherical because of the gravity, and it acts like equally from the all sides, you say that gravity is like it's not a force, and I tell you then what brings me downward.
So, are you saying that we fall down because the Earth is a sphere with gravity?
We are falling down because gravitational acceleration of the Earth is pulling us to the center. And since you're standing on the top, whenever like kind of you surround from every point in the Earth, you will go downward because the center is beneath your foot.
So inward to the center of a sphere is what you mean, right?
I have no idea invert, but like it's pulling you to the center. That's
going to the center of a ball.
And since you have like
okay, so then the first thing you got to do is prove the ball. Then, if that's what you claim is happening.
No.
Yeah,
I know this.
Yeah, well, how could you know that? How could you know that you're going inward to the center of a ball before you've proved the ball?
That's a good point, my man. That's a good point. But I know all the tricks. I know them. So
well, just prove the ball. Use that trick.
No, I wouldn't like to prove the Earth is spherical. For me, it's easier to prove that Earth is not flat.
You haven't done so. And that's not easy either, obviously. So you might as well just prove the ball.
You know what they tell? It's easier to prove something than disprove something. Have you heard of it?
Okay, go ahead. All right, so you're not going to prove the ball. Go ahead and disprove hydrostatic equilibrium where water seeks its level. I'd like to see that. That'd be great.
You say I have no idea what that word means, so please. What?
Fair enough. Well, you've heard the expression, water seeks its level?
You mean like it tries to be equal? If I have a point, like it will spread equally. That's what you mean?
The surface will have no part higher than another. It's just going to be a flat, even, level surface.
Yes, I totally agree with it.
You totally agree?
Yeah, because like if you have a container, you have a cup at home, I guess, and when you pour your tea, you can see that eventually it will be like a glide. It will just be smooth surface on the top, will it?
Well, there you go. So most of the Earth's surface is water, so that's a level surface.
So
generally, I mean, there's tides. It's not completely at rest, clearly, but yeah, it's a level plane.
Yeah, I can agree with this point because, like, you see, we are too small to notice, but there is a curvature.
Who said Who said we
measured how?
Damn.
What do you mean by measured? No, I didn't say measured. I think that we think too small. Since
I know, I'm asking you how it was measured.
Like, can you tell me, please, the area or like surface of the Earth, no matter the flat one, the spherical one?
I'm sorry, what'd you ask? I was distracted there. What?
No problem. Never mind. So, like, you see, Earth is too big compared to our body. Would you agree with it? Because, like, it's not a square meter. It's like big.
I would ask for measurements to support the claim that it's just too big for me to see it as what it is.
Let me Google it because I have no idea actually.
Well, you should have done that part first, but okay. I mean, better late than never.
You should do your homework, bro.
Trust me, bro. Trust me, bro.
Yep. Sorry. 1 second.
Fine, bro. Trust me, bro.
Water's level, bro. I checked it out.
What do you call it? Volume or you call it circumference?
Hang on. I have to
Google
it.
Yeah.
Wow. Water's level.
So
bro.
the area is like.
Just pretend I'm Google. Water is level.
No, wait a second. What the hell?
Hello, my name is Google or Alexa or fucking
All right.
Siri.
That was funny.
It's
P-Mac.
level.
Yep,
Thank you
and-
very much.
You're welcome.
So coming back, like you see it now, because like I'm getting insulted
Googleization,
because
vocalization.
I cannot explain it, but you see we go around and around and around every time people try to convince you that Earth is spherical. You tell them like you get them to prove that why it is spherical. They tell you it's because of the gravity, and then you
I don't care why. No, you're missing the point. I don't care why.
And then you say
I don't care
it's
why. I don't care why, dude. I want to know that it is.
So you truly want to know that Earth is spherical or flat, or do you
I
believe
want to know that
it's
it
flat
is a
already?
sphere. I don't care why yet. Just asking, is it?
But how are you going to trust it without any like proven scientific experiments or like some provement? Like, I mean, if it's a
Scientific experiments are for how and why, and I'm not asking that question. This is just a question of a shape, and that's down to geometry and measurement. That's all we'll need.
So what you need right now is to prove that Earth is spherical, or is it why it is spherical, or like can you be exact?
Not why. I just want to know that it is spherical, so that would just be like a matter of measurement.
Well,
You
actually,
measure it.
I'm
You
not
just
here
measure it and be like, oh, it's a ball.
Well, I'm here not to prove that Earth is spherical. I'm here to know why Earth is flat. So I guess we get wrong from the starting point.
Maybe it's a language thing because this is an English learning server, but why is sort of like a metaphysical question. Be asking, how did it get to be like that? And we're not even dealing with those questions. We're just examining its surface and showing that it is horizontal, flat generally, as far as you can measure. It's practically used like that. It's the way that it's observed. So, no globe detected.
Why is it flat then again? Because it's too big for a globe, or because water would fall down?
I don't know why it's flat, but it is.
So
It
if I
is.
tell Earth is spherical and I don't know why, but it is, would you believe me?
Well,
I guess
yeah, it wouldn't matter. Because if you could demonstrate that it is, it wouldn't matter how it actually got to be like that for the purposes of showing that it is that. Doesn't matter why. Doesn't matter what formed it into being a sphere if it is that. Just show that it is. That's all I'm talking about at this stage.
But I'm not here to show and prove that Earth is spherical. I'm here to challenge why is it flat, just to make it clear.
Okay, I don't know. Maybe it's a language thing. The way you're saying why, I don't know.
No. I mean, like you see, I ask you, is Earth flat? And I'm not here to prove that Earth is spherical. I ask, Earth is flat or not, and I want some evidence and proving that Earth is flat.
Yeah. So that'd be water.
Did you
You
get
did
me?
that already? Yeah. That's what you mean by why. Like, how can
No,
you justify
I don't
that
mean
it's
why.
flat? Yeah, okay, I got you. Yeah.
Yes. So that one, but
I see, yeah.
So number one is water, because it's just flat and it's equilibrium everywhere.
Guaranteed, 100% without a doubt. True fact. You can test it in your kitchen.
But that's too little, don't you think, compared to oceans and lakes?
Not too little. Water's water. Oceans are water. Lakes, glasses of water, all the same.
So can you be more specific why water
Have to have a
shows
container.
that
Water-
Earth is flat?
Water's contained. It makes a nice lake, river, ocean. It's real simple.
I see. It's like, but what it has to do with all of like kind of. I don't really get if what you mean is Earth is flat, and because of water and lakes, because they're the same level.
Oh, they're level. They're definitely level. Yep.
Yeah, body of waters can be level.
So when they're gonna be, what do you call it? Like when water level rises. I have no idea what's that called.
Water
in
level
English.
rises. Did you hear what
Like
you said?
the sea.
A sea level? Sea level rise? So that's a rising level, dude.
He's talking about tides.
So it should be everywhere, but like it wouldn't make sense because everywhere it should be. But if we consider that everywhere would sea level rise, that it means like there would be extra water coming out of somewhere.
Well, the whole thing rises uniformly because water seeks a level surface just because of that.
But
it rises and falls.
You cannot just get water from nowhere, can you?
No, didn't say that.
But where does it come from, that extra water?
From the sky.
The land, the sky.
Yeah.
Oh, like if they're already being melted.
You got water on the ground. It's called glaciers. You got all sorts of stuff.
Evaporation.
Water in the air, clouds, you know.
Evaporation, and then it rains, and it evaporates, and it rains. Happens every day on Earth, man. All the time.
So it means that it's always constant.
Cycle. It's a cycle.
Yeah.
Then what's the amount of water on
You don't
Earth?
know where the water comes from.
I don't know. I haven't measured it.
Dude, who could measure the amount of water on Earth? They just found a bunch of water underneath the ocean, man. Like more water than all the oceans.
Yeah,
Check it out.
That's a lot. That's a lot.
No, but if Earth is flat, then levels should be everywhere
If
flat.
the Earth is flat,
Lakes,
what do you mean,
Earth, under the water, under the surface, water should go up because it should connect.
The lakes aren't one continuous body of water with all the oceans necessarily, right? You're going to have lakes that are separate and cut off from the oceans, right? So it's not all necessarily at one elevation, but the sea level is. One interconnected body of water will be one level.
But why it rises? No, sorry, not why. I'm sorry. It rises, isn't it?
Yes.
But if it would rise, then wouldn't it like spit out of the corners of the flat Earth?
Oh boy, here we go, disco. Let's do the disco.
It's a space thing? Doing a space thing now? Space is your claim, man, not mine.
I never said about the space. I said it would fall somewhere. Why there shouldn't be something that holds it?
Well, because the water's contained, dude. The same way it's contained in a pool or a bathtub. It's contained.
It's
in a
contained.
container.
It's contained by gravity.
No, don't say that. You're going to confuse them.
I'm just kidding, man. I'm just kidding. I couldn't resist. It was too easy. Anyway.
What? Wait a second. So you mean there is gravity?
No, I was just kidding, man. I was trying to be a glober. What contains your ball of fucking water is gravity. That's your explanation, not ours.
I never said that.
You did. When you first came in, you're like, well, what about gravity? You said,
yeah. You reminded me. And you told about medium and difference in medium. Instead of gravity, you said that rocks falls downward because of the different elements and atoms and medium compared to air. Not here. Eventually, there was someone with a kangaroo on the, like a woman. Jenny.
Jenny was trying to get you to understand that when the rock's on the ground, it's at rest, and when you pick it up, you added some energy to it, and it goes. When you let it go, it goes back.
When you take it upwards, it gets gravitational potential energy, and when you throw it down, it goes
exactly.
That's so. Is it correct or like?
Yeah, I think it's correct. But there might be some people that disagree with me, but that's okay.
No, I mean, so you flat earthers don't even like kind of have your rules like set it like this is this, and like you didn't even clear for everyone like why things happen.
No, man, we're not like a organization that has rules. So you got to say this, and you have to say that, and you believe this.
No, I mean not this one. Like at least you have some common, like I mean, so the sphere believer, the globe believers. We like kind of have same knowledge, same understanding, and same principles, but you just kind of like you don't have constant thinking. Like
I don't think you globe guys have everything perfect either, man. I think there's a lot of theoretical physicists that disagree about all kinds of stuff, man. So I don't want to hear like we are all on the same page and we are going to follow the orders. Even in the freaking science world, man, they're always arguing. That's what science is. It's about figuring it out even better and taking it to the next level. That's what we do here every day, man. Join in. Be part of, let's look at this stuff. I'm sure Einstein would have loved Discord, bro. He would have loved it. Come on.
Yeah, sure.
Enjoy it.
So, can I continue now? Yes.
Yeah, go
So
ahead.
Yeah, with the proof. Go ahead with the proof.
No, I don't want the proof. I want to ask you. So you said that
No
because
proof,
of-
as usual.
No, sorry. But
Well, I mean,
you
just
see,
discard the globe right there. There's never any proof.
I'm talking about the other thing. It's like the flat Earth is because of sea level. Like it's the same, and any other evidence.
That's all you need.
That's pretty much the one. I go to airline flights, and any aircraft that flies on Earth has to treat the Earth as flat and stationary. Otherwise, it would not be possible to fly an airplane. You would have a problem, or a rocket, or a jet, or a missile. You would have a lot of problems to deal with if it was a
What's the
spinning
problem?
globe. It's tangential gradient. It's you would have to make up speed here and there depending on where you're flying because the Earth's spinning, right?
Yeah, but
You have to make up. You have to make up the spin rate between different latitudes. It would be really complicated, but I talked to like 15 pilots, and they all taught me that they don't do that. They treat the Earth as flat and stationary. So I'm going to go with their expertise. They're pilots. So carry on.
You see, I don't like to be in a position the one who defends, but since there is no choice, or is there? Number one, as far as I'm concerned, since Earth is spinning and it's a massive object, colossal, and we comparators are like teeny tiny little ants, let's say, and your aircraft is like too small to eventually get out of Earth's gravitational field, because then you have to be bigger, so your field of attraction would kind of attract the Earth, and they will cancel the gravity of Earth, and then you get out of there, and then you will feel the speed of the Earth spinning. But since aircraft are too tiny,
so you're talking about conserved momentum. Is that what you're saying?
So like you heard about inertia, like an object in movement would like to move.
Yeah, I'm
so like
familiar.
that goes the same. Since airplane on the land, it's just moving with the same speed. When it kind of like flies in the air, it's still gonna like the will to continue.
You're right.
The movement.
The plane flies the same speed as Earth, man. Or it flies just it's lockstep with Earth. It's gonna it doesn't work like that, bro. What happens is you take off from let's say Toronto, Canada, and you try to fly to the equator, man. There's two different speeds, man, and they're hundreds of miles an hour difference. You would have to make that up, and there's no mechanism for that, and no airline pilot makes up for it. They don't do it. You can't prove it. Just don't believe me. Just check it out. Talk to a pilot. Do they treat the Earth as stationary and flat? And they'll all say yes. If they're honest, they don't have like special equipment in there to make up for the spin of the Earth, bro. It doesn't exist. There's no switch on the plane that, oh shoot, we got to catch up to the spin. Let's hit the auxiliary spin catcher upper button. No, it's not going to happen. It's funny. Anyway.
Like you see, you don't have to catch up with the spin. It's gonna be always affecting you unless you get out of the gravitational field. That's like a couple of, I don't know what miles, but like
gravitational field.
Yeah, you have to escape it. So will be like you see when you jump. Have you ever jumped out of the car while it's driving? Like in a small speed as well, like it could be.
Sure, absolutely, I have. Yeah.
So you know how it gets hard to stabilize yourself and walk normal straight because the inertia will be affecting you.
Yeah, but it's not the same with airline flights because
now imagine it being bigger, much bigger. The force should be like it's enormous, and you're like
have you ever been?
You will not feel it. Where?
Disneyland, the fantasy world.
Yeah, I mean, I've been somewhere similar, but not Disneyland exactly.
you're in fantasy land right now, man, because when you say, oh, it's so big and it's so amazing, it's so great, you can't believe it, you're in fantasy. Reality is that pilots treat the Earth as flat and stationary. That's reality, man. Water's level. That's reality. I'm not trying to pull the wool over your eyes or give you some kind of tricky math or something. I'm just keeping it simple, bro. Real simple. Earth's flat and stationary. And every aircraft that's ever flown on Earth is treated it as such. And that's a fact.
So you mean pilots know the truth about Earth?
I got a video, 15 pilots. It said, I think it was 19 pilots. They're all, yeah, we just treat it as flat, stationary. Yep. Yeah, flat.
Like
15 pilots, right? And they're sitting in the cockpit when they say it. They're sitting in the cockpit when they're like, ask the question, man, do you treat the Earth as flat and stationary? And they're like, oh, of course, yeah. Otherwise, we would crash. Yeah, because you would have to make up speeds and that are unmake-upable, man. You can't make them up. It would be a disaster. Planes would be crashing all the time. Anyway, that's my favorite proof of a flat stationary plane is airline pilots, airline flights, and water's probably number 2 in my book. But
so you have a book. Or like your notes?
Well, I got a mental book that I've taken notes over the years and said, hey, man, what's your favorite, how do you prove flat Earth? Water. Airline flights.
Can we get back to airlines? Like kind of the dirt flying?
Sure.
So if Earth is flat and we treat it as flat, that means like no matter from one point to another point, all the distance, all the directions, like the best direction would be like direct, like kind of, imagine drawing a line, like a straight line right now, a horizontal one. So there is no way you can make it shorter.
Right.
Yeah. So like you get it. But like if you fold your paper into a sphere and then you draw a line a bit higher from your initial line, then it's going to be shorter eventually because your sphere is Earth is spherical, and that's why they bend it through Arctic a bit to shorten the fuel, like what do you call it? The need of fuel.
Yeah, I know what you're talking about. Yeah.
Yep, so would you agree with
They're
it?
called the Great Circle routes. They're called the Great Circle routes. But inside the chat here, man, there's a Plum Bob at 49 minutes after the hour dropped a, have you ever heard of a black box?
Yeah.
Okay. This was a flight from a black box that I think it lasted what, two hours?
I don't know.
Something like that.
So eventually
it shows your ground speed. It shows how flat and level they treat the Earth, man, over an hour. They would have to dip down and curve around a ball, and they don't. And this was recovered from, I think it was an accident. Wasn't it? Is this from an accident? Help me out, guys.
Me?
No. Okay. Heretic, somebody. You guys know more about this shit than I do. But yeah, just shows that you're flying flat and level, man. And this was taken from, it was a United Airlines Boeing 707 flight, 777-200, back in 2018. So yeah, we got this data, and this is what the black box records, that your altitude, ground speed, at your airspeed, and it shows the distance, man. And where that blue highlight box is, that's the interesting part, man, because they treat it as completely flat and stationary, or at least flat, 100%.
See.
Anyway,
but they do use longitude and latitude.
Sure, man. I mean, how else you navigate?
Latitude is your distance from the equator, and longitude is your position around the globe. So if Earth was flat, it would be better to use like X direction and Y direction to make it simple. You know, like to simplificate it for simplicity.
What you're talking about, y-axis versus?
Yeah, like it would be easier because longitude it's also about the degree, and it's like harder, and it would work on globe. But if Earth was flat, it would be easier for them to use X and Y direction.
Works on flat too, man. There's been sailors for a lot of years using those coordinates. It works flat too. I no doubt. Works both. I think it might work both, but definitely works flat as well. Yep. Yep. That's, hey, dude, all your maps are on. If you're sailing on a boat and you're doing navigation, all your maps are flat, bro. You know what I'm saying? They're all flat. I'm sorry. And that's a fact, Jack.
No, I mean,
that's a fact.
Now you tell that it's a fact.
All maps are flat. Just
no, all maps are flat.
Every single map.
Wait a second. Haven't you heard of spherical?
That's not a map. That's
no. Haven't you heard of spherical maps? Never. Not a globe, but
not
a spherical.
Globe. A circle map.
Yeah.
Like an AE map, azimuthal equidistant map kind of thing.
No, like, do you know what topology is? I will just start gently from a bit further than explain. So do you know what topology is? So basically how your object and like assume that you have a cup, so like you make a couple of plates like and you surround it, and that's your simple topology. Unfortunately I cannot send any image, but can I send the link?
Topology?
Yep, like here you go. I send it a picture right now. So you see the circular globe.
Hold on.
That's
Oh, dude, I got a bunch of.
They extend it and they make it flat so that it would be simple for people to use it.
Guess what, man? Everything's simpler flat, man. No doubt about it, man.
Yep, you see, but space is complex. It's harder than.
You've never been to space, bro. Either have I.
Well, actually, man, no, I haven't.
Of course you haven't. None of us have.
Oh, by the way, what do you think about the sun? Is it a bulb?
I've never seen both sides of it. I've only seen one face of the sun and the moon, both. So I couldn't tell you it's exactly a ball because, you know, I'm a baseball player, football. I play soccer. You know, I played. You know, I've seen both sides of those balls, but I can't see this. Can say that that's a ball because I haven't seen both sides, and neither have you.
Just well, actually, sun is stationary, and we revolve around it based on globe spherical believers. So you have to see it around it.
That's the story, but none of us have seen, like, you know, separated ourselves and flew up there and spun around it, like with, you know, no. Dude, it looks super small and super close. The sun is so small and close. In fact, it's the same size as like a full moon, you know? It's right there.
Actually, moon sometimes seems bigger than sun. Yeah.
Well, on the horizon, yeah, for sure. Both the sun and the moon look bigger. But, you know, when it's right over my head, they both look exactly the same size. When it's right over my head, that's what I observe. You know, I got some special glasses I wear. I look at the sun; it looks the same size as a full moon. You know, no different.
Yeah, see, like, but when you see a Bugatti near you and you see it like 2 kilometers away from you, would you kind of recognize them? The one like that's 2 kilometers away, or even like farther from you, you wouldn't actually. and especially when you put a I don't know, like a van and a like I don't know, a hatchback car, like really far from you, like approximately of a distance, like 4 kilometers, 4,000 kilometers, maybe, like that. You will not even differentiate them, the size of them, would you? Unless you have a supervision.
Well, I don't have supervision. That's for sure.
So that's the same with the sun and the moon. Since
It's a bit
distance is big, no?
I mean, we all understand perspective and how, things look smaller in the distance because, they're farther away, right?
Yeah.
We all understand how that works. You can test that in your kitchen. If I hold up a penny and put it right next to your eye, it's really big. But if I start walking away, eventually that penny, you're not going to be able to see the penny, bro. You're not going to be able to see the coin.
Yes, exactly. So you agree?
It's called perspective, man. Our eye.
So you agree?
There is a vanishing point that happens with angular resolution. I don't know if you remember that term, but the angle to resolve something is going to change with distance, right?
Yeah.
And at some point, man, it's going to disappear in the horizon.
Never. No.
Guaranteed. That's how it works.
It's going to be tiny, but it's still going to affect
It's going to disappear, bro. You're not going to see fuck all. I'm sorry with the bad language, but yeah, you're not going to see it at some point. It's just going to disappear. You can't resolve it. That's what angular resolution means. How far can you resolve something at an angle?
Have you ever looked at the telescope?
Oh yeah, I had.
So how was it? The image, the pictures.
Oh, here's the thing, man. I was into Saturn for a lot of years. I was into the moon. And I had like a very high-end 10-inch telescope, man. I could look at Saturn. And it looks very blurry. But it does look, like the same shape NASA gives us pictures of. But even with my super kick-ass telescope, that night after night, even, focusing it the best I could, it's still blurry little object in my, eyepiece, and I couldn't resolve, nowhere near like the crazy stuff that NASA gives us, man. Like, we flew around the rings of Saturn and it's like, it looks so Hollywood to me. But when I look at it through my telescope, it's like a blurry little light. It looks like Saturn, kinda. It's not even, and I know a guy that has like the most high-end telescope and 4K camera, and he's doing video live streaming, and it looks the same as my, blurry shit as well. So, that what can we take from looking at lights in the sky, man? I mean,
but what exactly was your telescope model?
It was a 10-inch. It was made here in California. I forget the damn thing, man. This was 10 years ago. I had that bad boy. Yeah. Anyway, that's not the point, man. The point is that you can go look at this stuff too through the telescope, and it's gonna look blurry to you too. Mars is gonna look blurry. Saturn's gonna look blurry. It's just gonna look blurry.
I see it, but
you know what I mean?
I have seen it.
It's not defined like NASA's, high resolution images and stacking. And my buddy does a lot of stacking pictures. Do you know what stacking is?
No idea.
So what you do is you take like thousands and thousands of pictures of a certain nebula.
Yep.
And you stack them all together.
To compare them and to make
then it makes it look like that NASA stuff. It's called stacking, but you're cheating because
you're taking thousands of pictures over like an hour, 2 hours, right? And you're stacking all those pictures, and then it looks like, the gamma rays of, Neptune, or not Neptune, but some nebula out there that, it looks cool, man. You can do it yourself, man, but it's kind of cheating, man. If you just zoom in on that stuff in real time with a real telescope, it's going to look blurry and shitty. It's not going to look cool at all. But if you stack thousands of pictures together, it looks great, man. It looks really cool. And you can do it. I mean, my buddy did it for like less than, $500. So anybody can do it. So it's out there.
Yeah, I see your point, yeah, but like on my experience, my personal, like we have a telescope in our physics lab.
Yeah.
So I didn't know, like we begged our school teacher physics to kind of organize, not a sleepover, but us to come to school and check up the stars. So he had a map, app that was like something with sky. So basically, by using the satellites and all the fancy technology, when you point it to the sky, the camera, you can actually see like where objects are. And in order to check it, I first didn't believe it. I thought like it might be a lie. So I pointed it to where the sun was, and it showed it through the wall. And I pointed it at the night to the moon, and it just showed. And I go like, it's too kind of like suspicious.
Like
and I checked other.
Are you familiar with Stellarium?
Yeah.
Stellarium, the celestial sky app. I think it's an app or a program. I think it's a program, really. I don't think you can use it. Maybe you can use it on your phone. I don't know. I only use it on my computer, but yeah, it does the same thing. It just will point and say, hey, here's where the sun is. It's going to come up here and New York, it's going to set here, and it's going to go over Japan. Yeah, I mean, you can do that in Stellarium. It's a great.
So, like, continuing the story, we had like watched the kind of Jupiter first, because like as our teacher said, it's the biggest one. Unfortunately, after hours of searching, we finally found it, but like everyone was too tired. And when I first saw it, I thought like it's too kind of crazy and strange, but the telescope, it wasn't like it was enormous. It wasn't a normal like couple of diameter. It has a big lens inside, the reflective one, and I like tried. I tried to set it up, and it looked like really clear. I could see the sharp edges. I could see how it like kind of looked, and also then I searched for Jupiter, and that kind of they call it the spot in Jupiter, the one.
Sure. The storm.
The tornado. Yeah, the storm. So like I could definitely see it. I could.
Yeah. Okay.
So I could differentiate it, and like that's my evidence that.
But was it true. Like? Let me ask you, man. Was it super clear, or was it just kind of like fuzzy, and you could kind of see a little round circle there? I mean, be honest.
Yeah, be honest. At first, yeah, but like there was a stuff that you could like manage the focal length or something similar to your eye.
Sure.
Like after playing it, and unfortunately, when I showed it to my friends, they go like it's blurry. But when I looked with my eye, it looked like okay. And then I tried my other eye, and it seems like human eyes have different. What do you call it? The focal lengths.
Oh, of course.
Stretching. So like you have to manage it, and it's like a tiny hard process to make it. But eventually,
extremely, you're right, man. It's like adjusting glasses from your eye doctor. Does this look better? Does that look better? The doctor changes your lenses. I don't know if you're.
But every time he changes them, I have glasses. I know that's
you know what I'm talking about. Yeah. So it's the same thing, man. I mean, everybody's focal point is going to be a little bit different. Trying to get it in focus. I think that's what focal point is where can we focus? And yeah, everybody's is different. You're right. 100%. You saw it like super clear, like NASA
photos clear for like 2 seconds. Right? And then you go, hey, check it out. And your buddy looks in it. He's like, it's blurry, man. It's all.
Yeah.
And you're like, oh, what do you mean it's blurry, man? It was perfect for me. Yeah. So anyway, those lights in the sky are great to look at and, put a telescope on, take some pictures, stack some pictures. They look great, man. But the fact is, man, none of us has ever actually been there. And we're not going to probably go there. I'm pretty sure. And we can, check out here on Earth. It's where, water's level and airlines treat their just flat and stationary. And, simple things, I keep it simple. Yeah.
But like, I see it. I see a point. But like, if Earth was flat, then shouldn't it mean that time should be the same exact everywhere?
No, whoa. You got some weird interpretation of what you think Earth is. Flat Earth is like what? We all have like this. Are we like a disc shooting through outer space? Do you think that? You think that's what we think?
Well, you guys showed me, and it was just a rectangular flat object in the sky.
Oh man, I mean, somebody want to bail me out here, man? T-Dub, my man, my brother from down under. My brother from down under. I might be the first to say that, but so the great thing about Earth is we can check it out, and we can, if somebody comes along and says, "Hey, man, I can light fire from a rock," you're like, "Oh, really? Okay." Boom. I can see that in reality. The dude lit the fire from the rock, man. Amazing. I love exact demonstrations of things that are here on Earth, like water's level. We can check it out, man. I mean, I tried to make that water bend. I got my glass. I tilt it left, tilt it right. Ain't no bendy nothing, man. And that's a fact. Yeah, I've even asked a bartender once, man, "Hey, man, you got any bendy water?" He's like, "What?" So, yeah, water doesn't bend around outside of a ball. And you can't show that to me in any experiment here on Earth, any whatsoever. I don't care, and then your excuse will be, well, the ball's too big, man. You gotta have a really big ball, man, to do it. Like, okay, that sounds cool. Like, I don't buy it, man. I'm not buying it has to be so big in order to bend the water. Well, we checked out the bendy water. And we said, okay, well, what's your radius? And then I got this 3,959 miles. And I'm like, okay, well, what's the math on that? How far should we see, let's say, 100 miles? Oh, it should be, 6,700 feet of curvature. Well, we went up and we checked out. It's like there's no curvature at 6,700 miles. There's no 6,700 foot curve, man. It's just not there. The curve is not there. And that's, kind of the main point of this server and a lot of other servers I've been in. It's like, you guys came up with the claim of 3,959 miles. That's your radius, bro. And you either own it or don't own it. I don't care. But the fact is, we did the math. We did the calculations. We figured out where's this curve should or should not be, and it's not there. And that's the facts of where I'm standing. Period. That's it. There is no curvature. And you want to throw some spin on top of it? There's no spin either. That shit doesn't exist. And welcome to Earth. Check it out. Don't believe me. Don't believe us. You want to stay in your, little, I don't know, fantasy world, to find a better word for it, or indoctrinated world. Go for it, man. You'll live a happy life and you'll make money and have wife and kids and the dog, and it'll be great. But if you want to know that you're not shooting through outer space at millions of miles an hour, welcome to the server. Check it out. Earth's flat and stationary, man.
But yeah, I see your point, and it makes it makes sense, a lot of sense. But like, ancient people believed that Earth was flat, and then scientists came and they said that Earth is spherical.
Yep.
And then people in nowadays they say it's all because of NASA and government, but like I don't think before they cared about what people thought about Earth, because they had nothing to do with it.
Yeah, well, like you said, man, the ancients thought it was flat. There's, that's pretty well, discovered. There was a lot of people, even like 100 years ago, thought it was still flat. There was a lot of, but then what happened, man, I think, the schooling got some of the, people that wanted to, get everybody to thinking in one way. They got a hold of the schools, man. Once they got a hold of the schools, they taught this, and then this is the way it is, and we started looking at all this stuff that they taught, and we're like, wait a minute, man, what's this 8 inches per mile squared thing, man? What's this curvature? We're just questioning, what they came up with, and that there's nothing wrong with that, man. That's like being a scientist. That's what scientists do, man, is they question everything. It's like, what's your independent variable? What's your hypothesis? You got an observation, all these things. And that's where they came up with the scientific method. It's like, dude, we got to have these things in order to try to disprove or prove something. And it never ends. It's not like, okay, I just proved that, water boils at 200 and, whatever Celsius, 100 Celsius. Or 220 Fahrenheit, whatever. Oh shoot, it didn't work over here, man. When I was and in the Himalaya mountains, it didn't work like that. It was different. Oh, no kidding. Well, why was it different?
Yeah, all that stuff we were told about.
Yeah, I mean, that's how we've gone down this scientific road. We've kicked things down the road. And we're just the latest crew on the questioning thing train, saying, hey, man, how did you figure this out? How did you figure that out? I mean, what was your variable? What was your... That's it. That's all we're doing, man. I'm not trying to be a know-it-all. I certainly do not know it all, but I love questioning it all. That's fun. You know what I mean?
I understand you. Yeah, I did the same stuff.
So much fun to question this stuff and go, well, how did you come up with that? How did they determine that? Oh, it goes against the second law of thermodynamics. Wait a minute, time out. You can't go against the second law of thermodynamics, bro. That's, I've asked hundreds of people this question, man. I mean, can you go against it? Can you, show me gas pressure without a container? That would be cool. It's never going to happen. I know that because, I'm a realist. I'm out here dealing with real stuff every day. Yeah, you're not going to prove me wrong on gas pressure. You're going to get toast.
Yo, can I have a question about this video right here?
Video.
I sent it to the chat, just a short video.
Yeah, give me the summary, man. I got to go do something real quick. Somebody else.
No problem. Right now, really question or someone else. When will you be available again?
Hey, we're here 24/7, so don't be shy. I'm usually here right about now. this time, but other
No, I mean,
people.
like, I have to go as well, so like, I will
Oh, you
catch
gotta
up with
go
you.
as well. Yeah.
Yeah. See you, dude. Thanks.
Hey, man. Cheers. All right. Did I fuck that all up, man? Was I not cool? Help me out there, somebody.
Totally cool, dude.
All right. I thought I was handling it like,
No, you're
reality. I was trying to keep him on the reality train, man. Like, yeah, water's level. And anyway, I appreciate you guys giving me a little opportunity to talk to a new young fella. He's smart, man. This guy, I think he's starting to get it, man. I think he's losing sleep. I'm pretty sure. He's trying to figure out, gas pressure, or something. I don't know. Anyway, I appreciate you guys letting me hang out. Late night comedy. I do love the comedy part of what we're doing out here, because it is funny to watch somebody come in and try to lay down their schooling. Dude, I learned this in school, bro. I know what I'm talking about because I got certificate. I got my paper. I got my piece of paper. What do you know? Yeah. What do you guys know? I mean, I love that. So I know you guys do too. Let's keep it going. Daz, man, you're live? What the hell happened to you, bro? Pokerfon? Usually I can't shut you up, man. What the hell? T-Dub, and I think he fell off the freaking bottom of the earth. Mongo.
No, you handled that like a pro.
Cool, man. I got years of experience. I do it in my own way. It's a little different than, less aggressive. I try to.
Yeah.
Try to
lure them in with your good vibes.
I try to meet people, halfway and say, "Hey, man, what do you got? What do you got? What do I got? This is what I got." I just try to meet them in the middle and say, let's meet the crossroads together. Come on, let's go. And at the crossroads, man, you're gonna have to make a decision. If you're willing to go globy flat, I don't care which way you go, but just meet me at the crossroads. That's it. Not trying to.
Oh, what a great movie.
Yeah, right. It is a great movie.
Ralph fucking Macchio.
Yeah. Ralph. Dude, who wants the name Ralph, bro? Anybody?
I don't know, man. I met a couple of Ralphs.
I don't even.
They were all right.
They're all right. Ralphs are all right. Okay. I could go with that. Interesting. All right. I got to go piss. Please jump in. Anybody question? I'll be back in a minute. Man.
Yeah, dude, you got to, brother. I like penguins. You want to ask some questions? You want to mic up? Saw you in the side chat there. You and Apocryphon were going after it. Call those meme wars. Yeah, anybody listening on YouTube, thanks for being here. Anybody here in the on the panel, thanks for hanging tough. Hey, APOC, you want to hop on stage with I Like Penguins? You guys can have a conversation.
I don't even know what this guy's trying to say. I'm trying to get to the bottom of that.
Yeah, if you want.
It'd be nice. There you go. You both are mic'd up. Yeah, go ahead, take it away. Have a good convo.
Where'd you get? So you got this data from NASA, and it's flight logs. I know that. You're saying it uses XYZ coordinates, so I'm guessing that means that across all these coordinates, whatever value you're using to designate one area from another is linear, and that the distance across all these areas is going to be the same no matter where you pick it from.
Right.
But he showed it from a confusing angle. I'm not sure what altitude has to do with this. They do go up, go in a straight line, and go down, but they don't go in a straight line on, say, the Mercator projection, which would be what you'd expect on a flat Earth. If north is designated as like up, and the northern pole would stretch across all the continents and the countries. But I don't know what that GIF has to do with anything. It's much more intuitive to me to compare the latitude and longitude and looking at it from a top-down view rather than from the side to talk about whether it's curved or not.
Right. So, like, for instance, if he could understand this, I don't know. So when you're looking at it like on a flight tracker, you're looking at the planes looking down, and you're only going to have their XY because they're just it's a 2D, right? Like you're just looking down at it like a bird's eye view, and you see the planes on the flight track. You can look them out on whatever app you use. You see them from Los Angeles, they just go across to New York.
So which one's altitude?
Well, none of those are. In it, it's just XY. That's just latitude, longitude. But the Z is going to represent. That's why when you look at it, like the raw data that NASA used to try to figure out for traffic controlling, like across the United States, for the airline, for the FAA, like they literally used this raw data and then they added the Z because they were trying to get the elevations because some planes fly at certain altitudes than others, and they have like almost like, if you want to think about it, like highways in the sky. Like if you leave from down like LAX and you fly to, let's say, Denver, Colorado, they're gonna go on a certain like route. Always, unless like obviously if there's weather or any special things going on where they have to divert traffic going through in the skies. But typically this raw data it shows it going up, going across, and going down. And that's the whole point of that video that I posted for him to see, is because that's their data. Like they gave that side view, and they never showed that side view, by the way. And they don't like showing it, probably because when you use the raw data on the XYZ grid, that's a flat planar grid. Like no matter, even using these coordinates he's trying to say like, oh, it's a spherical thing. No, dude, like even when they mathematically, like they can construct it to be a spherical, true, mathematically, but in reality, they treat it as a flat stationary plane, and they have the XY of its position, and then the Z will be its elevation. So like they created the study so that way they can get a hand on like the way there was so much congestion in the skies, and they tried to use like an algorithm to figure out what's a better path that all the planes can take from airport to airport, from this way to that way. And like there's all these different like not criteria, but all these different how would I say it? All these different scenarios. There you go. Like all these different scenarios of like, okay, from these airports. That's why if you look at the video, like some are green, some are purple, some are blue, and they're just showing all the different like airliners and the paths that they take. Like not all planes take the same paths. Even not all airlines, like certain airlines won't take certain paths because they don't even like fly in those directions to those certain airports. But long story short is, it's when you take that raw data, it's over a planar Earth. They go up, they go across, they go down, and that's the point of that video. Since he was asking, I don't know.
Yeah. So when I see the lines, the green and purple or whatever lines go up, which coordinate is that?
Well, it was. Yeah. So like when they're going up, that would be just like the Z. They're just showing the elevation that they go to.
Right.
But the raw data itself, like they do have it from like each airport. And obviously this is a side view, so you're not really going to see you won't see the difference between let's say San Diego and LAX or Ontario in California, but you can kind of see there are different planes going up from the West Coast and then going across to the different airports.
Yeah, I do see them going up and across, but I don't know what we're deriving from this east to west travel and this lateral travel.
Yeah, it's just what they did is they just took the raw data of every plane across the United States, during a certain time, and they were trying to figure out for traffic flow purposes. But again,
yeah, I know, but what are you showing with this side view? Because it's just going up and left to right. It doesn't seem to be actually showing that anything relevant to whether or not the great curve paths are the great curve routes aren't the fastest way to get to point A to point B. Because you can't see those.
That whole
that view specifically excludes that.
Yeah, that whole Great Circle path, that's just what they name it. That's what they call it. But that's not even generally that's not even true. That's the false claim. That's what I'm trying to get at with him. Dude, they say that because the Earth is a curve, globe, sphere, they have to use this Great Circle path. No, dude, that's not even what it is. I talk to a pilot. They that's what they call if we fly from LA to New York, right? They're gonna say, "Oh, this is the Great Circle path because we're going over a curve." But no, what you're doing is you're going up, you're going across, and you're going down. You're gonna change over the country. Obviously, there could be a weather storm, so you're gonna have to bank left, and okay, we got to change our route, and they're gonna.
Yeah, let's focus on the ones where they just go straight.
What was that?
Let's just focus on the ones where they go straight. I get there's variables that can alter flight path.
Yeah, so even if they were just to fly straight across, right? As the crow flies, right? They're still just going to go at a direction from point A to point B. And yeah, that's going to be the quickest route. From if I'm going to fly from LAX to, let's say, Fort Worth, I'm going to go on a certain path that's already been agreed upon by all the air, they know we have to, just lanes on the road, dude, you have to stay on the lanes, right? Because there's a reason why they all fly certain ways and certain lanes, if you will.
Yeah, they don't want to crash.
Right, they want to keep it
airports.
Right, exactly. And that was the whole point. Go ahead.
Where in this data are you seeing that the Great Circle paths that we see on stuff like the Mercator projections aren't the fastest path? Where exactly?
Wait, so, you asked me where are we finding paths of the Great Mercator? What'd you say?
You said that no. You said that that this data contradicts the Great Circle routes being the fastest point A to point B.
No, I didn't say it. No, I didn't say that this data contradicts it. I said they use this raw data to put a visualization for the FAA to show the congestion from here to there and there to here, and the way they're just showing the routes, where the planes are going, when they did this. Let me try to find the report for you.
So this isn't anything that would contradict or disprove the curve of the Earth due to flight paths? Because I guess that's what I heard earlier about this data showing something about fastest route point A to point B. They go up, they go down. I understand that.
To the contrary, there's no curvature in any of this flight data. Zero.
Right. Exactly. There's no. Yeah. We got to keep.
It proves without a doubt there's no curvature, man.
Exactly.
I'm sorry, bro.
And that's the point. And that's the point being made.
I'm asking, I understand that's what you're saying with it, but where do we see that? Where is this disprove the curvature?
Well, there's no curvature, man.
I know you're saying that.
Yeah. So look at So for instance, the data that they're taking this from to create a visualization. If you can grasp that
of the flight,
if you can grasp that the system itself would be a flat grid from the West Coast to the East Coast. Because that's the way they are analyzing. It's an XYZ grid, like it's like a checkerboard, and they took that data, and they created a visualization. That's why you see the plane go up, and then they go across, and then they go down to land, and that's all they do. And they keep a relative, like not all of them, but most of them, they keep a relative because of commercial flights. They keep a relative, like a certain altitude that they'll just fly across, and there's no
relative altitude is key in that what you said there. Yep, relative altitude.
Right.
Yeah, so I know you can get like projections of anything in like a flat form. Like you can project anything to be flat. You can project a flat surface to be curved. Like where in the data does this contradict the curve? Though I want to know exactly. Like I know they're using this system that's like shown as like a flat thing, but how do I go from this thing is being presented as flat in the projection to there's no curve of the Earth?
Because the baseline that it's representing. That's why. Like that's how it's destroying in their own paradigm, because this data is from a baseline, a relative baseline from the West Coast to the East Coast. You have mean sea level, and that's how they're getting their altitude. And then they're flying according to this XYZ across a grid with that same. So like so in other words, where you're taking it, they're going to say, well, yeah, level is curved. Then that's the point. Like that's the main reason. Like, cause they're going to say, well, yeah, it's level. Cause from the West Coast to the East Coast, we can say there's a level plane there. And that's where they're addressing or their altitude from. But then you have Glober say, yeah, but level's curved, right? Like, yeah, we know that. Hello, level is curved. And it's like, no, it's not curved. Level is level.
Level is level. Mongos. Fucking Mongos. Come on. Level is level.
So when you have a plane in its flight data that there's no, change for so many miles of its pitch data, and then it's because it's flying at a certain altitude, and that's what's key. If you're going an altitude, a certain altitude, let's say you take off at LAX, and then you're like, okay, we're gonna climb, and then all right, everybody, unfasten your seatbelts. We're at cruising altitude. We're at 35,000 feet. Go ahead and use a restroom and whatever. We're gonna send snacks around the table or around the plane, and then they're gonna just fly across, like straight across. They're gonna keep that altitude. And that altitude is derived off this XYZ grid. That altitude is going to remain consistent. Of course, we spoke again, unless there's changes because of weather and because of just certain flow of traffic. But typically, that plane's just going to go horizontal until you get to its as it's coming on its approach, and they'll announce it. All right, guys, we're going to start descending as we're getting closer. We'll be landing in 25 minutes or 30 minutes or 10 minutes, whatever it is, and then they start to lower altitude. So what they did, they went up, they went across, they went down. And that's the whole point of it.
Hey, welcome to Airline Flight 101. We'll be happy to buckle up your seatbelts because it only gets more level from here. And once you reach level altitude, we'll be serving drinks and food and enjoy your flight. Okay, thank you. Thank you for your participation.
Yeah, so I think there was some misunderstanding at some point. I didn't know that we were talking about pitch data. That makes sense now why you posted that. If I understand.
Yeah,
the great
right.
circle rates.
It does have a lot of pitch data.
I guess I'm starting to understand that what you mean by this is that the data shows that the pitch of the plane. Something about you're inferring something about the pitch of the plane and over great distances and therefore no curve.
Yes. Water's level, no curve. We got it.
So seeing the plane, because the plane goes up and then maintains altitude and you're not seeing drastic changes in altitude or pitch on the pitch data for the altitude, even though it's going over the curve, it's flat. Is that right?
Yeah, that altitude.
Yeah, that sounds right.
That altitude that's marked, right? Let's say you're at, like I said, 35,000 feet. It's marked, right?
Yeah.
And then you fly for 2 hours, no change. And now the argument would be, if you were flying over a curved Earth, that if you just kept that straight horizontal position and didn't bank down, you didn't change your pitch to account for, to keep that height or elevation or altitude above the ball. If the ball's dropping, then you should be dropping, because that would keep kind of like I want you to picture this like a double rainbow, right? Like you have one rainbow and then another rainbow, and you can say they are equidistant to each other on both sides of it and in the center. That's an arc and then another arc. But to keep it equal in distance, you would have to curve with it. Just like that top rainbow, it would have to curve with the other rainbow below it. So you have an equidistant. Yes, that's different than saying this is level to a horizontal plane. That you can't have level to be curved, because that's retarded. That's like a oxymoron here. Because level is horizontal, right?
You're saying as we travel over distance over time, right? Let's say like the 3959 radius is true. If we were to fly a plane on that ball, we would be over the distance. There'd be a certain change in angle that the plane would need to correct for.
Yes,
so like over like 20 miles, there's like 0.0 something %.
Right. Let's say you go 1,600 miles. Okay, you go from California to, let's say we're gonna land like in, I don't know, Mississippi or something. Let's say like that's 2,000 miles, something right there. You're gonna have a lot of drop on a sphere Earth that you would have to account for if you're keeping that elevation consistent with the ground below you. Because
but we know.
Okay,
but we know it takes time for the plane to get from point A to point B. It just doesn't appear at point B and suddenly it needs to change a bunch of angle. It would only need to gradually change. What was that?
Okay.
Anyway,
okay. So, but here's
only
the
need
point.
to gradually change slightly, and planes do make a lot of corrections. Like even on clear days, only like every 10 seconds or so. And that's like if there's no autopilot, but the autopilot's going to be making constant adjustments. And so you wouldn't really, if the plane's going over the curve, making 0.01 degree change.
So wait,
a minute, then it would only have to change so much, and that would be imperceptible.
So the B-52 bombers back in World War II, did they have that, autopilot thing, man, that like totally corrects for the curve, bro? I mean, what about those guys back in the day, man?
Yeah, so even without autopilot, you'd still be making manual corrections every 10 seconds or so to the pitch.
Wait, they had
autopilot back then.
Autopilots in World War II? Really?
No, they didn't have that.
Really? I don't think they had autopilots in World War II, but if you got some evidence.
No, I think you misheard. I said that even if there's no autopilot. Who keeps playing the soundboard?
He left. He got it.
Yeah. So I was saying, actually, in even if there was no autopilot, the pilot would still be making corrections every 10 seconds or so. And that's 6 seconds. That's 6 times over a minute. And if you're making all those corrections, 0.01 degree of change isn't really going to make that much difference.
Okay, but here's the point, though. But in the actual pitch data, there's no change. So let's just think this logically. Okay, you said, okay, that's fine. If you were flying over a globe, it'd be little adjustments, and you can over time, over distance. Okay, we'll give you that. Fair, that's fine. You can say that. But now let's go to the fact. Okay, but there is no change. Now what? What do we do with when we see the evidence that says, "Oh, look at it, for 2 hours there was no change"? Okay, well, wait. Then how did that happen?
Well, I thought you just granted that over 2 hours, since it's gradually changing, maybe like barely inconceivable.
No. Okay. Look at barely. Hey, bro,
it wouldn't register on the flight data, would it?
Listen. Barely changing, but there is no change. That's a difference, right?
The pitch data isn't recording a change.
if I'm walking a straight line and I barely change, that's still changing. Even though it's very small and minute, it's still changing. Now, if I'm walking a straight line and I say, guess what? I had no change, then you can't say, oh, well, but there's barely change. No, there's zero change. And that's the point. Like, just think logically.
It's kind of like walking down a hill. If you had this data, walking down a hill, you would see it, okay, I'm changing my elevation. I'm adjusting for my elevation because I'm flying at 500 miles an hour. I gotta adjust for this curvature, man. That's a physical fact that you have to deal with in reality, man. That's what I'm saying, bro. That's a fucking physical fact.
Yeah, I don't grant that you would notice a change of like 1 degree over a few dozen miles.
Go ahead.
Go ahead. I don't grant that you would notice a change in a negligible amount of degrees over. And I don't think that Apocryphon actually knew what he was granting. What he granted was that you wouldn't notice this change. It's gradual. It's really small, and so the pitch data wouldn't show this. So you're right. But then afterwards, he asserted that the pitch data doesn't show this, and that it's not there. But you just granted that it wouldn't be there on such a large.
No. I think you misunderstood me then. Okay. Yeah. I'm saying. Okay. I'll run with it. Let's say the change is barely little. By the way, that change in 1 minute, every 1 minute that a plane flies, it is a change of 555 feet. That you can't say that's barely anything, bro. That's a lot. That's a lot of change. But I said, okay, I'll grant you that. Let's say there's barely a little change noticeably when every minute there's drop of 555 feet every minute. You're saying you're not going to notice that even in the data? Well, hold on. Okay, I said, okay, well, let's say it's a little bit. Let's say it's only 40 feet every minute, and it's very, very small. But we had zero change. Not 40, not 500, zero. And if you can grasp or just common common sense here, if there's zero change, that means there was no drop over distance for its flight. And without drop over distance, think about it. How much feet drop over distance would be in 2 hours? If it's 555 feet in 1 minute, what would it be in 2 hours? Go ahead. Do the math.
Yeah, I don't even know if that's an accurate amount, 500 feet in a minute.
You can look
it up. What speed and altitude that is. But grant you that the altitude is not going to change because if the plane is maintaining altitude relative to the position of the Earth, and over that time it'd be constantly adjusting for it. So what you would say is X amount of feet in change is really just slight minor adjustments to the angle, which wouldn't be noticed on the pitch data. So it doesn't matter if it's 500 feet, 1,000 feet. If you're traveling over a minute and you adjust it 0.01%. No, not magic. I don't know what you're talking about.
It's magic. Like pilots don't do this shit. That's why it's magic. You're making up.
You're saying that the data doesn't record it, but I'm saying that it would.
Not only do they not data record it, they don't have any training whatsoever on this phenomenon that you're explaining, bro. Zero. They treat the Earth as flat and stationary. Every pilot does. And it's just, I know it's a sucky thing to suck up, but reality sets in and says, hey, man, every single pilot will treat the Earth as flat and stationary.
Just to give you an example of how much drop over 2 miles would have been, even though you said it's really a little bit, it's barely. Okay, if you think that the world has 24,900 miles circumference, okay, for 2 hours flying at 500.
You broke up. You got censored, Apocryphon. You got censored. So over, let's say, 100 miles of flight, you have to account for
almost 7,000 feet of curvature for 100 miles, which is like, maybe
Sorry about that. I got a call. Sorry.
Go ahead, Procfron. Go ahead.
I was just going to say, I want him to do the math because I think he's not going to trust the math that we have. Right. So I want you to do the math for 2 hours, flying 500 miles per hour, and then the distance that you would get in 2 hours. I want you to do the math of how much drop that would be. Don't listen to I have the answer here, but I don't want to give it to you because I want you to do the math. That way you can see how big of a number that is, and then you tell me if that's not going to be recognizable or noticeable over 2 hours later. I'm going to take this phone call. My girls call me. I'll be back later.
So when you're a pilot, man, you would have to account for this curvature. I mean, that makes the most physical sense in my reality, because if it is a ball and you're flying around a ball, you have to account for curvature. And if you don't, then you're going to fly, straight into outer space, as they say, whatever. Yeah, you're going to be kind of screwed, man. But every pilot that I've ever talked to over the last 10 years, they all treat the Earth as flat and stationary. And that's why they're able to fly to so many destinations safely without crashing. Now, if the Earth was spinning, oh man, we got some problems here, man. We got to account for this. We have to go out and do some calculation. The fact is they don't. They all treat it as flat and stationary. And that's kind of where I'm at, and I've talked to, like I said, 15 pilots over the last 10 years, and they all treat the Earth as flat and stationary because that's how, airline flights work. That's it. It's simple as that, man. I'm not trying to complicate things. Not trying to be an asshole or tell you guys what's up, but, I love physical reality things like, you know what? Fire's hot. I checked it. Okay, fire's hot. Yep. Got that one in my bank. I'm going to cash that shit out. Fire's hot. Water's level. Water's level.
Sorry, I didn't mean that.
Go ahead. Water's level. Go ahead.
It's all the pilots that you talk to, none of them use Great Circle routes.
No, I mean, they use those routes that you claim are Great Circle routes, but they're really flat stationary routes, in my opinion.
But
they've taken those flights and projected them on the globe, man. That's where you get tricked, man. You're getting tricked. And we all have taken flights, not all of us, but some of us have taken flights from California to Japan and New York to London. I mean, it looks like they're going way up there. Who knows, man? But I know that water's level, and I know that airline pilots treat the Earth as flat and stationary, man. I know that. Because if they didn't, man, they'd have to calculate their asses off every day to try to land this bitch in Brazil. Because I took off from Canada. They're going to have a problem, man, calculating these, the spin. It's going to be a problem. So I love reality, man. The reality is water.
Yeah, so if they use Great Circle routes, that would imply that they're not treating the Earth as flat.
Well, that's a big claim. It's a big.
Well, just
contradicts it, because if they treated the Earth as flat, they wouldn't take those routes.
Dude, I could say it was because of unicorns. If I had a unicorn route over here, it would totally explain everything. Yeah, it's a bit of a.
Well, no, because if you were to say that every like biologist, wildlife biologist I talk to, treats the Earth treats things as if unicorns don't exist, but then they go into the forest to look for unicorns every day. It's that implies a contradiction. They both treat the world as if unicorns don't exist, yet are looking for unicorns for some purpose.
That's a great analogy, bro. By the way,
I don't even know if it is, but
dude, I don't know where you came up with that, bro. But that
it's like if the Taliban or something was trying to say that we don't account for unicorns showing up on our routes, but they avoid routes because of the fear of encountering unicorns.
That's fantastic.
Don't you understand, you silly flat earther? Of course you wouldn't see any unicorns because of refraction.
No, but I'm serious. If they treat the world in this way, then why do they use systems that would imply otherwise? Why would they entertain these things?
Well, unicorn, analogies are great, man, in, a fantasy world, but in reality, man, fire's hot. And if anybody wants to come in here and say that fire's not hot, I'm cool. What do you got? I stuck my hand in the fire, man. I got burned. I had to go to the ER.
Yeah, I actually like that better, because if you're saying that like bakers operate under the assumption that fire isn't hot, but they do everything they can to avoid like getting near it and burned by it, that would imply that they don't treat it as if fire isn't hot, and that's what the pilots are doing. They're using these great circle routes, so they're not treating the Earth as flat.
That's a shitty analogy, bro. That's a super shitty analogy, bro.
You like the unicorn better?
Every fucking baker knows that fire's hot, man. Otherwise, they wouldn't be a baker. And we know that for a fact. And you're trying to throw in some cucky shit show that says, what if a baker doesn't think that fire's hot? I mean, that's like, come on. Don't be a Mongo, please.
Hello, every baker I've talked to treats fire as if it's not hot.
Come on,
I am
man.
working on my English.
It's not about what is real or what isn't. It's what do these professionals do to actually. You're saying of what these professionals, how these professionals treat their world and their profession. But what they do is contradictory to the way that you're saying that they treat them, so they don't treat them in these ways. That's the point of the analogy.
Dude, are you trying to flip the script on me, bro? Don't be a Mongo. Without a doubt, man, if anybody can come in here and say that fire's not hot, and so, oh my God, it's just your imagination. The reason the fire's
I think you're getting lost in the weeds.
Come on, man. Don't be a Mongo. Don't.
No, you made a statement saying that these people treat something a certain way, but then you admitted that they actually don't treat it this way because they follow protocols according to their model.
Dude, I'm gonna keep it simple as fuck all, man. The reason fire's hot is because it's fucking hot.
Well, it doesn't matter if it's hot or not. We're not talking about what it is. We're talking about what people treat it as.
Like, pull anything over anybody's eyes or twist anything. Fire's hot, man, without a doubt. And that's all I'm going to say, man.
That's fine. I agree. But whether or not fire is hot has nothing to do with what you said.
Well, it has everything to do
whether or not the Earth is flat or a globe has nothing to do with what you said.
No, it has everything to do with reality, man. Once you experience something in reality, like fire's hot, I mean, we all learned that like when we were 3 years old. You're like, oh my God, that's hot. Yeah. You stay away from it. And without a doubt, man, we don't feel like we're shooting through outer space at millions of miles an hour, changing vectors. No, we don't feel that, bro. That's another thing, man. We don't feel it. Without a doubt.
Well, that's different, but I'm okay to move past the whole fire unicorn analogy stuff. I just found it funny that they treat the world as if it's a globe, and you said that they treat it as if it's flat. But yeah,
you're talking about airline pilots.
Airline pilots treat the Earth as flat. Yes, I know that.
That's what you said that they said that you talked to over the past 10 years, but then you also said that they follow protocol that would entail that they're treating the world as curved.
I'm just saying that airline pilots treat the Earth as flat and stationary. I'm not trying to,
But less than the ones that you referenced earlier, like a lower number, because of the ones that actually use curved the tracer.
I don't know where you're trying to go with this, but it's cool, man. I mean, there's a video. 19 pilots say, "Hey, man, we treat the Earth as flat and stationary, bro." Yeah. And that's I'm not trying to be a Mongo or nothing. Say, hey man, here's the without a doubt, there's a bunch of people that say, hey, I fly airplanes every day and the Earth is flat. And that's how I treat it because I'm an airline pilot. Okay.
There's a video of 19 pilots saying the Earth is flat.
Yep.
Where they work.
I don't know. United Airlines, American Airlines, Qantas.
Can you link me that?
It's in the chat, man. It's in the chat, bro. Check it out. Don't believe anything I tell you, by the way. If I tell you how to string a piano, don't believe me. I've never done that. Wait. I've strung a bunch of pianos in my lifetime. I know how to string a piano. Don't believe me, for fuck's sake. I don't know what I'm doing. I mean, who would know how to string a piano? I mean, that's crazy. How many pianos are out there in the world? Oh, millions? Oh, shoot. Somebody had to string the piano. I know that for a fact. There's millions of pianos out there that somebody strung that fucking piano, man. I've strung 100, but I don't know.
It's a tough thing. People hire professionals for that because it's so specific and
it's super specific. Super technical. You have to know all kinds of stuff.
I heard making grand pianos takes forever.
I mean, there's a documentary out there called, I think it's called One Note at a Time. One Note at a Time. It was about taking a piano from, and every single person that touched the piano, they kind of talked to those guys, whether it was the finish or the stringing or the action or the keys. Yeah, it's a beautiful documentary, man. I recommend it, man. It's One Note at a Time. And
I've got a couple documentaries in my watch list.
All right, man. Well, go watch those.
If they ever make a documentary about this place, it'll be called One Glober at a Time.
Fucking A, bro. Dude, write that down, bro. Write that down. Because it is one Glober at a time, bro. Just trying to say, hey, man, the physics of the reality that where we live do not conform to the realities or misconceptions of space and outer space and all these, fantasy things that none of us have ever been to. But in reality, man, we can check out Earth and it conforms to flat and stationary. And after that, man, you're done. The globe is done. I'm sorry, man. I'm not trying to be, the bearer of bad news, but the globe has been destroyed, and it's just not on the mainstream yet. But maybe someday, man. I can only hope, man, that the mainstream, but the mainstream's owned by, the mass media corporation.
The mass media corporation.
You've never heard of the mass media corporation?
A singular entity?
Yes, I think it is. I think
I know like American news stations. I know like Finnish news stations.
Yep. But the BBC. I think there's a mass media corporation. I mean, I could be wrong, man. But,
what makes you think so?
Let me ask you guys.
That's interesting. I'm in media.
Let me ask you guys, man. Do you think that the AI that we're seeing now, that the mass media corporations have had for the last 20 years?
No.
No?
No, I think that it would be too widespread and people would want to use it for too many applications and make money off of it in different ways. I don't think people would be able to hold that down into just one field. Everybody would want that. And not to mention, if it's possible for the media in the West to develop, it's definitely possible for some rich tech bros out in some other country.
Tech bros. Yeah, that's what I'm talking about, man. I think they had tech bros back in the early 2000s, man. And I think they had AI since at least the year 2000. And they're just laying it on us now. And I want you guys to reflect on the implications that today's AI could, manipulate the future of different visual perspectives of mass media through, Instagram, TikTok, Facebook, whatever. These guys have had this technology 20 years ahead of what we are seeing now. And I know you guys are all flipped out about what we're seeing now because this AI technology has changed everything. In my opinion, it's going to, without a doubt, replace so many graphic artists and programmers, and those guys are all fucking toast. And it's changing the playing field of what we're seeing as far as what AI can do. AI is, but I think these guys have had this for 20 years. That's my opinion, but take it with a grain of salt. Don't believe me. Those
I want to make
have had the advantage. Go ahead.
I was just saying, I want to make some sort of AI system that can connect to like video and sound systems, like what you'd see like in a church production or something. And if something's ever not connected or it's not set up the right way, that you can give this AI access to like certain like buttons and functions of like cameras and like lights. It'll be like, oh yeah, this function isn't working as intended. It's like an automatic troubleshooting system.
Yeah, I could see that.
Yeah, yeah, we are
He's
headed.
always changing, so I need like a lot of new tech to make sure that the AI knows what to check in it. So that'd be a big task. That'd take a lot of money.
Hey, do you guys know? Do you guys know about deep fakes?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, what was your favorite deep fake? I mean, I had one with like Tom Cruise. It was like, oh shit, fuck, get the. I was freaking out, man. Okay, they can deep fake Tom Cruise. Yeah. Okay. That was my freak out moment when I realized that deep fake was a real thing, man. Okay, this was like 5 years ago. Okay. What was your favorite deep fake? Anybody?
Mine was when they did Trump and Biden hanging out like gamers in a voice chat about Minecraft or Call of Duty.
There you go. I mean, Trump
I knew those guys were on good terms.
hanging out, fucking doing video games, and yeah. Oh shit, that's like okay. Anybody else? Anybody got a favorite deep fake? Anybody? Damn. I mean, that was like 5 years ago, and now that apparently you can like script an entire movie and just type it in and how you want the scene to be set. You can say, I want it to be this kind of lighting. Yeah, it's absolutely next level where we're at today from deep.
After the writer's strike, they used AI, I think, for like Kung Fu Panda 4 for the script, and that was pretty fucking obvious.
Yeah. So Hollywood, I mean, I was around when we transitioned from CD to MP3. I was alive then, and it was the same kind of like stakes that were going on, man. We're like, oh my God. I mean, people can like listen to our music for free. And the music industry was freaking the fuck out, man, trying to figure it out. Now they went to, some top execs, but they ended up at Apple. And that's when they came up with iTunes, that you had to pay for that music.
So, guys, hello.
Hello.
I'm new to the whole flat earth thing. Can you, give me the basic arguments?
Yes, I can. Yeah, you betcha. Water is level.
Yeah.
Without a doubt. I mean, you can, I don't know if you live near an ocean or lake but you can go see the earth in its reality as level and stationary. That's it, man. You don't have to complicate it. It's simple.
Is it though?
Yeah.
So, what about physics, mathematics, things like that?
Mathematics has nothing to do with objective reality. Physics, gas pressure without a container. Yeah, I'm very interested in physics when you talk about
is the sun also flat?
The sun. Have you ever been to the sun?
No, but I look at it.
Okay, well, I look at it too, right?
Yeah.
What do you observe from the sun?
Let's talk about the moon then.
You want to talk about the moon?
Yeah,
we observe the moon. What would you like to go on about? We observe the moon.
Okay. So you think like the moon, the sun, and the earth and the whole solar system is flat?
Why would I think that? I mean, you're kind of putting words in my mouth, but I observed the moon, I observed the sun. They both look like a circle in the sky above my head.
So you think they're flat then?
Wait. You want me to explain exactly what I observe in the sky to your satisfaction that I observe the moon and the sun in the sky?
Oh, isn't this the whole voice chat thing? Talking about flat Earth and observation?
No, absolutely, man. We're talking about Earth. We're talking about what we observe here on Earth and can totally figure out what's going on here on Earth, not in the sky, right? Follow me?
But how does it make sense? I mean,
Well, how
the Earth, we know the Earth is a miracle, right? But
the Earth is a miracle. The Earth is a miracle.
Yeah, no, like if every planet, if the sun, if the moon are all sphere, right? So does that mean Earth has Down syndrome? What do you mean, man?
Out. How do you know they're spheres, bro? How do you know they're spheres? I'm going to mute. I'll be right back.
I'm gonna go to. Yes, that's absurd.
I went to go make coffee. Everybody's gone.
Be real, be real.
Hey, what's up, John?
Oh, not much.
What are you up to? Can hear you hot micing over there.
Yeah, just keeping the mic open, getting my hours up.
Oh, right. Yep. Who's that's joined?
Number one in the server.
Nice. Nice.
Not
What's
bad
up?
out of 300K.
Yeah, that's usually how it goes with us, man.
Yeah, we're crushing it here. Like we're a whole like 1,000 hours of voice time over all the other servers.
And we've had a few people join. What's up, Dragon Fruit? Stardust.
We had a good argument earlier. Someone asked if the sun was flat. that got me going.
That one. Yeah. Who knows, right?
That's yeah. He I mean, Flat Earth dude was here, but he was half in the bag by the time he realized he should probably get out of here.
I think what people fail to they just think there's crazy flat earthers in the West, but if you go to Asia or you go to South America, a lot of people understand the Earth's level. You know, it's not in the West. It's quite crazy, but you go to Argentina, and I think like 70% of the population there are flat earthers.
Argentina.
It's either Argentina or Brazil, one of the two.
It's Brazil.
Is it Brazil? Sorry.
Yeah.
I haven't personally been to South America, but I spent a long time in Cambodia.
Don't worry about it.
That's cool. So what is it, do you think, that has caused so many South Americans to be flat earthers? Do you think it's to do with that area? I know South America has a lot of stories, folklore, stuff that's outside of the mainstream. Do you think it's that or something else?
I would think what you just said.
There was a group of like Satanists actually that were like bringing up the facts about how it was flat, about the waters and stuff. That was like back in the 80s, I think, and then the movement spread off of that. That's what spread the movement down to South America. But I mean, it was more or less the same crap, like the long distance observations and stuff. But yeah, it was actually a small group of Satanists down there. And it was funny. It's like J.E. was telling me about it because his buddy's wife was from Brazil. And they had been flat earthers back in like early 2000s when J.E. first got introduced to it.
Early 2000s. Wow. Yeah. That's a long time ago.
And she had known about it for a long time, so it was like J.E.'s old friend and his wife are what converted J.E. So she had been a flat earther for years before she even told him. So all through the 90s, he was a flat earther. So like there was a small group of people. So the movement was spreading in Brazil for a while. You're talking over 30 years, 40 years or so.
Yeah. Well, there was a big movement in the 70s, I think. I think that's why you ended up with the Flat Earth Society, which changed hands from the original guys who was doing the Flat Earth Society. But yeah, the guy was on the telly a lot, I think, around the 70s and 80s, talking about it. I say a lot. He was on the telly a couple of times.
one of the first people to ever mention flat Earth in my experience was outside Angkor Wat in Cambodia. There were some people stood there, like trying to show people from above why it was built the way it was why, where it was built is on a specific line, the energy line. They were trying to tell people this stuff, but then there was people at the other side trying to tell people it was built by aliens.
Yeah, I suppose the more indigenous you go, the more old school you go, the more flat Earth there is, isn't there? Because let's face it, flat Earth was only mandatory in schools after World War II, I believe, 1945. It became mandatory. So there were still people teaching flat Earth in the 70s, 80s, 90s. Not 70s, 80s, 90s, in the 30s, 40s. You know?
Yeah,
so there's
I
still
wish I could
people
speak to
alive
my
today.
great grandma. Yeah, I knew my great grandma as a kid, but I didn't know any of this information. I wish I could speak to her again now and ask her some questions of what school was like for her.
Yeah, I bet they tell you that, like, they taught flat Earth and then they switched to the globe at some point.
Yeah, but like she was a different type of person, you know. She wasn't really. My great granddad, my mum was telling me that because he was a farmer and he got drafted into World War II because he was an engineer as well, so he had to go fix the planes in Africa. And he was saying after that, the industry started doing all this stuff to the animals. Like they started bringing all these chemicals in and all this stuff after World War II, and he said he didn't want any part of it. And he was like, apparently, he was fully aware of like what they were doing to the British farms and how they were stripping land from people slowly after World War II, and he was pissed off that he went over there and did that for people that are then betraying him. So these people saw this stuff without the internet.
Yeah, I'd probably say World War II is where some of the biggest changes happened, right? Like the world order changed.
Imagine the different. You sound like you're from England. Imagine the difference in people after going through that.
Yeah, I can imagine they're pretty traumatized.
A lot of kids gone, you know, bombs coming in.
A lot of sovereignty lost.
Yeah, and then like we saw a couple of years ago, once you get people in a state of fear, it's a lot easier to take things from them.
Hello, new people. Welcome to the channel. I'm not at the screen. Who we got?
Obedient Timothy joined, and then the Pie.
Yeah, Obedient Tim's one of us. He's pretty cool. Little I've talked to him. Welcome back, brother.
What time is it there for you, John?
Yeah, it's like 4 o'clock in the morning.
Oh shit! What are you doing up?
Just been manning the room. We didn't have any mods in here, so been silencing the spammers. But now that you're here, I could definitely crack out.
Well, I was hoping to sit back and chill. I've got work to do, but yeah, I'm about. Usually the Australian boys are on T-Dub, Matrix, Timber.
Oh, there must be
I don't know where they are today.
Must be something going on in politics.
No, it's dead.
Really?
I think so. Yeah, there's a few of them heretics in there.
I think we still have an event going in here, so you'll have people popping in because I think we do.
Nice. What's the topic?
I forget. You'd have to just go into the main room and go all the way up to the top.
Says Globe Earth, leap or knowledge.
Is the globe Earth a belief or is it knowledge? Yeah, I like that.
Yeah, I must say, the future's looking bright for flat Earth. It's looking wonderful.
Why'd you say that, T?
Because every day I'm here, I come in here and I'm enjoying the conversation and the laughter, and it looks like it's looking bright. Like people are really interested in the subject, and they really want to learn and know. Yeah,
It's interesting. There's a lot of like yourselves, there's a lot of new the new generation coming through. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
You guys passing the baton.
Well, yeah, some of the guys have been doing this for like the old OGs, 10 years, been manning rooms and arguing on Discord. And they're all starting to, do other things and they're around a bit less, but it's opening up space for new people. So, yeah, it's good. I'm seeing, the transition, the new generation coming in. So what needs to happen to keep it going, right?
Well, I'll admit, I first joined the 24/7 Flat Earth Discord, then obviously just branched out from there. But it showed me how little, like, when you're telling someone stuff in real life, and coming on here is really like give me a lot of ammunition. Like way better arguments than just like speculations.
Yeah, I like to say this is one of the backbones of the whole movement. This is where the arguments get sharpened, especially when you listen to a few of the heads, like your sporadics and a couple of other people. You can really sort of learn a lot. Yeah, it's good for that.
It really, when I'm talking to people in real life now, I try to keep it to the things we actually know rather than all the silly speculation stuff where it just turns into arguments. And like coming on here gives you all the information you need, learn how to not just get angry and
yeah, people are quite what's the word? I don't know if fickle's the right word, but as soon as they're looking for an excuse to write it off. So if you don't give them any reason to write it off and you just stick to the facts, empirical data, they have to accept it. You know what I mean? Mm-hmm. You haven't said anything. As soon as you start talking about religion or start talking about philosophy or speculation, that gives them ammunition to say, nah, I don't believe a word he says. You know what I mean?
100, yeah, and I've learned that coming on here over the last few months. And it's so much more effective doing it this way, like what you just explained.
Yeah, and then when they're on the fence, when they move from like anti-flat earther or glober to on the fence, then you can speak a bit of speculation, and they're like, "Oh my god, this is amazing." But yeah,
I sat with because my boss is sort of on the fence now because a couple of years ago when I started, well, he's my friend, but I started working for him. Like, he just hires me, to do some jobs and that. And so obviously we talk about this stuff on our lunch break, and I've been trying to use like Owen Benjamin for a lot of it because he's a comedy guy, isn't he? And then I showed him Owen Benjamin's video on dinosaurs, and it finally sunk in that he might have been lied to. Like, so comedy was a way to get through to this guy.
Yeah, that's another fun thing. Everybody's different, so there'll be some guys that I can reach, but then there'll be guys that I can't reach and you can reach, and it's different personalities take information differently, right? I mean, if you're dealing with someone who's a bit trolley, facts are not going to help him, You need to be able to sort of make him feel stupid in order for him to pay attention, right?
Yeah, yeah. Owen Benjamin's really good at that because he does it in like a sarcastic, comical approach.
Yeah, that's exactly, yeah. And some people, that's their language, Everyone's got their own type of language.
Yeah, now he's always asking me questions, so I know it's in his head now.
Yeah, that's it, man. I turned my dad into a flat earther, and I used the tactic of, walk away clothes, where I kind of just hit him with a little bit, and then just sort of say, but hey, that's take or leave it. That's up to you. And I stopped talking about it, and then he just kept creeping back, asking me questions, and I was a little bit resistant. And it's it's just interesting how psychology works and how you can get people sort of interested in a subject by different approaches. That's why there's so many. It's important to have different types of mods, different communication styles. Sometimes somebody needs a kick up the ass, a reality
Definitely.
check.
Yeah, well, I was trying to talk with this. There was a young lady in here yesterday trying to have a conversation, and then there's just like this French guy who just can't hold his tongue for more than 2 minutes.
Yeah, he came back in. Heretic was here. He came in, and then Heretic was like, he just kept spamming the chat with like something that he wrote. He like came up with like his own idea of what like flat Earth arguments are, and it was like, I don't know, 12 points. And Heretic wasn't having it, banned him for like 3 days. So he can't come in unless he's going to VC. He can't hit the chat up at all.
Well, be careful what I say. We are British. When British people talk to the French, I just think there's this like ingrained thing where we just don't listen to each other.
That is funny. Now that guy, he's a debater. So his whole tactic is like try and trap you. You know what I mean? Like he'll try and get you to agree to some type of debate terms. He'll be like, oh, can you answer yes or no questions for like a little while? And then I'll try and trap you and something like that. So you could tell he's just slimy in his tactics. Speaks 6 languages, he thinks he's best things since sliced bread or whatever. He's highly intelligent and sharp, whatever. Still a douchebag.
It's French.
Yeah, that's the Socratic method. Very effective.
Yeah, like he acts like nobody knows about the tactics. It's like, come on, bro. It's like people pay for these stupid programs. Like, oh, you could pay to learn how to be a douchebag? And like another guy who's like trying to debate, same thing, just like trying to interrupt and win the crowd. It's just like, it's off-putting to anybody who could read it.
Yeah, that's where someone like Redwin, Gemzy, Alpha, that's where these guys are really good. Play with them for a little bit. I more prefer the honest guys, just have a genuine chat, learn something, teach something, make progress.
Yeah. When someone's being disingenuous and you could tell they're just looking to stick the knife in, it makes you not even want to engage.
I think a lot of people come in with the pre-notion that we're retarded because we believe in this in the first place. So they're already like looking down on us. You can tell, you can hear it in the voice.
Oh, for sure. Especially if you go in the general chat. If you go in the general chat and trying to get anybody to come in here and have a conversation, you want to see people get nasty in this server, go try that. It's pretty insane.
I've noticed those guys, though,
they're just short of throwing stones at me, dude. Go ahead. I'm sorry, brother.
No, sorry, I thought you'd finish. I was going to say I've noticed those guys tend to be more projection. Like we had Grandpa Fiddlebone in the home server trying to get checked in. I was like, why do you want to be checked in? Oh, I just want to talk to people, I just want to speak to you guys. And his whole act was a troll. But he kept saying, "Oh, flat Earth's goofy," and I was like, "All right, let's really break this down." And he was explaining, some of his arguments, photographs from space. And I was like, "Isn't it goofy that you believe this stuff off a photograph when we've got conflicting photographs from higher heights and the same heights?" You're asking about a sunset, but you don't understand lensing. You don't understand magnification. You just don't understand perspective. Isn't it goofy that you're a believer in something that you just clearly don't understand? And it's just like, it's just obvious he's projecting, you know what I mean?
Oh, for sure. Yeah, did you see that thing I tagged you in yesterday morning about the about what the alleged height of the Go Fast rocket was, like the max altitude? It was like 380,000 feet was the amateur rocket, the Go
What's that,
Fast
miles
rocket.
or kilometers?
That's what they said. That's what they said that thing freaking topped out at. Which
John,
is
what's that
insane.
in miles or kilometers? Do you know?
What's that in kilometers?
Or miles? Yeah, I don't know if the.
No, that's not in miles. You'd have to divide 380.
Looking about 50 miles.
5280. 5,280. So yeah, divide 380,000 by 5,280. That's how many miles it is.
It's about 50 miles. Something like that.
So that's about twice as high as that high altitude balloon launch, isn't it? Because they said that were 24 miles.
Yeah, that was 120,000. But that's allegedly. I would like to see the altimeter data for that. I love throwing that word out there. Allegedly.
The talk, there's, I think you can read it in one of the NASA documents. My friend Loggy sent it. Loggy sent it to me in the other chat about these super high winds when you get to really high altitude. So maybe, and that's maybe how some of these stealth planes, because there's like some fuel inconsistencies for how long these birds fly. So maybe they're like in these high winds. Some people claim the Bible talks about it as well. But sure, if he was going to launch a balloon and those winds did exist, that would be a bit of an inconvenience.
Yeah, balloons don't get that high, period. I think like the max of balloons go are much lower in the sky. I think the high altitude balloon launches like max out at about like 120, 130 before they pop.
See, I always refer to the the footage from the Chinese space station mission ISS 250 miles. So if we've got them at 250 miles, what's good thinking there's curvature at 50 miles if we already have confirmed there isn't curvature at 250?
Well, check out.
That's why I don't like any photos. Any photos are ridiculous.
If that's 380, I mean it's flat at 380,000.
And then you get a Globus say, "But I saw the curve from an aeroplane."
There ain't no curve to see, dude. Hate to break it to you. As that one guy said, you got to go up on a mountain. Just go up on a mountain.
You cannot see the curvature from an aeroplane. I've been on enough planes. I've never fucking seen it.
There is no curvature, period. That's what I'm saying. It's funny when these people come with these assertions. It's like, wow, man. The placebo effect is real.
My friend does paragliding. I think it's paragliding. Where it's like a parachute where you sit on a chair and he's got like a big fan behind him. He does that across the village. He's always up in the. He's a flat earther as well. It's just you can't see anything from all of that. You just see a bit further than when you're on the ground.
Yeah, like I said, if we've got them at 250 miles above, anything below is just going to be speculation, and we've already trumped them. So you can't go back a stage and start saying the curve's lower when it's already been confirmed not to be at that height. So they'll need a new argument.
Yeah, but they don't listen to you, mate. They listen to James May when he's in the SR-71. Oh, I can see the curve. And then they listen to the Red Bull guy. Oh, I saw the curve. And Katy Perry, the curve.
Yeah, that's fine. They can ignore as much as they like, but their arguments will be rejected.
For sure. Like Katy Perry, that whole thing was a joke.
Girls in space. Hashtag.
Satan is in space.
What's up, Gennady? Is it Gennady?
Gennady.
Not sure if I'm pronouncing that right. Gennady, is it?
Gennady.
It's more like Gennady.
Gennady.
Oh, Gennady.
Yeah, that's right. So how are you guys?
Parts of the world. Hey, good man. Good to have you. Welcome.
Thanks a lot. Pleasure to be here.
Gennady, is it your first time here?
Yeah. It's my first time.
Oh, great. Have you done any research or looked into the flat Earth topic before?
Not really. I see like some people debate like on YouTube stuff like that, but not really like search stuff like that. I just finished my finals. So didn't have time to like do. But like I want to see like your opinion in the subject.
Well, first of all, what's your assumption of the flat Earth? I mean, do you know what the position is? Do you know what the arguments are at all?
Like most people like saying if like Earth is a flat, I think is not flat. It's a flat like from one person perspective. Like the far my eyes can see, it's like on a flat ground. But in general, it's like really big, so I can't see the end of it. So it's not like flat. Sorry, like maybe like I can't explain my point of view. The English not that good. My English not that good. This is what I mean. Like when I can see with my eyes, it's flat. But if you go like on the moon, you can see it like it's not flat.
So you have to be on the moon to be able to confirm it's not flat. Is there any other way to confirm it's not flat? Or is it just going to the moon?
Maybe like going like see it from the moon, way far, you can confirm it. Second, like the gravity, I think the gravity and the circle around of the Earth make it have its own gravity is very important. If it was like flat, wouldn't have gravity. I thought that. I'm not sure about this information, but like I thought before.
All right, so you're assuming that we couldn't have gravity if it was flat. Okay. So what's gravity? Give me an example of gravity in the natural world.
Gravity, like the power, like hold you back. When you go to the moon, the gravity is almost not existed, but very weak. So you can like fly or not fly, like you can move easily. Not like Earth have a gravity that pulls down. When you go in another, this is like I know the name of the planets in Arabic. I don't know it in English. So like another planet, the gravity will be different. Some will have like stronger gravity. It will pull you down. Okay, so gravity is the force that pull us down or like make us stuck on the ground a bit.
So I asked for an example within nature. You keep talking about the moon and planets. So have you been to the moon?
I haven't.
Have you been to other planets?
No, but you can Read the research about people have been there.
Yeah, you can read about them, but how do we know what you just said is true? How do we even know that you can have a vacuum in the sky? We can't confirm that, can we? We just have to believe it.
You can believe in things, but you can also read like people who actually went there and spoke about it. It's
And
your
they say
only
they went
way.
there. But there's only 24 people who have said they've ever left the Earth's atmosphere. So we have to believe 24 people. Now, I'm still waiting for you to give me an example of what gravity is. Because you've said something about planets, right? Planets is that is not verifiable. So how do we verify gravity?
Okay, if like have a tree is of apple, okay, and like the apple fall down from the tree to the ground. It didn't like stop in the middle of the air. It fall right down to the ground. This is gravity. This is the power that pulls down.
Oh, you're talking about specific gravity. So you're talking about relative density. So the apple, which is on the tree, eventually it will become too heavy for the stalk and the branch, and it will fall and reach its equilibrium at the ground. So anything more dense than the air goes down. Things that are less dense than the air, like some gases or a helium balloon, they go up. So no magical force, relative density. That's the example you're giving. So is that what you mean? You mean specific gravity, relative density, right?
Yeah, based on my knowledge.
Right. Well, you can have relative density on a flat surface. So your claim that you can only have gravity on a ball is nonsense. It's not a force. It's the medium of the air is lighter than the objects, like an apple. So the apple goes down without anything holding it out of equilibrium. It will go down and seek its equilibrium. So that's relative density. So we agree. There is relative density, but on a flat plane. It's not a force, my friend. It's a question of buoyancy and density.
Okay, you asked me how like I can prove it's not flat. So can I ask you the opposite? How we can prove that Earth is flat?
Well, we know it's not curving because we can do laser tests, we can do observations long distance. Now, Earth can't be bigger than what's been stated. The radius is 25,000 miles. The circumference is 25,000 miles. The radius is 3,959 miles. It needs to be that or thereabouts. You can't just all of a sudden make the ball bigger. The ball will need to be around that size. So we can calculate how much curvature and how much drop over distance there should be. Now, the problem you've got is we've got laser tests. I mean, we've got up to 100 miles laser tests. There are rail guns that can shoot up to 100 miles. And they're line of sight instruments. So we know you can hit line of sight up to 100 miles, maybe further. So if we live on a ball, you wouldn't be able to hit things with lasers, with railguns, with line of sight, radar, technology, ground-based towers. They wouldn't work the same on a curved surface. This is line of sight technology. So we know there's no curvature. We know that the nature of water is that the surface of water will always lay flat and it will need to be contained. So we know that the water itself, 75-80% of this Earth, has a flat surface because water can't stick to a curve. So we know it's not a ball. We know the Earth's not spinning. There's no way to detect the motion.
I got your idea about the water being stuck to like flat subject. So like not a ground energy, but like we can see like the seas, the rivers, they are not like only like flat land. They are more like under the ground. Like we have like ground, the water be under it, like I can't say it. My English is not that good, but trying like to have a phrase it. Like we usually see, like the sea have a deep inside water, like down, so water not on the flat surface, more like that. It's not like round, more like have a holes in it. The water stay in the hole. You know what I'm saying? I'm trying
Yeah,
like to say
because what I mentioned earlier. So water will always seek its equilibrium and its lowest level. So if there are openings in the earth, then the water will run down to underneath the surface. Yeah, there's water under the surface, but that water is also laying flat under the surface, or it is flowing to its lowest point to lay flat. Do you understand? So it doesn't matter whether there's water under the surface. We know that the wall water is seeking its equilibrium and will lay flat at rest. That's how we know we're not on a curving water ball. You cannot have a curving water ball spinning. So the only example of gravity you've given is relative density. That works on a flat Earth. The only way the water can act the way that it does is if we're on a flat Earth. The only way the Earth could be treated as stationary and non-rotating is by looking in nature and saying, yeah, that's how we observe it. That's how it's treated. So all of nature and all of your laws of gas laws, thermodynamic laws, the true laws of all the laws we know about water, they tell us the Earth is flat. So what evidence do you have, apart from talking about the moon and planets, what evidence do you have that the Earth is a curving, spinning ball?
maybe you are right about your point, but like I said, I didn't do like a lot of research in the subject. Maybe like when I do, maybe like you can, how often do you do like this calls? So I know.
How often do we do what?
Like this calls about discussing like Earth is flat or not.
Oh, this group of with the 24/7 Flat Earth has been going for probably 12, 13 years, maybe.
Oh, I just like new to the server. I didn't know that.
Yeah, we've been through every subject you could even think of, anything you can imagine. Very technical, very philosophical, whatever. We've been through it as a group, as a collective. There's no subject we haven't looked into great detail. That's why we're sure this isn't a belief. We know it's not a curving ball. We know it's not. It's not even a debate. We said this was over in 2015. Since 2015, we haven't even been debating. We've just been teaching. Because most people don't understand the basics of the claim of the heliocentric model. People think that they have facts about the Earth when actually they've got beliefs and faith and no direct evidence of any of it. So it's just like a religion, the globe. It's a belief.
But if you were right, okay, how not a lot of people talking about it? Like you can't just look like 80 billion people thinking the same, really few people like thinking Earth is flat. If they found the truth, like why not other people talking about it? Why wasn't posted online or on some news to let people know the Earth isn't round, it's more like flat?
Well, that's quite an in-depth question, but just to give you a sort of top-down answer, this was something that was rooted out of the schools, rooted out of culture. There were still people teaching flat Earth in the 1930s in schools, especially in the less mainstream Western countries. Flat Earth only really, Globe Earth only really became a mandatory thing taught in universities, or in schools, in 1945. I mean, before early 1900s, 1800s, I'd say most people were still believing and still teaching that the Earth was flat, and that was well understood and well thoroughly believed throughout the world, through every culture. This is a brand new idea, and it's all based on philosophy. The idea that relativistically we're too small to be able to tell, and they built a model.
I got your idea. You are saying like you have research and the idea of what we talked about, a lot of things we talked about. Like all of that come by like searching and using a lot of information to do it. How this can't be posting like in a lot of science and speaking about it. Like people from like the last 100 years has a lot of like wrong concept about like science and physics. And every year we like discovering new things that change our way to look at certain accident or something events. Why is this like the earth is flat, didn't come out or didn't change for a lot of hundreds of years? You are saying like
because people believe it, my friend. Yeah, because people believe it. They choose to believe it. They choose to believe in a model called the heliocentric model. And they choose to believe that out of faith. Most people aren't out here trying to measure the earth, even scientists. Most people believe this was already done. But when you look into it, nobody measured the earth. It's an assumption. So people have faith and belief in what they've been told. And it's as simple as that. It's a belief. If you question the mainstream belief, you're met with either anger, hate, ridicule, because people don't have the energy, the time, and the effort to do it.
It did happen before, actually. Like a couple of thousand years ago, like when Roman empires, one of their like really brilliant scientists was thinking like everything on Earth made from 4 elements: earth, fire, water, and air. This concept was globally known and have been believed in for years. And in the recent time, we don't believe in this way. But we know it's wrong. And this is like a very wrong idea and it's not true. Why the earth is flat and be implied happens the same. I think it was Aristotle who said like everything on earth, even humans, made from like fire and water and earth and air, the 4 elements. After a lot of years, people find out it's not true, it's the wrong idea, and there was a lot of people who believe in it and think like this is the right thing and believe it like even religion. After that, people like try to know, yeah, it's not true. We have like find evidence it's wrong. Why in this case didn't happen the same? You find like evidence this earth is flat. Why can people change the way they feel about it and know, yeah, now we all know the earth is flat. Well, you look,
We already did.
like, you know,
We already did know the earth was flat. We already did.
Yep, that's what we're doing here.
Yeah.
So
and that's why we're reminding people that that's how the earth is treated. That's how we observe it. That's how industry treats it. That is actually how we're all flat earthers. We're all living in a world that is flat, stationary, and non-rotating. There's topography, there's mountains, hills, and valleys, but the surface of the overall earth is flat and not curving. So that's how we treat the earth. That's how we observe the earth. It's just people have chosen to believe it's a ball due to narratives that stories they've been told. They believe the moon landing. They believe the Greeks measured shadows, and that proves we live on a ball. So altogether, they don't look into it. They say, that sounds compelling. The mainstream are telling us this. I don't want to be the odd one out. I don't want to be a heretic. So yeah, why wouldn't I believe it?
So do you think like the other planets are flat too, or just on the Earth?
They don't exist.
The other planet doesn't exist?
Not as you imagine. The actual term for planet means wandering star. The original Greek if you look into the etymology of the word planet, it means wandering star. Somewhere down the line, they convinced you that planet means ball of rock in a vacuum of space. Somewhere down the line, they convinced you gravity means the warping and bending of space-time and not specific gravity relative density. You gave me an example.
We have covered telescope, right?
Listen, let me finish though. Let me finish. You gave me an example of relative density while trying to justify the warping and bending of space-time. Now, whether you know that, I don't know. But they have managed to convince you these words and these things mean different things. So we can agree. We can agree with you. We can agree with you. Physics is undeniable. It's repeatable. It's testable. If you do an experiment, if you do a proper observation, you're able to prove things. But when you actually look at the data, we're proving that we live on a flat, stationary, topographical, non-rotating, and the atmosphere is not rotating either. We're living on a plane. That's what nature is showing us and telling us. But we're denying that because they have changed the definition of these words, changed the context of these meanings, and now planet means ball of rock in a vacuum. That's not what it meant. That's never what it meant. But now all of a sudden it does. Without proof, without evidence.
Like, okay, if I got like a really big telescope who can go through the space and picture like planets, how I could like figure out this is the planet, how it would look alike. You said planets is not like a bunch of rockets who like in the space or circle in the space. How does the other planets look alike? Or they doesn't exist at all?
So we have stars, okay? Balls of light in the sky. They light up the night sky. When you look up in the sky at night, you will see lights. Now, most of them are fixed, except for 7. You have 7 wandering stars. These stars are slightly different and look different to the fixed stars. That's what we can confirm, and that's what we know. That some of these lights are fixed and some of these lights move. But that's as far as verification goes. We've never been to any of these planets. There's no life up there. There's no confirmation and no way to go there. So I'm going to ask you, why do you believe they're balls of rock in a vacuum?
Because like when you grew up looking and all this research about different planets, how they look, how they actually like circling around us, and you saying they doesn't exist, it's like big deal, okay? And I need like some like information about it, maybe research stuff like that. Like I can believe in. But you are like saying they doesn't exist. You can't just like come and
no,
planet.
It's not that the lights in the sky don't exist. They do exist. We see them every night.
Speak about stars. I'm speaking about planets. Stars like a thing.
They exist too.
Another thing.
Yeah, they exist, but they are not. There's no way to confirm that they are terra firma in the sky.
You got a telescope and you can look at it. Like it's way stronger than we have it like that, and we like you see the moon actually like a bunch of rocket, right? And we can see it even like with our eyes.
No, we can't see the rock. We can't see the rock. We can see a body in the sky. It's a circular shape and it emits light. That's what we see.
It reflects light from the
surface. The surface itself, we're not able to determine what the surface is by looking at it.
So what do you think the surface is? If you say it's not rocket, it's not what you think. Okay, tell me what you think.
Well, this is where I would reframe. Now, I do have my own theory on what it could be, but it won't lend me any help, and it won't help this room, and it won't help you to understand the facts that we know. There are facts that we know about the world, and those facts tell us the Earth is flat. If I sit here and speculate to you what I think the moon is and what I think the sun is, if you don't agree, You might decide that the whole flat Earth thing doesn't make sense, which would be wrong because the flat Earth, the flat Earth does make sense. Now, if I sit here and speculate to you what I think the moon is, that may not make sense to you. I don't know what your level of understanding is. So you might decide now, flat earthers don't know what they're talking about. So as much as I would love to sit here and speculate with you, it's not efficient for me to sit here and speculate about the sky. All I can tell you is the bodies in the sky rotate around us. The stars in the sky every year return to their positions like a perfect clock, creating our constellations. We live in a chaotic, random universe, and we're traveling in several directions at the same time at hundreds of thousands of miles an hour. That would be impossible. You wouldn't have an exact clock in the sky. Now, we know this for sure, and we know that the Earth is flat. I do not know for sure what the moon is made of. Nobody does. But I can tell you one thing. They faked the moon landings, and they have forged the footage of the Earth, the images of the Earth from space. And I can show you evidence of that. But I can't tell you what the moon is. I can't tell you what the sun is. I can speculate, but I won't. Doesn't help the argument.
Look, we started like the argument about the moon and the sun because you said like Earth is flat. So I said, okay, like let's agree on that the Earth is flat. But what about the other planet? You said it's not like the way we think it's or it's not like a bunch of rockets or a circle. Okay, have like the shape of a circle. But you can't like say Earth is flat. The other planet, I don't know how it's look like. When we thought the Earth is like have a circle around and the other planets have the same like shape like Earth. Maybe in different sizes, but it have the same shape. And like denies Earth doesn't have the shape and the other planet we don't know about their shape. If you can find out like Earth is not a circle, Earth is flat, why not the other planet? You said didn't people go over there and they fake it? But how we can figure out for real they fake it? You understand that where I'm
Well,
coming from?
I can DM you some something to read and something to watch, and if you've got critical thinking skills, you're going to have questions, and you're going to start questioning whether we actually went any higher than 250 miles, and even that, we can't actually confirm ourselves. So my question to you is, would it be more logical to use nature, the senses, the method of inquiry, of logic, something similar to the scientific method, the ability to test, repeat, confirm? Wouldn't that be more logical to base your beliefs on that than a space agency who have been known to lie, who have been caught lying several times, and are not showing us direct raw data? They're showing us After Effects, they're editing images, they're using fisheye lenses, they're trying to pronounce the ball, they're trying to show you something that the raw data shows different. We have conflicting images. We have footage from 250 miles with completely flat horizons, no curve. So there's conflicting data in what they say. So should we trust them, or should we trust nature, our senses, logic, and the scientific method?
Okay, like you said, like if you have I come to the world and give them like a way of thinking or like a method of thinking. If another person try to challenge me, the first thing they have to do is like prove that I'm wrong. Okay, if you can like send me some research or some like data that prove the Earth is flat and what they said is wrong, now maybe like we can like, think about it. But like if I'm just sitting here and you said like we think the Earth is flat, but you didn't send me like any type of research or data I can like read it.
That goes both ways too, my friend. Not only does someone have to prove you wrong, you've also got to verify what you're putting forward. You've got to validate them. For you to say, but it's a planet, that means nothing to us. So how are you going to validate that? How do you verify that, prove that?
But I'm not educated about in that part that you are saying like something I thought it was wrong. Like
No,
I thought the earth
what
had
I'm
disappeared.
getting to is you said when you make a claim, it's up to somebody else to prove you wrong. This is incorrect. When you make a claim, it's up to you to back your claim. Then, when you back your claim, then it's up to the opposition to try to disprove what claim you've made.
Okay, let's think about it like you as a person and me, like you have a way of thinking, let's call it X, and have a way of thinking, let's call it Y. And the X way of thinking was globally known. So the first thing to come to me, like I should do to prove like my way of thinking is right and yours is wrong, is actually to show people why X way is wrong. Then the right way, I would say, why, and show them like the evidence. I can't like say you have to follow me. I think that, or like the way they thought it was wrong because 1, 2, 3, and the way I think is right because 1, 2, 3 do.
That's what we do. That's what we do. For example, right, people think in a way that when they go to the beach and they're about 5 or 6 feet, that they see out to the horizon, and that horizon is about 3 miles away, based on what they've been told about the size of the Earth, right? Geometrically, that's about as far as it can be, right? But then people go out with high-powered optics and zoom in, and they're seeing horizons well in excess of the limitations that would be there due to the sphericity of the Earth if it was of the claimed size, right? But we're not. It's not about. It's for us. It's not about a way of thinking. Well, kind of. It's about, but it ultimately does change the way you think. But I mean, it's about going out and actually observing and measuring and experiencing reality as it is, not having to think of it any differently than what you can observe and measure. And that is what defies the globe.
Like you have like some like data or information, you can DM it to me, like I can read it.
Well, have a look. Have a look. I'm really glad T-Dub brought that up, because have a look in the side chat. At 45 past the hour, I've put 2 images in. So here's some direct evidence that the Earth isn't a ball with a radius of 3959 and a circumference of 25,000 miles, because if it was, there would be a curvature rate of 8 inch per mile squared. Do you understand that? That there must be a curvature, and that curvature must be curving at around 8 inch per mile squared at the local scale for it to be the heliocentric model, the ball we've been told. So if there is a ball, like T-Dub just said, then there must be a horizon, and that horizon would be the point in which the Earth starts to curve away from you. Do you follow?
Yeah, I'm not sure. Like I got your point. I will think about it.
So if the Earth is a ball with a radius of 3959 miles, then every horizon must be no more than, and you can do the math, 1.225 times the square root of the observer's height in feet. You can use an Earth curve calculator to calculate how much drop there will be in the distance at 1 foot from an observer height of 1 foot. Now that's what the table is next to the picture. That table will tell you at 1 foot how much drop there should be on the ball. So at 10 miles, there should be 66 feet of curvature. 66 feet of drop, which means everything beyond the horizon is behind a physical curve of the Earth. It's physically obstructed and blocked. So if we go back to the image with the oil rigs, we've got 2 observations. We've got 2 oil rigs here in this observation. These are known landmarkers. You can go on Google Maps. You can see where these are. You can go to this beach, zoom in with your camera, and you can take a very similar shot. Now, some days the horizon is in a different position, but today on this observation, the horizon is over 10 miles away, and it could be, if you know anything about the horizon, the closer you get to the horizon, the more it compounds. That horizon could be 20, 25, 30 miles behind that. But the point is, it's behind a 10-mile landmark, something we can confirm. So we can confirm to you that the horizon, not only is it not where it should be, and it's not a position that represents the curve of the Earth, but we can also confirm to you the horizon is a position that changes on a daily basis due to atmospheric conditions. So on this day, the horizon was at least 15, 20 miles away. This would be impossible on a ball with a circumference of 25,000 miles. So this is a direct debunk of the globe. Somebody hot micing? Not sure who that is. ANDELH, you're hot micing.
Fucking get.
All right, you can stay on mute. Yeah, so my friend, are you following here? This is a direct debunk of the geometric horizon. Kennedy, are you there?
So, what did you end up with?
So we've ended up proving to you guys and proving that the horizon is not a geometric fixed location. It's an optical phenomenon based on the angle at which you're looking at the horizon and the atmospheric conditions of the day.
Mm.
So we debunked the curvature. Now, on top of that, we have laser tests, we have long distance observations, we have observations with lights on a lake, on a frozen lake, where we can prove to you there's no curvature. So we do have evidence. Yeah, go ahead.
About the ship disappearing, like from bottom to top. How can you disprove that?
That's a misunderstanding on your side.
He's asked this question many times, Shinri.
Well, I'll tell you again then. Things disappear from bottom up for several reasons, mainly due to perspective and atmospheric conditions. So when things go away from you in the distance, like anything, a boat, the sun, let's go with the sun. So the sun, as it goes into the distance, will drop on your horizon. Now, people think that the sun is going behind a physical curve of the Earth. But if you get your camera out or your binoculars and you look at the sun, which should be on the horizon, if you've got a powerful enough telescope, you will bring binoculars or camera, you will bring that sun off the horizon and it will start to rise up into the sky again. How's that possible?
Well, in my opinion, that's something wild, what you told right now. Because, wait a second, I would like to stick to more like terms where I could search for information and go deep into. And because due to language barrier, like threshold. So what you say, ships disappear whole first because of perspective and atmospheric condition?
Exactly. So I'm going to put in the side chat some observations of ships because you seem to be focused on the ship. So
I would like to stick with ship, not with other stuff.
Yeah, you're fine. You're fine. So if you look in the side chat now, I'm going to put an image of a boat in the distance. Now the videos start zoomed in, so you can see the ship. You can see the ship from top to bottom in the distance, in low resolution, but you can see it. Then when you zoom out, that ship will disappear and merge and converge into the horizon. It will at some point seem to disappear from bottom up. That's due to perspective. That's due to angular size. Anything in the distance, if you've done art class and you want to draw things within depth perception, you will realize that this is how our vision works. This is how perspective works. Things. Johnny, you hot micing, mate? Is that you, mate?
I think he's snoring.
I put him to sleep. Yeah, I'm gonna have to mute him. Yeah, so things disappear from bottom up on flat surfaces. So I'm gonna show you another image of a toy boat on a car park or on some tarmac, giving the illusion of bottom up disappearance in a very short distance because it's about angles. So the fact that you think that things can only disappear due to the curve, and I don't mean to be personal here or give you any stick, but it's just your lack of understanding of perspective and how things would disappear, how things will converge into the horizon, depending on the angle at which you're looking at. That depends on how fast it will. But I've posted another video of a very short distance observation of a toy boat disappearing from bottom up just by changing the angle.
Well, right now here is heat distortion, and it has nothing to do with oceans, isn't it? Because like basically it's hot outside, and particles are being distorted because of the heat. Because like energy
Very correct.
affect them, and that kind of goes to your eye, and the incorrect reflection, but it's kind of due to the ground and heat.
Very correct, yeah. So that particular observation, it's more pronounced because of, atmospheric refraction. So yeah, that temperature gradient can also make things disappear even more pronounced. So then if there's heat distortion, that means there's a lot of water in the atmosphere. So sometimes you'll get a lensing effect. A magnification effect where that object starts to look bigger. So now it looks even more extreme that things are disappearing bottom up hull first due to the curvature. But actually this is exactly what we would expect. With a temperature gradient, with heat distortion, you get lensing, you get magnification. Then with the fact that things do compress and converge in the distance, like train tracks do. When you look at train tracks in the distance, they will converge at the horizon. There is a ratio of how quickly things will merge together. So you make that combination on certain days, you will see things disappear from bottom up like that, very pronounced. Some days you don't. Some days things will not disappear from bottom up and will just disappear into the distance. So every day is different, but sometimes you will see these extreme conditions and you will see things disappear from bottom up on flat surfaces. Even without the atmosphere, there is emerging into the horizon.
Can you stop right here, emerging to your horizon? Like
compression.
What do you mean? Compression, yep. So I mean objects compress or particles do compress?
Yeah, so objects on the horizon at distance compress into something called the vanishing point. So on your horizon, the horizon is just a line of a vanishing point. The whole horizon is a vanishing point. Anything that goes far enough into beyond your limit of view will compress and what's called diffract into a vanishing point. And there is a mathematical ratio called the Rayleigh criterion where you can actually work this out and calculate how quickly something will merge either into the vanishing point or into another object, and create a conversion point.
Well, I would like to start by crossing out heat distortion as an effect, because as we know, heat distortion, like from the naming, there's supposed to be heat, but as we know, in Arctics or Antarctics, the same effect could be seen, so heat distortion has nothing to do with it. Can we agree at this point right now?
No. The reason for it, it's the difference of temperature. Not just today is cold, tomorrow is hot. So it's the temperature difference that causes those effects.
So you would claim that water in Arctic is much hotter than surrounding? He just, yeah. So I don't see any kind of logical effects of heat distortion at this point right here.
No, the
Because
heat
as you told,
distortion. The heat distortion is due to the gradient. So if you get warmer air below cooler air, what happens is it will raise the horizon up. So that, like in the boat picture that I sent you, the toy boat picture, it seems as if the ground ramps up. That's due to the heat haze. So that's what we can experience that in a controlled environment, or even in a bedroom, and you manipulate the heat. Then you introduced hot air below what you're looking at on a table, and the table will appear to rise, and you will lose the bottom of your objects that you're looking at on the table. It is well understood. Refraction.
Well, yeah, the ship goes like to a trash can, I see. Yep. It's but what about the time zones? Like it's 5 a.m. in China, and I mean like Chinese, they see the light before us, and when there is day, we still have night, and when we have evening, they have already like night, and our morning is their noon.
There's only one time zone in China, isn't there?
No, I mean, I can voice chat with my friend in Korea, and he's gonna show up that there is evening and I have like noon. So how can you like go against it? What's your argument there?
It works very simply. When the sun is over your house, it's 12 noon. When the sun is over his house, it's 12 noon. That's it. Time zones are political.
Wait a second. If Earth is flat, shouldn't we see sun at the same rate?
Why?
Because it's flat and there is nothing that kind of separates.
So
me
what you're doing is removing the ball Earth from space, and you're inserting a pizza into the same spot and expecting.
Has any flat earther ever attempted to fly a high altitude balloon equipped with a fisheye camera to try and see if it can take any photos of the curvature of the earth?
Why would we equip a balloon with a fisheye camera to prove curvature? Fisheye lenses cause curvature.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah.
So just equip it with any other camera apart from a fisheye camera. So
There's been multiple cameras go up on balloons. Problem is, if we show them, oh no, that's not true. That's CGI. Isn't it funny how we throw the same things back? When they show us fisheye lenses that prove the curve, it's like, sorry bro, it's a fisheye lens. Oh no, it's curve. Okay, go and do it again, but don't use the fisheye lens this time. So there's no difference.
Sure.
So going back to time zones, then what is your imagination about the base?
Not imagination. The sun follows a circuit. When it is 12 noon at your house, the sun is over your head. When it is 12 noon at my house, the sun is over my head. But that is not the case for everywhere. In China, at 12 noon, on one side of China, the sun is over their head. On the other side, it's probably still dark. Problem with time zones is they are partially political. In other words, your government can tell you what time it is. So time zones don't prove anything.
I would call it a belief until I get that fully proved. So I continue your belief.
Well, how about you go and look up your ball model time zones and have a look how they're broken all over the place. If they were based wholly and solely off the sun, they might look a little different.
You finished?
Yeah, maybe that's what you mean. Instead of time zones, maybe you're asking about day and night.
No, I'm pretty sure. I mean, like, they partially mean the same. I mean, when I call my friend in China and me being in Asia, I mean, in the Middle East, East Asia, no matter what. So he
Right.
shows that the sun is like above his head. And I
Right.
showed
So
that
you're talking
it's
about
like still night.
right.
And then here's the question: if Earth is flat,
That's day and night.
and
That's
yeah,
day
so,
and night, not time zones. Day and night.
okay, so that's day and
Yeah.
night. Pardon me.
Yes.
So day and night. So,
Yep.
but what about noon and evening?
But that's just the same thing as just saying like the middle of the day, the middle of the night. I mean, you know, yeah, like Matrix was pointing out, like time zones are not really based on that. That's the ideal form of time zones, but unfortunately, people for trade and commerce and political reasons have decided to have different time zones that isn't based on the sun. For example, China, the entirety of China share the one time zone. You would think that they'd have it broken up, right? But they don't. It's just from one end from one end to the other end, it's the same time for everybody. So somebody can be in the dark in China on one side, and it's still light on the other side, and apparently it's the same time for them. You know what I mean? So, but yeah, day and night. You're just asking about how does day and night work? Then that's what you're asking.
Yeah. Please, can you explain me?
How can it be light in one place and dark in another place on a flat Earth? That's what you mean, right? Yeah. Anybody want to tackle that one?
I don't know. I mean, we were talking about his magic tricks, but he just muted himself.
Well, I did say that the sun follows its circuit. When it
Can you
is
be more
over
specific
your
with
head,
circuit?
a path, track.
1 second, please. So sun has its own
Follows
path.
circuit. Own path. Yeah.
Okay. And
That's probably the simplest way. Circuit is the easiest way to follow.
yep, sun follows a path. And
When it is over your house, it is daytime. And that means it's nighttime other places. When it is over their house, it is daytime there and probably nighttime at your house. Like your friend in China. Nighttime at his house, daytime at your house. When it's the other way around, ta-da, that's it. Really simple. See, in your model, you still believe the sun is really, really big. No, the sun is not really, really big and is not really, really far away.
so how did you isolate the sunlight from my friend in China when sun is above my head?
Well, that's really fucking easy, my friend. You already told us it's dark. So sunlight, isolated.
By what?
Maybe you don't realize that light cannot travel forever through an atmosphere. You have things like light attenuation, scattering, that causes the light to eventually the light cannot break through the atmosphere. So when the sun goes far enough away, it takes the light with it.
1 second. So there being two arguments I've heard, one from you and one from Magic Tricks. So number one, the sun
same
isn't really big. Is
Exactly
it?
the
Sun.
same. So all they're trying to say to you is that as the sun moves away from you, it starts to become darker and darker until the sun moves away that far that it can no longer shine the light through the atmosphere, and therefore it's dark where you are. It also has to do with the angle that you're viewing at.
Wait a second, let me write it down. So basically we can simplify it to sun isn't big, and that's why we cannot, it's not that powerful to give, to emit light to everywhere at the same time. Is it?
Yes, it would also, so it would depend on the size and it would depend on the distance.
So sun isn't that big and it's not that far from us. So it's near us, close by. Yes?
Compared to your claim that it's 95 million miles away in space, you could argue, yes, the sun is extremely close in that respect. So we get corpuscular rays from the sun. We are able to see the sun behind a cloud. I can show you images of the sun nesting in the clouds. I can show you images of aeroplanes where it appears that the sun is below them and very close in a bunch of clouds. So we can see that the sun is not 95 million miles away. We don't experience parallel light rays. We experience corpuscular rays. So there's no reason to believe the sun is in a vacuum 95 million miles away, breaking the inverse square law. We know that the sun is local compared to the 95 million mile away claim. We're not going to sit here and tell you how high it is, although some flat earthers would like to tell you that by using trilateration and measuring the angles to the sun and then determining how high they think it is. But we can confirm it's not 95 million miles away, and we can confirm we're not receiving parallel light rays. And we can also confirm that light will not travel forever through an atmosphere. So this is exactly what we would expect on a flat Earth with an atmosphere. The light would go with the sun. And as the light takes the sun, you'll get your day and night cycle as the sun rotates, travels around the Earth.
So you mentioned inverse square rule.
The inverse square law.
Law. Sorry. So and you also said light will not travel forever through the atmosphere.
Correct. Yeah.
So there is some sort of threshold where light is not able to, it loses its power.
Yeah, it's called light attenuation and scattering. Eventually, and you can see this with a torch on a very, very flat piece of land, a torch will eventually lose its luminosity due to the atmospheric scattering and light attenuation.
Yeah. And there's something called the Rayleigh extinction coefficient. Now, I don't understand the math. Don't ask me about the math. But basically, it tells you that optics are going to be hard to resolve beyond 250 to 300 kilometers or miles. I can't remember now. So, yeah. Certain things, you're just not going to be able to see beyond that distance, especially looking through the thickest and densest part of the atmosphere. And I say atmosphere with reluctance, because that's a contradiction in terms. That's another story. So if you're looking horizontally through the thickest and densest layers of the air, then you're gonna have trouble. It's going to become very opaque very quickly compared to looking straight up, right?
Yes, yeah, that makes sense. So the day and night theory also goes to trash. I see. What about the other one? You can see different stars in different places. I mean, let me break it down a bit. In North Hemisphere, you can only see the South Cross. Yeah, you will never see the South Cross. In the south, no North stars. That's only evidence. Either Earth has two sides, it's a coin with two sides, or it's spherical.
What's your question?
Again,
so Shinro, you've only given us two options. So basically, you're saying it's my way or the highway. How about we have a think about this in a different manner? Have you ever been in an exceptionally large warehouse?
What is a warehouse?
Storage facility.
Can you break it down and simplify it?
Shed. Really big shed. Very large building.
Well, yes,
industrial buildings.
Well,
big industrial building.
train station, like train factory, like the museum.
Something like that, yes. Like a factory, yes. Okay. When you're at one end of the factory, you look up and you can see one lot of lights above your head. And you look right down the other end, you can't see the other lights. Then when you walk down the other end, you look up, you can see the lights. Then you look back, you can't see the lights where you were. Same thing happens outside. Because you're so far away, because of angle of view, perspective, this Rayleigh criterion, there's a whole heap of things all together causing you not to be able to see what's going on with the stars.
So you denied my example and you made up your example where I have nothing to say.
Well, you gave me no example. You gave me it has to be curved or it can't work. That's what you gave me. So in other words, you were saying it's my way or the highway.
Okay, so coming back, so in Northern Hemisphere, you will not be able to see Southern Cross.
Excellent. So that's it. That's it. One end of the factory.
That only makes sense. So wait a second. What the hell it has to... So basically, you are just disproving your own self, isn't it?
No. What you're saying is this effect only because of curve, only because on ball. I'm showing you this same effect happens on a warehouse, flat surface. So when you're at one end of the warehouse, that's the northern hemisphere. When you're at the other end of the factory, southern hemisphere. Northern hemisphere, you look up, you see one pattern of lights. Go to southern end of factory, you see another set of lights. No curvature involved.
Mm-hmm.
Beta Tetrix, what's up?
Hey, can you read?
Can I read?
Yeah.
No.
Oh.
So the theory about the flat Earth is compared to the fact that stars are really near, like really close to the Earth.
Well, that's your assumption.
No, that's what you said when you gave an example with the factory.
I didn't.
Yes, you did.
So the factory example is to show when you are at one end, you see a group of lights. That's the stars outside. That's the equivalent. For you, northern hemisphere, northern side of factory. Now let's go to southern side of factory. We see southern lights. We look at the north lights, we can't see them. Factory too big.
Beta Tetrix, can I ask him a question?
Yeah, man.
What percentage of the sky does he think he can see at one time?
Excuse me, I cannot hear you clearly.
Okay,
He
one
said,
more
what
time.
percentage of the sky do you think you can see at one time?
What it has to do with the lights in the factory.
Oh, give us a number. You go outside, you look up at the sky. What percentage of the sky can you see?
With
It
your
depends,
eyes.
so
When you
am I
look up,
inside the city or outdoors? Am I on the mountain?
when you're outside, when you go outside, you look up. What percentage of the sky do you see?
Give us a number.
Try using your brain, Shinra, please. You've been here like a week now. Try thinking.
No, wait a second. Right now, this is going to be a gaslight. You three of you are going against me right
There's
now.
no gaslight. It's a very simple question. How much of the sky, as a percentage, do you believe you see when you walk outside? Walk outside, look up. How much sky do you see as a percent?
Give us a
Are we talking about space or are we talking about
sky? Stars. How much do you see?
Well, I would claim that sky is different from the space.
Dude,
that's what I can say right now.
Give me a number, please.
Just a number.
No,
It's very simple. How much of the night sky? How much of the night sky do you think you can see from your observable position at one time?
Rod, so I can see that you are a guy who understands and kind of doesn't interrupt. So you see, let me predict something right now. When I'm gonna say a number, you're gonna be predicting, you're gonna be saying against it and all that stuff. Even though I make up that number, okay, let's guess. I'm gonna say like 3% of the sky I can see.
2%. All right, that's cool. So then, why do you think that you could see 100% of the sky on a flat Earth?
Oh, that's easy. That's really cool question. Well, you see, when you look right now at the top of your room, how much of the ceiling you can see?
Dude, we're not just in a little room. We're in a big room like a factory where you don't see 100% of the ceiling. It's the same thing. I would say if you're probably correct. 2% sounds good to me. On a flat Earth, you probably look up and see 2% of the sky. So therefore, you're not going to see 100% of the stars or the sky or whatever. For the people in Australia or wherever you are, you're not going to see the whole sky, bro. Is that cool with you?
Actually, no. I wouldn't accept it as an answer because there is lack of evidence.
Why do you not accept that? You don't accept the old number you provided?
Like you see, I gave that number out of myself, and now you are telling me that on flat Earth it's the same.
I think you're correct. Yes, flat Earth is the same. Yes, facts. I look up, I don't see 100% of the sky. It's probably closer to a small percent, like 2. I think you're probably correct, bro. So this
because
idea
it's in your interest. It's your interest.
No, it's just reality.
No.
I go outside and I see the exact small percentage of the sky, just like you do. Same as Meta Tetrix does, and Roots and all these other guys in here. We don't look up and see the whole sky. We're flat earthers too, bro. We don't see the whole sky, dude.
So think of it like this. So think of it like this before you respond. Think of it like this. The horizon is the place where the ground meets the sky, correct?
1 second. I'm just taking notes. If you won't bother.
All right. So think
Earth
of it like
meets
this.
the sky, or sky meets the Earth.
Yes.
What is the horizon? What is the horizon?
Well, I would like to make a research to make it more accurate, but for now we can stick with horizon is a place where Earth meets the sky or sky meets the Earth.
The ground meets the sky, yeah. Yeah, okay. Now that's due to what? What causes that position?
Oh, I remember, as we know, spherical... No, I have no idea. Okay, I have no idea. No.
Okay, I'll tell you. How about I tell you? So, as you look into the distance, once you get to the limitation of your view, everything above the horizon will converge down and merge into the horizon. Everything below the horizon will rise and converge into the horizon. So the further things are away, the more it converges and compounds into the horizon. So when you look at the stars and you're looking out into the ocean at night and the stars are sitting on the horizon, that is because those stars are further away than the stars directly above your head. So when you're in the north and you're looking south, you're going to see the stars drop on your horizon. The further you look away, the more the stars will drop on your horizon until eventually these stars are all merging into one point. So if there's one patch of sky, you'll see one point of light. You might see one star. If you was to zoom in or if you was to travel distance now into the southern hemisphere, those stars would rise off your horizon and then they would be above your head again. Okay, so when you're in the northern hemisphere, what you're looking at in the south would be the stars that are further away dropping on the horizon and converging into the what's called the vanishing point of the horizon. That happens on a 360 view. In every direction, everything further away from you will drop, and converge. So you wouldn't be able to see on a flat surface, you wouldn't be able to see the stars in the southern hemisphere, you wouldn't be able to see things that go beyond your limitation of view. You have a limit of how far you can see, and everything beyond that converges into a point. Do you understand?
Yes. Like that was a question. What's the distance between sky and Earth and stars? You think is like the ground and the stars? Let's begin with it. Like, is it big? Is it small? Is it like a little bit?
That's something that I can't confirm. But what I can confirm is they're far enough to be beyond what's called your limitation of view. You can call it your viewing dome, because it's a big dome around you in a 360 direction. You can call it your azimuthal grid of vision, but your perspective has a limit. I'm not going to make a claim of how far these things are, but once things go beyond that vision, that field of view, they will converge into a single point on the horizon. And usually, due to you being on the surface, there's usually an obstruction that stops you from being able to see it before that actual absolute limitation anyway. Hills, waves, the smallest things on the surface can block these things. So there's no way to confirm just by viewing things on the horizon how far they are. But we know there is a constant rate that follows a 1.22 ratio of convergence due to the Rayleigh criterion of things converging in the distance. Just like the train tracks. When you look at the train tracks going into the distance, you'll see them converge into a single point. You will not be able to view the train tracks in the distance. Eventually they'll merge.
So, if assume that there is a single star above your head, would you estimate it as really far from you or closer to you?
I don't know why you didn't hear him say, I make no claim to this.
No, I'm just asking.
There's no way to confirm it. There is no way to confirm it.
I'm going to throw a random number. Because you chose, what was it, 2%, 3%?
Yeah.
I'm going to say distance to stars, 43 kilometers. There you go. Fuck it, just throwing a number out there.
3 kilometers.
And he's writing this down. That's funny. Shinro, I was having a laugh.
Yeah, well.
Yeah, right.
So you're not
now
being
you get it.
serious right now,
Do you know why I'm having a laugh? Because you were having a joke when you said 2%. See how that comes back around? Excellent.
Yeah,
we understand.
you know why? Is it because Earth is circular and everything you do comes back to you?
No, it's not because it's circular and everything you do comes back to you.
Okay,
The reason for this is no one has ever measured the distance to the stars. So how can I make a claim to the distance to the stars when it's never been measured and it can never be verified because it's never been measured in the first place?
So you need someone with a ruler, I mean like with a measure tape.
I think we've got just the man for the job.
From Earth to the star and calculate it. That's what you mean? That's what you need?
Never been measured. So I'm not going to make a claim to anything that has not been measured or verified
I
to go
see.
with it.
How would you like it to be measured exactly? Like
In millimeters if you must.
I didn't ask the units, I asked the process. Would you like someone to take a really long rope and calculate it, or would you
You're
like
saying
it to
it's
be
been measured, so in what way was it measured? You're the one saying there are.
No, I'm just right now asking how he expects thing and how he sees.
But you're saying it's already been measured, so you're claiming distances. How was that measured? You tell us.
So you ask me how it's been measured?
You're the only one in this panel claiming
You
there are
asked me
distances.
to prove you. Is it right?
No, stop, Shinro. You're not understanding. You're claiming stars are far away, that they have been measured. You're the only one who thinks they've been measured. So, if this is true, when, where, who did this?
It's an interesting
So
question.
you need a name of a guy.
Anything. We'll take anything at this point. You're the only one claiming there's distances, so how was it
I
measured?
write it down, so I have to prove you how.
It's not me.
No. You're not proving us. You're proving you. You say they are a long way away. How far?
You need a proof, and I have to prove you how it's been measured and who has that, who
You're
did
the
it,
only one
how did.
claiming
No, wait a second. Is it what you're asking me from? What you ask me
Wait,
to
how
do?
about
We're asking you to back up your claim, to verify your claims. That's
so
all.
that's the
We
point I
don't
get.
make a
I
claim.
have to verify
We
that.
don't make a claim to the distance to the celestial bodies. Okay?
Verify the distance.
He's going to chat GPT it, but you're in here saying there
Yeah.
are distances. Well, why don't you tell us how you got those distances?
Oh, let's see now the matter. So I guess this goes to trash can as well. So what
It
about
goes to
photos
trash
from
can because
space?
you can't verify it. Or
Yeah,
it goes to trash can because it's debunked.
Yes, you're too smart.
Because it's trash.
A question.
Okay, photos from space from multiple countries. What can you say? Because they have no relationship with
That
NASA.
doesn't give you a distance.
Nah, right now
What
I
else?
said again that
So
idea is
what
so
do you
trash
believe,
can.
Shinro? What do you believe photographs prove?
So do you, guys?
No. I didn't
said
ask
that
if I believe photographs. I'm asking you. What does your mind tell us that photograph proves? Photographs from space proving what?
Cameras are real.
Guys, I have one question, if you don't mind.
He's going to change the
about
subject.
the-
There's a question on the floor right now.
Yeah, don't
Okay.
change the subject, dude.
Shinra's been here for about a week asking the exact same questions.
He's getting cooked.
4 days, and right now I'm taking notes because I see there's no way making it.
If you're writing down notes, Shinra, why didn't you go investigate them instead of just repeating yourself?
Yeah.
Did I come up with same every time? I said forget that idea.
Literally the same
going
questions
on.
for 3 days in a row.
No, I. Good. Okay, let's go. Photos from space. You said that. Why do I believe them? Is it so?
No, that's not what we asked. It's that
And
doesn't
what they-
provide you with a distance, bro.
Bro, I told
No,
you.
CB, he's already
wait a
trashed the
second.
other one. See, no, stop, Shinro, stop.
Let me
I'm
explain
explaining to the
myself.
other
No,
guy.
let me-
Shinro, please stop. If you don't, the CB guy, you will confuse him and he is going to keep hammering you. So shut up for 5 seconds so I can please explain to CB. Right,
5
CB, our friend here has already conceded to the fact distance to the stars is null and void because he can't verify it.
Season 9.
Okay, Shinro, back to you. Thank you.
Oh, thank you. So let's go on. Idea number 5: photos from space, and they prove that Earth is spherical, and you go like no.
Excellent. That other gentleman, please take a number. There's like about 10 people in front of you. Now, Shinro, you're claiming that photographs prove a ball. Okay, I'm claiming that laser measurements prove it flat. Now, which one would a third party, somebody else listening to us have a conversation, which one are they going to believe? Photographs or direct measurement?
Well, direct measurement by using lasers. So you mean
Thank you
there's
very much.
light involved. Where I say I didn't. It wasn't my answer. So you see earlier you said that
You're
light
adding
is
on
not
to it.
able-
Why are you
light
adding more
is
onto
not
it? You've
able-
already said at the start, Shinro, you said at the start direct measurement. You don't then add a caveat to that. You don't go, they will accept direct measurement as long as the King of England signs it because he's left-handed. No. We don't care about the add-ons. Which one would a third party accept?
How old are
A
you, my boy?
photograph or a direct measurement? You
How old are
said
you?
a direct measurement. Thank you. That's it. Game
How
over.
old are you, dude?
What has my age got
It's
to do
irrelevant.
with your answer?
Wait a second. I mean, like you act like a
They
children.
have not blood,
child
are
from
not
kindergarten.
founded.
Every time I'm trying to give my answer, you just shut me up because, well, you have a streaming guy on your side, is it? Yes, it is.
No.
So, continuing my point, like previously, you said that.
So he's
light
just going to
is
put his
not
blinkers
able
on
to
and
travel.
march right through.
Can I continue, please?
Shinro, 2 questions. Number 1, you have photograph from space, which nobody can verify. You have measurement showing flat, which you, me, the guy next door, everyone can go out tomorrow if they've got the time and availability to redo themselves. So, if a third party was to have a conversation with you and me, and we say, you have got photographs and I have got a direct measurement, what is that third party going to believe? A photograph which cannot be verified, or direct measurement which can be replicated? Which one?
Can I continue, please? So lately you said.
So
that
he's going to
light is not
pretend like the
able
question wasn't asked.
No, I see the question. So to answer that, I have.
So
to
answer it.
Answer it. Come on, be honest with the questioning that's on the table right now, because you're just blazing right through what he's asking you, man. Come on.
So lately we said that light is not able to. You said that light is not able to pass through all the
No, I
distance
didn't.
to
Roots
atmosphere.
did.
Dude, that is not
Okay,
what was
Roots,
asked.
It's got nothing to do with the
Did
question.
you not hear what he asked you? Did you hear what he asked you? He asked you a binary question, right? Is it this or is it that? And you're coming back with something different. He asked you direct measurement or pictures from space. Which is it that wins?
So you mean okay? Direct measurements win.
Thank you.
So
That's
I
it.
would like to continue from this point. It's not it.
Well,
I'm not a bitch.
what's going to happen, Shinro? I'm going to
So
let you
why
continue.
are we supposed
Hold
to
on,
believe
just a
your
second.
direct measurements while you would not accept?
Because
our
you can
direct-
replicate them for yourself. You can replicate them for yourself.
Can I say
So-
something here, chat? Yo,
Yep.
dude, you sound like you have the standards of a Bigfoot believer. If I believe in Bigfoot and I just simply present to you pictures, you're not accepting that. This is not going to happen. That's how we feel with you. We're not just going to stop at pictures. We're going to go directly and find direct evidence of this thing that you're claiming. So, yes, direct
see, yeah.
measurements beat out your pictures every single time. You wouldn't accept this standard with Bigfoot, but for some reason you accept it with your own globe.
Wait
Stat,
a
bro.
second. You need direct measurements. Yeah?
Yes.
That you can
Yes.
replicate yourself.
Yes.
Yeah, we do. And do you know why? Because there are contradictory pictures. So you claim you have pictures from high altitude that prove a ball. Well, I have a picture in the chat. It's actually a short video from the ISS, from the Chinese manned mission that they did to the ISS. I think it was last year or the year before. And they're showing horizons that are completely flat with an Earth that looks completely flat. So there are contradictory pictures. That's why
Aren't
your
they
pictures. That's why your pictures are not direct evidence. There are contradictions in what we're seeing. So the direct measurements are undeniable. Your pictures are controversial, skeptical, speculative at best. That's why the direct measurements will trump your pictures, because there's contradictions. So a picture isn't a good way to determine whether the surface of the Earth is curving and spinning.
You know, I've seen like the video you've sent it, and I can see that they're using the iFish, what do you call it, like the same stuff. So they rotated their camera upside down so that the Earth's curvature would be cancelled by the iFish effect.
No, if there was curvature and they reversed that curvature, it would be convexing. But it's not convexing. It's not curving. It's not convexing. Get a straight edge up against that Earth, and you'll see that that horizon is horizontal, completely horizontally flat.
And also, if you use a fisheye lens on a curve to deliberately bend it the wrong way, you get a strange wobble at the side of the image. So you get like a sine wave effect at the sides of the image when you try to deliberately bend it backwards. I understand what you're saying, and yes, it can be done, but there are telltale signs when it has been done.
What if they crop the sides?
Then Earth is way, way, way bigger than what has been presented in your other pictures. So the pictures are contradicting each other.
Which pictures exactly did they show you?
Because NASA shows curvature from the ISS.
Did I
Chinese show no curvature from the ISS. So either Earth is way, way, way bigger, which completely destroys your heliocentric model, the distance to all the heavenly bodies, all of the math is wrong. That means the whole model is debunked. From distances to everything needs to be thrown out then at that point. So if you want to think Earth's bigger than it is, then that's great, but you've just debunked the heliocentric model.
Oh, like that makes sense. That makes sense. Yeah. But have you heard about Cavendish experiment?
Here we go.
What about it?
So you've heard about it, or shall I give a bit of information?
Yeah, we've heard
are
about
you
it.
conceding on the photograph thing first before we go and have a talk about Mr. Cavendish?
Can you repeat the photograph again? That I'm taking?
Do you give up on the photograph? In the bin.
Yep, I guess in the bin. The
Thank
photo
you.
goes to the bin because there is no evidence. I see. Yep, I get it.
It's contradicted. It's contradicted by other photos. Yeah, so we can't use that. It's not direct evidence. Yep. Go ahead, whoever that was.
So he'll be asking the same question again tomorrow. I promise you. He asked
So
about
I'm
the
just
family.
wondering. Sorry. Go on. Yeah, you're saying he's on repeat. Yeah, I get it. I'm just wondering, like, if there is multiple people waiting in the wind for a turn, and Shinobi's exhausted pretty much all the questions that he has. If we could move on, because we've spoken with Shinobi a lot, and there might be people here that we've never spoken to before. We might run the risk of them leaving before they get a chance to speak.
I guess Churches has some questions to ask.
Yeah, I think the fast pace wanted to ask some questions.
I mean, come on.
No, because if you've moved on to new topics, new questions that are unrelated to what was just being discussed with you for like half an hour previously, then I think it's time you took a back seat and passed the mic to some other new people.
I guess I'm gonna come around later. Would it be counted as new time to speak? Like for a couple of
Yeah. If it's quiet, like if there's no new people in that haven't had a chance to ask questions or talk yet, then that's fine. Yeah.
So
it's just like you shouldn't be a hog. If we do, like I'm just saying, if we do have other people waiting here patiently to speak and ask questions, then we should probably move on to them and then get back to you afterwards.
So let's see if they have someone like to ask.
Can we talk to Peepo? I want to call out Peepo. Peepo, you there, buddy? Where you at, bro?
Yes.
Get off the mic.
You want something?
Wait, is he not in the call right now? Peepo.
He's here.
Peepo Bordeaux is here, yeah.
He's in here. So just to confirm, pictures from space are inconclusive. Brother Peepo, come on down. You're
I
the
got
next
smoke
contestant
for
on the
people.
prices.
I see you typing, bro. Just come off the, stop typing and just come on mute.
So,
I got
sorry,
smoke for
Vel,
you, bro.
what were you
Is your
talking
name
about?
Peepo? Just relax, TFS. Just chill. I got smoke for people right now. So what's up?
People don't want this smoke. Oh my.
He's in the chat saying, "Oh, there's a million ways to calculate the radius."
Show us. Give us that drop over distance, baby. We want to see it.
Hold on a second. Hold on. Mr. Killian, hold on a second. I don't want to see the radius calculated.
He
I'd like to see it
humans are
measured.
apes.
Yep. We want IRL demonstrations.
Yeah, CB Peepo is a keyboard warrior. He comes in from time to time. He's never been on the microphone.
Then
He got absolutely destroyed by Sporadic last week.
And just get up out of here, bro. Like, we don't want to hear the chat skank, bro. Because he's in the chat saying, well, the radius is this. How did you get to that number? It's like they forgot they ever went to school.
Hey,
When you're in
CB, AGWA, Agua. Feel free to grab that one and kick it around.
Well, I just want to say this. It's like they've forgotten when they were in school. The teacher asks you, what's the answer to this problem? And you just write the number. No, you have to show your work. Show the teacher
Right.
that you were able to get to that number. You can't just write the number because you could have cheated that or whatever, right? So you need to show that you need to demonstrate how you derived or how you got to that number. So that's what we're
Exactly.
asking him in the chat. How did you? He's saying Eratosthenes. All right, bro. Just like get up out of here, bro.
Eratosthenes. Oh my.
It's a
Honestly, the
great
chat's
point,
doing
though. It's a
shit,
great
so-
point. The Globers love to throw around these numbers, and they like to pretend that they know where these numbers come from, but in reality, they're all based on assumptions. So yeah, that's why we need to show the working. Great point.
So are you talking about the measurement of the Earth?
Yeah, sure.
Yep.
So according to flat earthers,
here we
what is
go.
what is the radius of the Earth?
Unknown.
I mean the diameter of the Earth.
Well, if
The
it's
only
flat,
claim we
it's not
make-
a ball. So I don't think it would have a radius or a diameter. No offense, bro.
Yeah, the only claim we make is that it's not a ball with a radius of 3959 as claimed by the heliocentric model. It can't be. We know that for sure.
The higher up we go, the further out we see. Period.
Okay, so you don't have a measure of
We don't have to. Right? It's not because
Nor do
we
you.
don't have a measurement that you get to say, you don't have that, therefore the Earth is a ball. Your fallback position should be intellectually honest with what we observe, which is stationary topographical plane. There's nothing in your purview that tells you you're on a spinning ball.
I read out there that human vision can be a liar to ourselves and make our reality distorted in some kind of way.
So
That's
question
why
for you. You go outside your front door in the morning, you look outside, what tells you you're moving?
What tells me I'm moving? Well, if I'm blind, if
Are you blind? Are you?
No, I'm not, but
Right.
I'm just
So
assuming.
back to my original question, you go outside your front door first thing in the morning, open it up, you see the birds fly by, so on and so forth. What tells you that you are actually moving?
Well, if we take my eyes as a reference, then the distance from one point to, I don't know what to say in English.
Well, distance is irrelevant to whether you're moving or not, right? Distance is a measurement. You moving would be, you need to have a point of reference in order to ascertain whether or not you're moving. And I'm asking you from your standpoint, what gives you that, it tells your mental, your vestibular system even, that you're in fact moving?
Never really asked that question myself before, but according to to what I could say, the reference that I use to say that I move is myself and the surrounding, and if I move, I see the surrounding environment changing. In some case, like there is a bin 100 meters away, and if I walk in the direction that bin is located, then the bin will get closer to me.
100%. But in that, you have to move, right? And that's the whole idea, is that we're trying to figure out, they tell us that we're moving. Okay, how do we walk this out? How do we find the evidence? What is the evidence that they're pointing at? And then when we look to that evidence, we unpack it. It's exactly what we were saying earlier with relation to pictures from space. The evidence is inconclusive. That means we cannot hang a definitive conclusion on what they're telling us. Inconclusive evidence is not valid to draw a conclusion upon.
Okay, but is the movement of the Earth a proof that it is flat?
It's not moving.
No, it's a proof that it's not moving. Yeah. The Earth is treated as it is at a state of rest. It doesn't matter whether you're in the building industry, the aerodynamic industry, ballistics. Everybody treats the Earth as a stationary plane.
So if the Earth doesn't move, why does the... Seen it minutes ago, how can someone explain the sun rising and setting in a day?
Think about it. Sunrise. You're saying literally in the word that the sun is moving. Like it has nothing to do with the earth moving whatsoever. Nice try though.
I'm not saying that the Earth is moving to the sun. Let's put that the sun moves around the Earth.
Yeah, that's what you
So-
see when you go outside. You see the sun moving, bro. That's the end of it
Okay,
right
then-
there.
If that's the case, then I forgot what I was going to ask.
It's over.
No, I mean it's not over. There's one thing that someone should
It's
explain to me: the
Okay, go
seasons.
ahead.
Because if the sun rotates in the Earth, and there should be something in the Earth that makes seasons appear. And even if the sun is moving around the Earth, there's another question. Because if the Earth is flat, then you go see the sun at night. But
Oh,
I
dude,
haven't seen.
what the hell are you talking about? No.
That's not how light works in an atmosphere.
Dude,
Then-
there's like
Yeah.
10 flat earthers in this panel right now. It's nighttime for me right now. There's no sun. What are you talking about?
I mean,
Listen to what you. Let me say this for you real fast. Is it nighttime where you
Okay.
are right now?
No.
Okay. At nighttime, I want you to take your finger and point to me. Where's the sun? Where are you pointing your finger?
Right now it's cloudy, so I cannot see the sun.
I know, but you've experienced nighttime before in your life. So at nighttime, let's pretend it's nighttime right now. I want you to point your finger to where the sun is at night.
I don't know. I couldn't tell
Just
at
point
the
your-
night where the sun is.
Point your finger. Where are you pointing your finger?
Sorry?
Okay, your finger. When it's daytime, where do you point your finger where the sun is? Up?
Yes, pointing to the
Okay.
sun.
Yeah,
12
up,
o'clock.
above you.
Yes.
Okay, so now when it's nighttime, where are you going to point your finger at?
Down?
Yeah, that's fucking crazy, bro.
No, you're gonna point at the horizon.
Okay,
Because
but,
things that go further away from you that are in the sky will drop to your horizon, then converge into a point. As things go away from you, they will drop on the horizon and disappear into the distance. That's perspective. You have a limit to how far you can see. So as things go beyond that limit, they drop on the horizon.
So
the
with a
sun-
giant telescope, I should be able to see from the top of the Everest
No.
the sun everywhere it goes. No, why not? If the Earth is flat,
Because we
The
have
Earth
an
is
atmosphere.
big. Yeah, and there's that too, yeah.
We have an
But the-
atmosphere.
atmosphere isn't clear?
Not forever. Think about it like
Yeah, we
this,
have a
dude. If I take a cup and I scoop up a little bit of water out of the ocean, I can probably see through the cup. Now, can you look through the whole ocean? Hell no. It's clear in your cup. This is a small example. But when you add up a lot of it, it starts to become much harder to see through. The atmosphere, the air is a lot like that. It might be see-through through a small example, but when you start to stack up a lot of it, it gets much harder to see through, just like water.
Okay.
I want to direct you to the side chat here. So things that disappear into the distance. Have a look in the side chat. I've posted a video of the sun. The sun looks like it's setting behind a physical obstruction, but when you zoom in, you'll see that actually the sun rises up from that horizon as you zoom in. So zooming in is like moving physically closer. So if you was physically closer to that sun, the sun would actually be up in the sky. But because that sun is beyond the limitation or going beyond the limitation of your view, it appears to be setting behind the horizon. Now, the fact that we've got these zoom cameras and lenses is proof that the sun isn't setting behind any curvature of the Earth. It's just going beyond the scope of your perspective.
So are you saying that it is moving away from the camera?
Yes.
And then I posted right underneath that.
So if we maintain the zoom to a point, how far the sun can go before coming back?
No,
Not forever.
because look at when you zoom into the sun. Look at the heat distortion. Look at the haze. The atmosphere is like looking through water. When you look through water, you can't see to the bottom of the ocean. Why is that?
The bottom of the ocean.
Why can't we see the bottom of the ocean, or why can't we see through water forever?
Because the density of the water. Because
Creates
it's not
opacity. It creates something called an opacity. So when the weather report tells you what the visibility of the day is, it's dependent on the opacity of the atmosphere. So you can't see through the atmosphere forever, even with the most powerful camera, telescope, or lens. Eventually, the atmosphere will compound and create a thick layer. Just like water, just like if you put 100 planes of glass together, you wouldn't be able to see through them eventually. That's due to the water, the heat, the conditions in the atmosphere. So that's a misunderstanding of how light works.
So is there a known path of where the sun goes through a day? Like it goes to
Yeah, we can track the sun to a relative. We can't 100% track the sun. We don't have a way to 100% track the sun throughout its whole year cycle. But we know the patterns of the sun. Yeah, that's why we get our seasons.
Is there a map out there that I can consult to see a graphical view of where does the sun go?
We told you, it goes away from you. So it rises in the east and sets in the west. Due to perspective, it appears to rise up from the horizon as it comes into your field of view. And then on the evening, it will drop on the horizon as it goes out of your field of view. That's where you get the day and night cycle. Then you'll have your seasons. The sun is doing a precession around the earth. And as it goes to the northern hemisphere's winter, the sun rises and sets at a lower position every day because that sun is physically further away from you. In the winter for the northern hemisphere's winter, the sun will be setting and rising at a lower point in the sky. That's due to the sun being physically further away.
Well, the sun moves away from the Earth at certain points of the year?
No, from the northern hemisphere. So in the northern hemisphere, when it's winter, the sun rises and sets at a lower position in the sky due to the sun being over the southern hemisphere. Because the sun precesses around the earth, and in the northern hemisphere's winter, the sun is directly above the southern hemisphere. So we can view this by seeing the sun rise and set at a lower position in the sky. Just exactly how perspective works. This is exactly what we experience with the sun. This is exactly what we would expect on a flat Earth with a sun that precesses around a center point. Northern hemisphere has a summer when the sun is precessing around the north. Then it will have a winter when the sun is precessing around the south. And like a corkscrew, it will return back for spring, and then we will have a northern hemisphere summer again. And the same is true in the southern hemisphere. They will see the sun rise and set lower when it's the northern hemisphere's summer. And this is exactly what we observe, consistent with a flat Earth.
Okay, interesting. So just to give me an idea, is there an image of how is the Earth according to your theory?
By the way, before we do, I don't want to jump past Killian's image. Have you seen Killian's picture at 55 minutes past the hour, zooming into the boat on the horizon?
Oh yeah, I've seen it.
How do you explain that on a ball? That's supposed to be beyond the curve, behind the curve.
Well, I'm
How
not
do you
saying
explain
this.
that?
I think there is a theory called a reflection, but I don't want to dig inside. So I'll
So you
just
believe that's a reflection?
No, I don't really know because I don't have enough evidence and not enough testing. So I'll just assume that I don't know. But let's
Right,
go
because
to
you know that isn't the claim of the globe. You shouldn't be able to see that. That should be physically behind the Earth's curvature. And to say that's a reflection, well, we know what reflections look like. We know the distortion in the images. We know you can see in refraction the inversion, the distortion, and that's not what we're observing there. Got a nice clean picture of a boat coming into view as we zoom in. No boundary of two mediums. We're seeing a boat in its position on the ocean, beyond the horizon. It's impossible on a ball.
something doesn't. I don't get something. So you say that with the theory of the sun that there's a point when no matter how much we zoom, we cannot see the sun. So we cannot see the sun, but we can see the boat.
Yeah, because that boat, I'm going to throw some numbers out here. That boat could be anywhere between 6, 10, 15 miles away. Maybe 20, to be generous. But when the sun goes 100 miles away, now we have issues. We have the angle of vision. You're looking from the Earth's surface. You don't have the angular resolution. You don't have the angle to be able to see that far across the Earth's surface. Now, if you used to rise up in altitude, yeah, you'd be able to see further and further, but eventually you would come into the problem of the compounding of the atmosphere, the thickness of the atmosphere, the light attenuation and scattering over distance. You are not able to see through an atmosphere forever.
If the ship is further away, we won't be able to see it no matter how much we zoom.
Yeah, there will be a point that ship goes so far into the distance that everything is converged into one point called a vanishing point. It doesn't matter how far you zoom in with your camera, you're not going to be able to see it due to the angle and due to the thickness of the atmosphere.
Okay. But back to the Earth form. So, as I've seen, it's like the North Pole is in the center and the South Pole is a giant wall surrounding the Earth.
That's not our claim. That's the actual direct evidence of Antarctica. That it is higher elevation land than sea level, considerably higher elevation land. And if you Google Antarctic ice cliffs, you'll see plenty of images that Antarctica is much, much higher in elevation than sea level. And this is completely consistent because you would need containment for water to be contained. In order to have water with a flat surface, which it is, you're going to need containment. And just like a puddle, the land on the outside of the puddle acts as a container. And that's what we observe in Antarctica, the highest landmass on the Earth.
So, okay. I have a curious question. What happens if we climb those walls and go very deep into the Antarctica?
Dunno. Next question.
I mean, what will it happen? Eventually, we will be falling off the edge or something.
You'll probably freeze to death.
Freeze to death? How cold is it?
Dunno. Depends on the season.
Sorry?
Hey, what's behind door number B?
Behind number B?
It's an unanswerable question. We have
So
no way to verify that.
So you don't have an idea of what it is in the Antarctica?
Yeah, just like you don't have any idea what's below 7 miles under the ground.
Well, we do have an idea because there is a hole in Kola Peninsula.
7 miles.
Is, not exactly 7 miles, but a certain amount of miles. But
7. In Russia. The borehole in Russia is the deepest hole dug, 7 miles. Beyond that, we don't know. The furthest we can travel is to the Antarctic Circle. What's beyond them ice plains? I don't know. Some people have made claims, like Admiral Byrd made a claim that there's extra land. I'm not going to believe that because I'm not in the business of believing things. But we don't know.
Sorry, can I speak? Can I ask you?
Yes.
Hello, can I ask?
Yep, go ahead.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Welcome, Jane.
Yeah, thank you so much. My sister wanna ask you something.
Why do you think the Earth is flat?
Because it's observed and measured that way.
It's what?
Earth is observed as a flat topographical stationary plane. Every industry in the world treats the Earth, whether you're in building, whether you're in aerodynamics, ballistics, you must treat the Earth as a stationary, topographical, flat, non-rotating plane with a non-rotating atmosphere. It's actually illegal for you to create planes that try and take into account curvature and rotation, because that's not what we experience and people's lives are at risk. So in every industry, we treat the Earth as flat and we treat the atmosphere and the ground as non-rotating. So we don't believe the Earth. We don't believe the Earth's flat. That's how it's measured, observed, and treated. That's how it appears in nature.
But what is actually measured? Because you told me that you don't know the radius or the diameter of the Earth. So what is measured to
Excuse me, there's
know about
gravity.
the effect?
Hold on, stop with the gravity, and now let's go back to your measurement. Why do you instantly assume there has to be a radius and a diameter? What gives you that idea? Where did you get that from? All we're saying is the surface description is flat. And out of us saying it's flat, you're telling us we need a radius and a diameter. That means you're assuming it's either a sphere or you're assuming it's a circle. We have not made that claim.
Do you agree that the North Pole is in the center?
Of your coordinate system, yeah. So your cardinal directions are based on the north being in the center. So you can go east and west, make a big circle around a center point, a magnetic point. All compasses point to the north. You go around the earth, you'll adjust to north, the magnetic north.
So the north is in the center. So according to your theory, the earth can be a square.
Okay. Okay, thank you so
We
much.
make no claims. We make no claims about the shape of the earth. We only
But it
make
could
claims
be
what we can prove.
It could be a possibility.
Great stuff. If you want to do
You
philosophy,
could say
that's fine.
anything could be a possibility in that case, right? I mean, that's just baseless claims. We're not making baseless claims.
So back to the measurement. What type of measures do you use to claim that the earth is flat?
That just means that from point A to point B, there'll be no drop over distance. It'll be horizontal.
That's the only claim?
No, any measurement you take on the Earth is in respect to a flat Earth. You can't take an angle measurement to a star to do celestial navigation or to do any surveying. You will need to establish the Earth as a flat plane. Now, that flat plane that you create is parallel to the Earth. So no matter what distance you do, you can't prove that the Earth is curving away from that parallel line that you create, that baseline. So you have to establish the Earth as flat to take any angle measurements, any surveying, or any celestial navigation angles to stars.
I don't get what you're saying, but I think what you're trying to say is that the evidence that you put to claim that the Earth is flat is that if we measure to point A to point B, there should be a linear. I don't know how to explain.
There should be curvature between point A and point B. Now, let me give you a quick example, right? Say you have a 20-mile lake, right? It's 20 miles across the lake. We can calculate based off the radius value how much curvature there should be over that distance. The answer is 270 feet, right, over that distance. Now, depending on the height of the observation, you should also have a horizon at a particular distance away. So say you do the observation from 6 feet height, you would have to have a horizon at 3 miles away, right? 3 miles away would be the horizon. Then anything that goes beyond that horizon would start to dip behind the curvature of the Earth. But when we go and actually measure a 20-mile lake by doing different types of observations, laser tests, and various methods of testing for the curvature, there is zero curvature. Like literally zero. You can zoom in and you can see the shoreline on the other side of the lake that should be obstructed by literally hundreds of feet of curvature. So that's been tested over and over again, right? All different areas, different weather conditions. It's been done, right? That's why there's not really a debate. It's just people that haven't looked into it yet.
I've seen that someone post a video of a laser test in Finland. to prove that the Earth is flat.
Yeah, I know the one. I haven't watched it yet, but I did see that video posted a few weeks ago.
Okay, I'm going to take a read and see what I find here. It is interesting because if they prove with science that the Earth is flat, and if you shoot a laser from one point and one height in the other point, it should be the pointer. The laser should be at the same height. Then there is a very interesting theory.
Yeah, there's actually like dozens and dozens of these laser tests that have been done. There are so many, and yeah, none of them are detecting any curvature. So definitely worth looking into. Personally, I like the long distance observations better myself. You know, being able to zoom in, right? Just say you set up the camera at 6 foot on a tripod, right? And then you have like a known distance, right? You have to have a horizon on a globe at a certain distance, and then the object at point B on the other side, right, of the body of water, it has to be obstructed by a certain amount for the Earth to lake should have 66 foot of curvature over that distance. But it does not exist. Right? You can zoom in over a 10-mile lake and literally see the shoreline on the other side of the lake. Or you can zoom in on an oil platform out in the ocean that's 10 miles out, and you can see the horizon beyond the oil platform, where the horizon should be at 3 miles if you're 6 foot tall. So it's not matching up. That's what we're saying. That's what we mean about flat Earth, right? We're talking about flat being the description of a surface area, not having any curvature.
I seen the experiment. They're measuring 23 meters of distance. 32 kilometers. I don't actually remember how much they were. 14 kilometers.
You see, it's the drop over distance that you're going to need to start calculating for this radius. If there's no drop over distance, what are you calculating for? That's what you got to think about.
According to ChatGPT, if the Earth was curved, the laser should deviate 1 centimeter every kilometer in one specific point. But according to the measurements of the laser,
GPT is quite often an absolute moron, right? Quite often you have to correct it, and then it will apologize to you and say, oh yeah, actually, thank you for telling me how wrong I was. You are correct. This is the actual answer. And then often it will get it wrong again until you actually have to tell it how to do it, and then it will say, oh, you're completely correct. I'm an idiot. I'm sorry.
To yes and what you're saying, you can tell it to isolate all of the logical fallacies in its previous post, and it'll eviscerate itself.
So when it's telling you that particular deviation, that's completely incorrect, right? So it should drop away exponentially. Okay, so the formula would be 8 inches per mile squared over say a 10-mile distance, right? It would be 66 feet in total over that distance, whereas if it was 1 mile, it would only be 8 inches of deviation, right? The Earth curvature. But it changes exponentially as you go further because you have to square it.
Just so you know, DJ, over the 28.6 mile laser test, that's 46 kilometers. So if he's got a so-called refraction of 46 centimeters, he's still that. I think the total for that was 500 foot. So he's still, even with his refraction added on top, it's still not enough to even get, like, there's 500 foot of missing curvature. So 46 centimeters, that gives him 1 foot. He's still got 497.5 feet to go.
Okay, just for
Let him have his refraction. Look, mate, you can have it. I'll give it to you on a silver platter. I'll smile while I serve it to you. Seriously, mate. This is what a lot of you guys don't understand. You claim refraction. Majority of you don't even understand what it is. It's just this cool buzzword that you can throw out there, and hopefully the nasty flat earthers will go away. A lot of the flat earth guys have actually done a fair bit of looking into it with optics and other things. And when you start adding the numbers up to what is allegedly supposed to be there, you need like magnitudes by 1,000 or greater to even get halfway.
Yep. Kind of makes me wonder how many people who invoke that word actually understand Snell's law at all. But I digress. Like you said, it's a buzzword.
Yeah. Sorry, DJ. Didn't mean to.
No, you're good.
Sure.
Yeah, it's a good point, man. Yeah, we can give them we can give them their little bit of refraction because we're seeing magnitudes further than what you should be able to see when they account for their refraction at 8%, 10%, something like that. It doesn't make a difference. It still completely debunks the globe.
It'll never be enough.
Yeah, it's not possible. It's literally not possible because once you start getting into a large amount, you start just getting crazy miraging effects, and we're not seeing that in these observations.
Yep.
We're seeing crystal clear observations. And it's just a code. Yeah, the world record's a great example. What's that, 255 miles or something?
Yeah, it's out there. So we're seeing world record level observations.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's nothing but excuses as to why we can't see or measure the curvature that's claimed to exist. I'll just put it to you that it's non-existent. That's why. No need to make up excuses. It's just not there. I mean, if you could demonstrate that it is actually there, then you could legitimately have excuses or reasons why it's not observed. But there's no reason why it shouldn't be measured. It should be measurable. You tell me it's 2025 and nobody can demonstrate a deviation from horizontal of the surface of the Earth, showing that it conforms to the claimed sphericity and size of a radius of 3,959 miles or 6,371 kilometers? Come on, bro. Where is something that we can do practically to go out and measure the surface of liquid, right, and show that it does indeed drop away from horizontal in the manner that it should if we're on a sphere? Come on, guys. It's 2025. No more relying on pictures from space, guys. Come on.
If you can't measure it and you can't calculate for it either.
Or something that I haven't thought about it until now is that the South Hemisphere should be larger than the North Hemisphere, right? It should be bigger.
This have to do with optical phenomenon up above you. There is no actual sphere aside from the paths that light.
Sorry. If the Earth is
it's paths of light in the sky that are creating this illusion of a sphere. There's not actually spherosity to what you're seeing because they're paths.
Then, let's divide the Earth into. Let's put a ring where the equator in a sphere Earth it should be. And let's divide the Earth in two. And one side of the ring is going to be from that center to the Antarctica, and the other side is going to be from that ring to the center, which is the North Pole. So if the center is at the North Pole, then for example, if I want to go from London to New York, it should take a flight about 7 hours. But if I want to go, for example, from Santiago de Chile to Auckland, New Zealand, then how much will it take?
Planes are not measuring devices. Planes follow on flight corridors. So using flight times as some kind of example or proof of curvature doesn't mean anything, because there's a lot of other factors that go into flying.
But you can. So, let's put that thing. How much does it take to go from Santiago de Chile to Auckland?
It doesn't prove anything, because the wind can change your time. Fly one way, 7 hours. Fly back, 6 hours. Did the Earth magically shrink? No, the wind was blowing in the different direction. So using planes as measuring tools is not good.
But what about ships?
Same with the ships. Planes and ships follow specific corridors that they have to fly in. They do not fly in direct straight lines or sail in direct straight lines. They follow corridors for safety reasons, for fueling reasons, for logistics reasons, unloading, loading. They all do this. So when you go from one place to another, the corridor they may be on might be somewhere different for other reasons, maybe for loading, unloading. So yet again, not very good proof.
So how much should the flight take between Santiago and Auckland?
Okay, we're going to try again. Using aeroplane flight times doesn't prove anything. Do you understand that so far?
No, I need that question answered, because in order to...
Okay, it doesn't mean anything because the wind can change the flight time.
But how much?
Do you understand that?
But how much?
Pick a flight.
Okay, a flight from Santiago to Sydney.
Excellent. Now go and Google it. How much can the wind affect flight time from Santiago to Sydney?
Okay, let me
And then ask yourself a question. Why would the flat earthers know, or why would the flat earthers care about flight time from Santiago to Sydney? We don't. Because it does not prove the shape of the ground. So it's null and void. We just put it to the side and go, that can be a great conversation for later.
According to ChatGPT, wind should them add or cut more than 15 minutes. So, yeah, if wind is not really a factor to take in consideration, so it shouldn't really alter that much the
50
measure.
minutes. So if you've only got a 2-hour flight and you've just cut it by 50 minutes, see, because you've used a long flight and it's gone, only 50 minutes, that's great. But again, flight times are not measuring tools. Aeroplanes, not measuring tools. So you saying flight time X goes for 7 hours versus flight time Y goes for 10 hours, please explain. It does not mean anything. Other factors.
Do you agree with me
The
that
direction
the
the
distance
pilot has to follow, the flight corridor, the wind, are they following jet streams? All things that you will not factor in. We know this already. So, this is why we tell you your flight times does not mean anything. Not for measuring. Hopefully it sunk in that time.
how do you measure then?
How do we measure what?
How do you measure distance then?
Well, it depends how far you're measuring. If you're only measuring a short distance,
From
you may use a
Santiago
tape measure.
to, let's say Santiago to Sydney.
Well, you can measure it however you choose to.
With a plane and its speed.
Excellent. So
Definitely.
let's do 5 different flights, and all 5 of them give you a different time. So what you have to do now is take an average. So have you measured the time it takes, or are you calculating the time it takes?
I just take an average to a more or less calculation that I can do at my home.
Excellent.
Obviously,
So it's not measured. Awesome.
I mean, it's measured, but with not the precision that it should be at a scientific level. It should be enough to.
Well, if you're not measuring it
Forget.
precisely, it's not worth doing. You may as well not bother. I don't know what, actually, I know exactly why you're hung up on Santiago to Sydney. It's because you've read on the internet that Santiago to Sydney flights prove that we live on a sphere. Here's a kicker. Go and have a look where the emergency landing position is.
No, it's not the argument.
No. Don't you know me? Santiago to Sydney, emergency landing. Where do they land?
An emergency landing. Well, I guess the Antarctica.
No, they don't land in Antarctica. They follow flight corridors around the Pacific Rim.
The point was to try to get an answer.
What you're trying to do,
of-
let me have a wild guess. There's a thing called the AE map, azimuthal equidistant map. You're trying to do is misread the AE map and compare different positions on the map and different flight times. We've seen it before. Some people will go very close to the inside of the circle and say, look, 7 hours. The line is only 1 inch long. And then they'll use Santiago to Sydney. Look, 7 hours. The line is really short. But they should be the same length because it's the same time. Learn how to read that map if you're going to use it. It has very specific functions. If you choose to read it incorrectly, you are going to look like a map-tard.
Okay, back to the planes. If it happens in the south, why doesn't it happen in the north?
If what happens in the south, what happens in the north?
I mean, with that theory you said.
With what? You've left not much information.
I mean, as you haven't provided me yet with a map of how should be the Earth to you, so I'm trying to do guessings.
Well,
of
excellent.
who should be.
So, if I've provided you with no map of the Earth, how can you claim we are wrong?
Because you're proving yourselves that you're wrong. You're not.
I have not
evidence.
claimed a map. I've claimed no map. So you've got nothing to compare to. So how can you tell me my map is wrong when I have given you no map?
That's your answer. You haven't given me evidence of your claim.
You're the one who has already said I am wrong. How can you say I am wrong when I haven't given you anything? What
I'm
you
wrong
should have said
because I'm
was,
trying.
"You've given me nothing. Can you please give me a map so I can tear it apart?"
The problem is that if we don't have a base where to do calculations, everything I say it will be wrong because I don't have nothing to.
You've already strawmanned me.
with you.
You've already said it's wrong. Sorry, T-Dub.
Yeah, that's all right.
It's just a pointless argument, dude. That's all.
Yeah, we're not claiming, like, we're not making a claim about, land mass layout or configuration. We're not making a claim about this place here is over there in relation to here and all that. We're not making maps. We don't need to make a map to verify that the Earth's flat.
Why don't you?
That's not what we need to do. It's not what we need to do. Well, navigation is based on flat Earth principles.
Which, I mean, how do you navigate from one point or another? Shouldn't be a map of the Earth for the cargo ships, cruise ships to go to one place or of another?
People have just been using like elevation angles to stars and other luminaries in the sky for centuries in order to determine
Do you think we're not sailing the sea?
their direction
What about nowadays?
and their location. And elevation angles require you to utilize the Earth as a plane in order to get an elevation angle. So, because you're going to be determining the angular distance that an object in the sky appears to be above the surface of the Earth. Right? You can't do that without it being flat. You'll find that basically the entire globe model was structured on flat Earth measurements. Astronomy still treats the Earth as flat. They have the celestial sphere model where they treat the Earth as an infinite plane over which it appears that the sky arcs, right? And then they calculate the angles, and they measure the angles to things in the sky relative to the plane that they're standing on, right?
Yeah, but that doesn't. My question was, how do people that work on planes, ships, know where to go if there isn't a map of the Earth?
Can I just answer that question? How do you think people sailed across the Earth before technology? Do you think they just sailed from England to America with a map in the hand? How would you know where you're going? There's no landmarks. You can't just look at a map and sail across the oceans.
I mean, I think looking at the stars, I don't really know.
Well, you try set sail with just a paper map and see where you end up.
It's a paper map.
Yeah. Just showing you how irrelevant a map is.
You can't really go with a paper map if you have a tool that tells you the direction you're going, north, south, east, west. And if you constantly track down where you're going. But nowadays it is with a virtual map on a computer and a GPS. And another thing that I don't get is how any GPS system works if the Earth is flat. If we don't know how the Earth is, then things like Google Maps
they
show
tell you they model it on a flat map. They model it from a flat map. They tell you this.
But there is then a map. So it's not unknown as you claim. Isn't it?
I don't know how they take the measurements. You know, I'm not working there, but they tell you in the documents of the GPS that is modelled on a flat Earth map. I'm not saying they have a flat Earth.
I don't have sporadics available.
Every single scientific map is almost the same. Because there are...
there's no such thing as a scientific map. That's silly. What are you talking about, a scientific map?
I mean, like an standard form of this is the Earth. You should draw it like this. So if I go to Google Maps and zoom out, I can see the sphere as these hypocrites called NASA claim. And if I zoom in, I have everything from satellite image. And if I zoom, everything is where it should be. And making a map like this is really, really complicated to fake it because you have to fake it on real time. Which is really hard.
Google Maps is a projection, right? It's a Web Mercator projection. Okay, it's not until you zoom out. I think you're mistaking Google Maps with Google Earth to begin with. Okay, but it's just all of the data put into a big computer program and it's converted into a spherical coordinate system. That's all. You can convert it into any coordinate system and it's still going to work. You know, when you do the scaling, right? It's just going to change the scaling and things like that. Like, you know, the Mercator projection that I'm talking about, it looks like Russia's giant and Greenland's giant, right? And then when you have a look at these countries' actual size, right, it's not what it shows on the map, right? So the distance measurements to get from, say, point A to point B in Russia, they're just using scaling techniques. So it's just a projection. It's just a conversion of all of the data into a particular model, right? A particular projection, map projection.
Yes, in a flat map, the poles are distorted to have a more equilibrated version of it. But if we use a round map, then everything should be more or less according to the scientists of NASA, not my own theory or my own claims.
You don't know what you're talking about, dude.
Neither do I. So
it sounds like you say that according to scientists and all this, what map are they using? What's the name of the projection, the map projection they're using? I'm gonna pull you up on it, see if you know what you're talking about.
What they are using is a round sphere.
No, dude, it's not a round sphere. The name of the projection has to be something akin to whatever map projection they're going to be utilizing for the world map. What world map projection are they using?
I don't know.
Yeah, I know that you don't, but you like to sound like you do. You don't know, dude. This is the problem. You think you know what you're talking about, and you don't, because this religious idea that the globe is real in your mind, you're carrying it over and telling other people, like, you sound like confident about it, but when I ask you specifics, you don't know. This is the thing you need to have, like, self-reflection on. You need to think about the things that you're saying, and if you really know them. You don't know them, dude.
I guess you're right. I guess I'm an idiot who doesn't really know about Earth at all. Yeah, I think you're right.
Well, yeah, that's okay.
Right,
That's okay, but you can learn new things, right? Like right now, if
I'm learning new things.
if you didn't know the map projection, yeah, if you didn't know the map projection, you can look it up.
So then, if there isn't a real map about the Earth, as you claim, then how do I go from, for example, Greece to Japan? How should I know how to go?
It depends on mode of travel. Depends what mode of travel.
Plane.
So you're gonna usually people that fly in a plane or people that are on a boat, they're gonna use local charts to navigate with.
Local charts. But how were the local
Yes.
charts made? According to what?
Well, according to the type of navigational tools that you're going to be using. So it just depends what tools you use.
Well, they would have began with
And it
planar
depends what. And it
surveying,
depends
right?
what. It depends what. Method, it depends what method too.
But
Yeah,
which
so
method?
locally, to build local charts, you just start out with planar surveying. You're just going to be using Euclidean geometry. They're not going to be. They're not going to be thinking that the Earth's surface is curving in any way to be able to determine changes in elevation, or the edges of land masses where it meets ocean, right, or anything like that. They're just going to be using straight out simple planar geometry, right? Then later on, like some other guys will say, well, how does this all fit together on a ball? And then they do all their complicated math and all that to make it seem like it fits on the surface of a sphere, when in fact nobody ever measured it to be that way in the first instance.
You tell me that the charts were made by someone flying over some place and then writing it?
You don't get it, do you?
No, I don't.
Yeah, that's very difficult for you to understand because you've been believing this globe Earth propaganda for such a long time. You just have a ball Earth in your mind, and everything else is you can't seem to understand anything.
I mean, I'm
So the
looking
Earth
at the
doesn't. Yeah, the Earth doesn't measure any curvature over distance. The Earth itself has never been measured to be a curving Earth, like you think with the globe. Now, if you don't realize what I'm saying, ask yourself, how has it been measured?
Oh, someone a long time ago told that the Earth was sphere. I don't know which one it was, but it departed from one place, went all the way to South America. The captain got killed in Philippines, went back to Spain via Africa, and was claimed to be the first person to make a world. I don't know how to say in English, but I think you get the idea. That he went from one place, rotated the Earth, and went back to the same place without turning back. So it's like
Yeah, we're asking for the Earth to be. We're asking for the Earth if it's ever been measured, and you're presenting something of someone circumnavigating the whole world. The idea that the idea that the Earth has been measured has not been proven.
In those days, the maps were made by someone going to one place and saying, "This is like this. This is like this. This is like
All
this."
right,
And
dude, maybe it's just
it
language a language barrier, which is probably what I think it is.
yes, it is.
Has the Earth been measured? Has the Earth been measured?
Has the Earth been measured?
Yes, like a globe. Like a globe.
According to scientists, yeah, it was measured. We know the diameter of the Earth. We know the distance to the sun.
Okay, that's
we
great.
know the.
Yeah, that's great, sir. That's great. Now, can you tell me the method? Tell me the method of how it's been measured. Yes.
As far as I know, there are a lot of methods to.
Okay, give me the method that they measured the Earth like a globe.
One will be to put a light to point A to point B and then calculate the deviation. And with the deviation, you can calculate the radius of the Earth, or more or less. As I said, I'm an idiot and I don't really.
Well, it sounds like you don't know what you're talking about, right?
but you're just saying things because you want the Earth to be a globe. All right, people that
No,
believe that the Earth is a globe, they want to believe it, but you don't know if it's been measured to be a globe. And I'm asking for the measurement of the method. So has it been ever measured, and what is the method to measure it?
I'm not a scientist, so I cannot really answer you that
Well,
question
I
deeply,
don't,
but I
you don't
can
need
give
to
you an
be,
idea of.
dude. You don't need to be a scientist. You just need to know how they've done it. Knowing how the method was done, you don't need to be a scientist. You just need to know the method.
So do you want me to give you full details of how was it made?
No. I want you to be like an honest person would and say, I don't know. An honest person would say, I don't know. A person who's prideful and thinks that the Earth is a globe will say, it's been measured by scientists and I'm not a scientist. Like, that's a prideful person. But if you're not prideful, you can say, I don't know.
I certainly cannot say I don't know because I have certain knowledge, but not to.
Yeah, okay, well then I'm going to ask you, if the Earth has been measured, who has done it and the method, sir? And if you don't know, say, I don't know. It's simple.
I cannot say a single person. The global answer will be the NASA knows, but you don't.
Then what's the method?
Neither do I, so
Then what's the method? What is the method? How did they measure it?
let's find it out.
No, let's not find it out. You don't know. You could easily say, I don't know, sir. This is your pride right now. Your pride is you don't know.
My theory, and I already told you my theory.
No, I don't want to hear your theory, sir. I don't want to hear your theory.
Then why
I don't
do
want to
you
hear your
ask for
theory.
it?
Because you don't know, sir, and you don't want to admit it.
And do you know
are
the answer?
The answer is you don't know. Yes, that's the answer. But you don't want to say those words. You don't want to say those words because saying those words means that you don't know if the Earth is a globe. When you say them out loud and everybody can hear you, that makes it sound like you don't know if the Earth is a globe. And you are staying away from those words. Those words mean something to you. Otherwise, you would say them. Say, I don't know, sir, because you don't know.
That's true. I don't know.
Thank you.
You
See,
don't
now
know
confessing
either,
it.
don't you?
Yeah, confessing it means something, right? Once you confess that you don't know, then that's where real progress can begin. That you can start looking it up and seeing, well, has anybody ever measured the Earth? You can see if anybody's done it or not. And then you could find out, well, maybe nobody has measured the Earth to be a globe. Yeah?
So then
it's as simple as that, sir.
There are a lot of things that I still don't understand, and
that's fine.
It's really hard to navigate through it because you say that there are a lot of things that are unknown according to your claims, the flat earther claims, or the ones that you believe.
Yeah, but that's okay.
Really know.
Yeah, that's okay, sir. That's just fine. If we don't know something, we can look into it together. Maybe it's something we don't know, but at the same time, we're going to keep asking questions and be curious. It doesn't mean that you can know everything just because, there's explanations. The explanations that the Globe Earth has been giving you, people don't know. They're just giving guesses. That's all they're doing. That's all they ever been doing.
Okay. Then tell me everything you know about the flat Earth. What proofs, what claims do you have to believe in it? And what evidence do you have? And if you can, give me the source so I can have a deep reading.
Yeah, that's fine. The claim that we're saying that the Earth is a horizontal plane begins with water and how it's horizontal. Physics describes water at rest, like it's the term's hydrostatic equilibrium. Water at rest on its surface and a large body will remain horizontal and flat. So that right there, if we know that the Earth's surface is covered in mostly water, gives us an understanding that most of the Earth is a horizontal plane. If even though we have land, and land has topography, which has elevation change, the physics of water, right, the mechanics, will show us that water will always remain horizontal on its surface. So if the most of the Earth is covered in horizontal flat water, then we're living on a flat Earth, sir. That's just basic, and it's something that you can understand. On top of that, water holds rigidity in space. So when you pick up water from, like, let's say, a lake or whatever, you put it in a container and you manipulate the container in any direction, the water surface in that container will remain level and horizontal to the water you just picked it up from. So it holds rigidity, which means it's a perfect leveling device. Water can be used and has been used for thousands of years as a leveling device. So we can use it to keep rigidity in space so that we understand what level means and orientation. Our eyes work as little gimbals too, so they can tell us, like, when we're tilting our head, what we know what level would be, and we're not level for tilting our head. So our body, our vestibular system in our inner ear also has liquid. That liquid holds rigidity also, so that we know what orientation we are in. There's many systems that our body has been designed with to keep us in a horizontal orientation, to know that the earth and all of creation has been orientated in such a way to keep with the horizontal plane of the earth. So the earth, for all intents and purposes, is a flat plane. That's how we know, sir. It's not just a guess. These aren't just mythical claims. This isn't just a meme on the internet. We absolutely 100% for a fact know that the earth is a horizontal plane, because water is the first place we go to when we demonstrate that the earth is this flat earth. Now, if you're saying that the mechanics of water or the physics are not such that water is at rest holds to a horizontal plane, I need to hear the opposite to that. How is it curving in physics? If you can demonstrate that to me, then you actually have something. If you cannot demonstrate in physics that water is not a horizontal plane while at rest, then you can't refute what I just said. The earth is a horizontal plane.
Well, the physics of water is not the. Yes, it's true. The water with the gravity, it remains flat. But you haven't told me how the gravity works. Can you answer me to that question?
Yeah, gravity is thought to be the bending or warping of space-time by Einstein's theory, gravitational theory that he has. And it's said to be bending and warping because of the size of the Earth being a globe that has a large mass. So it's bending and warping and distorting the space and time around it. So there's this idea that the cause and effect relationship of the bending and warping of space-time is causing the things on the Earth to be pushed down into the Earth, when in fact that hasn't been proven scientifically. So that idea for cause and effect has been married and been thought of to be the leading idea as to why things stick to the Earth, right? All we can tell is that things based on their density are proportionally orientated to the other thing which it's in. So an object and medium relationship. You have something akin to like a rock in the medium of air will fall to the ground because it is orientated, it's denser than the medium that it's in. However, if there was something that was lighter than the medium, it would actually go the opposite direction. So they go up or down based on the orientation that they've been given, based on a law that we know that nature always orientates itself this way. So we have, like a beach ball, you drop in the medium of air, it'll go down because it's heavier than the air that can't support. But if you put it underwater, you let go of a beach ball and it floats upwards because the beach ball is filled with air. So air is lighter than the water that it's in, so it will make the beach ball rise up. The up and down directionality is due to the fact that nature has been just orientated this way, and we don't know the cause for the effect. However, we understand the quantification of the effect. We can say that, well, because the thing that the object is in a medium that will be reacted to it, we can say for sure that if you manipulate the medium to make it more dense, then it'll change the object's relationship. So I'll give you an example. If you have an egg in fresh water, the fresh water is less dense than the egg, so the egg is more dense. It'll sink to the bottom. But if you add salt to it, you make the water more dense. So then it will make the egg rise. So there's a test to know that if the object and medium relationship change, then it changes the directionality of the object. So relative density, essentially, or specific gravity, as it were, could be attributed to what you might think gravity is.
So as a summary, the gravity is the heavier the object, the more attracted to the Earth, and the lighter, the more repelled.
Well, it's not to the Earth. I think that's the mistake you're making. It's not to the Earth. It's like an up and down relationship. Yeah. So if you want to say if you want so there's an up and down. We do. So either the thing's going to be going up or it's going to be going down. It just depends. However, that relationship can also be different horizontally as well. There's an example where this guy had a helium balloon in a car, and what happened was when he took off, like when he accelerated, something unique happened. The balloon didn't shoot to the back of the car or the van. It was a van actually. The balloon didn't shoot to the back of the van. It shot to the forward of the van. So it went forward. The balloon went forward, and it was filled with helium. So helium has a very different reaction in the medium that we're in right now, even including the direction that it's going doesn't necessarily mean that it's going to go up. So just by the acceleration of the vehicle, the balloon shot forward, which was weird because why would it go forward instead of back? Because normally you think with the pressure of the vehicle and the acceleration, the balloon would actually go backwards. But in the way physics reacted, and the balloon with helium, it shot forward, showing that in the property of the medium that it's in, it has a very specific direction in which way it goes in the medium that it's in. Very peculiar. Yes, indeed.
An up and down system.
Well, horizontally as well. I didn't just say up and down. I gave you the van example, where a helium balloon was put in the middle of the van, and the man, as soon as he accelerated the van, he took off. The helium balloon shot forward. It didn't shoot backwards like it would normally. You would normally think a balloon in a van. It was in the center of the van, and this test shows that the medium that we're in right now has a very specific reaction to other elements, such as helium. Helium has a very specific reaction to the medium when it's used proportionally in air. So, seeing these effects, we can see that nature has orientated itself in a very specific manner. And it does so outside of any scientific proof. To say that it is a gravitational cause and effect relationship with Einstein's bending warp in a space-time, which is just an estimated idea or guess. There's no science behind it, sir.
Okay. How does the day and night system work? How does the moon work?
Well, it doesn't work. It just seems to be moving around in the sky based on observations. All we do is see the thing moving across the sky. And it does so in a cyclical nature. It moves in a pattern, right? So there's something called the solar and lunar analemma that it moves about the sky, and it has a repeated pattern. It goes and it comes back throughout the year, the sun does. And the moon moves about in an analemma throughout every month. Every month it moves across the sky and makes its analemma. And you can look these words up if you like. It's a pattern of a figure of 8 in the sky that it does. So when it does as the sun does it over a year, the moon does it over a month. And the stars have their seasonal change too. But they're repeated cycles and they happen to repeat and come back again. Notably, we can say that they have like a cycle that they run through. So the sun looks to have like a circular path, or not a circular, I would say it's more like a Mobius strip or number 8. But if you look this up, you can see for yourself. I'm showing you right now, because like in the north and in the south, this seems to have like a point of rotation where it encompasses an observer to see that the sun moves about in a circular motion overhead. So it has specific patterns that it makes. Yeah.
Okay. Next question. What is known about the Arctic and the Antarctica?
I'm gonna let somebody else pick up on that one. I gotta get going.
Okay, see ya.
See ya.
What was your question?
What do you guys know about the Arctic and the Antarctica?
It's a bit of a vague question. So we know the Arctic is in the north in relation to a compass, and the Antarctic is in the south in relation to the compass.
Do the day and night patterns work differently there compared to the rest of the Earth?
No, it seems to when the sun is over my head, it's daytime, and when it's not over my head, it's not daytime. It seems to be a similar, very much consistent thing across the board.
But there is also day and night cycle in the Arctic.
Yeah, so we have a season of summer in the northern hemisphere. We have a season of summer in the southern hemisphere. Yeah. What's your question, though?
What I was asking is that if there is a constant sun half of the year on the Arctic or Antarctica.
Yeah, we'll get the sun closer to the Arctic in the northern hemisphere summertime, and then the sun is closer to the Antarctic in the southern hemisphere's summertime. And that's, if you want to know more about them, you'll find that you can't freely go and explore these places. We're not able to confirm much beyond the the shorelines of these places. It's actually a treaty. It's called
go to the South Pole.
Sorry?
But you're not allowed to go to the South Pole.
You're not allowed to freely explore the South Pole, no. There's a treaty in place. If anybody tries to go there and explore, they'll be turned around. I mean, it's very dangerous. You'll be heading off into basically an icy desert. And it's not like anyone can just start flying over there. You need an actual destination to go to. You can't just start flying in an unknown direction.
We know Antarctica is like a flat desert.
Yeah, it's plains of ice with no civilization.
Not even penguins.
What's beyond those plains of ice? Who knows? Some people have claimed that there's land down there. Admiral Byrd claimed there's land down there. Who knows? We can't confirm that.
What about penguins? Where do they live?
What about penguins?
Yes.
What about them?
If there is no living that high wall of the Antarctica, where do they live then?
No, there are penguins. There are penguins on the shorelines of Antarctica. Yeah, we know that.
There are, okay.
Are there penguins inland? We don't know. Can't go there.
So, how do we know? No, it doesn't.
You're starting to ask questions to invoke the imagination. That's not really our purpose here.
No.
We're literally interested in what we can prove, what we can observe, what we can measure. So what we observe, measure, and prove in reality debunks the globe model.
Okay,
and I think that's what you should focus on rather than worrying what's beyond. I could sit here and ask you what's beyond the outer limits of the universe in the heliocentric model. You wouldn't be able to explain that. Just like we don't know what's beyond the ice plains of Antarctica. We don't even know what's really in the north. There's all sorts of rumors and stories from antiquity of land in the north as well. We don't know. We can't confirm. These places are off limit for free and open travel and exploration. So we're basically in a prison, my friend. We live in a prison. We're not able to go beyond the shorelines of Antarctic Circle, although we have had sailors who have sailed around the Antarctic Circle, Captain Cook being one of the most famous ones. I think he clocked up 64,000 miles and traveled in a circle. But what's beyond them, who knows?
Okay, I have another question regarding to the Sun and the North Pole. So, the flat earthers, the one from before, said that in summer, when there is light at the North Pole, and the sun goes closer to that place. But then my question is, wouldn't that cause more temperature in the North Pole than, for example, in Argentina? So the North Pole will be warmer than Buenos Aires?
Yeah, but the sun doesn't directly go over the North Pole. So even when it's
but it's closer to it, isn't it?
Well, it's debatable, but the equator is where the sun, as a mean average, is spending most of its time. Whether it's in the northern hemisphere or the southern hemisphere, it just deviates between the tropics, but the equator is the mean average of where the sun is. So those countries closer to the equator are going to receive more of the sun's heat, because the sun, regardless of which side of the tropics it is in or what season it is going to be fluctuating between the equator and the two tropics. So the tropics are where the sun's limits are, where it processes around the Earth. But the sun doesn't directly go over the North or the South Pole. Now it can appear that way due to perspective, but it's actually deviating between the tropics.
And how does that deviation happen?
You're asking me what powers the sun?
I mean, if so, the claim is that in some parts of the year, the sun gets closer to the North Pole to cause it to be light in half of the year. So how does that movement of the sun happen?
That's a great question. You'd need to ask the creator that. I can't tell you why the sun moves. I can't tell you what it's made of. You're going to need to ask the creator of that. I can tell you what it does. I can tell you what it does. If I'm going to be intellectually honest, I can tell you what I believe it does. But I can't tell you what's powering it and why it does these things. Now, if you read the scriptures, it'll tell you that the magnificence of God's handiwork is within the sky, and that there are mysteries within the sky, which is why it's so easy to convince globers that the Earth's a ball, because there are mysterious things in the sky. So people love mystery and wonder,
even
and
that
want
deviation
to
of
have
the sun.
answers to everything. The globers are giving you answers they can't verify, but that doesn't mean they know these things,
So
right?
it's like an aleatory phenomenon.
This whole realm is a phenomenon. The fact you have gas pressure is a mystical phenomenon. We must be contained. I can't explain to you what the container is. I can't tell you what it's made of, but I know we must be contained.
So there is no answer of how does the sun get closer to the North Pole in certain points of the year.
I just told you. The sun
Can you simplify that
processes.
answer?
The sun processes between the tropics, creating seasons. That's what we know. That's what we see. That's what we experience, and
Also-
it works on a flat plane.
Also, you don't know what causes the oscillation between north and south in reference to the equator.
How would we know? We would need to go to the sun and test it.
Okay, so
You keep asking these questions that cannot be answered. You don't know either. The
I have
globe
my
doesn't know
answer.
either. The globe has told, the paradigm of the globe has given you a story. You believe that story, but you can't verify it. You believe the sun is 95 million miles away, which should give us parallel light rays. There's no evidence of parallel light rays. So you don't know any of this as a glober either. You just think you do because you were told a story that doesn't match reality or nature. So that makes you a believer. You have a faith. It's called heliocentrism. It's like a religion. We're not here to replace your religion or your cosmology. We're here to tell you what you're telling us, i.e. you're parroting the heliocentric model. It's not what we observe in reality. Doesn't matter how many cool stories you tell us, you can't verify any of it. And that's the intention here. We're not here to replace your cosmology. We're here to falsify your claims. The globe's claims is a positive claim, and it's not self-evident, so it requires an explanation. Your explanations are just that of faith base. You don't have any direct evidence for what the sun is, what causes its movement, what its distance is. You don't know these things. You've just been told a story that you believe because it's convenient and easy.
Okay, next question. How can we measure distance from one point of the Earth to another?
Well, it depends on the distance.
Okay, explain yourself.
Well, it depends on the distance. Over short distances, there's many ways you can do that.
An example?
Yeah, so you can do physical laser tests. You can do point
Planar
source.
surveying. Planar surveying has been utilized by professionals to do short distances over many years. So you can actually do this very accurately. So planar surveying is one that you can do that. Large distances, however, are very difficult because of the fact that you have to cover land and water. So that becomes a bit more harder to do, I guess I would say.
Okay, for longer distances, how do we measure?
Or you'd have to use navigation by the stars or some other method, because otherwise you wouldn't be able to do it over land and water accurately.
Star navigation is the only way possible. Measure long distances.
What way is that? What way is that?
Another way?
Yeah, I'm asking you, what way is that?
Another way of measuring. Well, if we, in my case, I don't really know. That's why I'm asking the question. So you can give me an answer. Next question. How does weather work?
Hey,
or is this
bro, listen, you were told already by Roots, right, that we're not here to replace your cosmology or answer everything that you already think you have an answer to. Okay, like weather is just pressure differentials, right, and influenced by changes in sun and sun elevation, etc., right. That's just observable, right. Anybody can just describe how seasons work from their vantage point at any time of the year, because the sun will be lower in the sky or higher in the sky, right, for example. Okay, and that correlates with the changes in the climate that they experience, right? We're not here to explain everything to you. Just because we know that the earth is flat and planar in nature doesn't mean we have the answers to every single little thing in the entirety of physical reality. We're not suddenly, experts on all things, right? We just know that like was pointed out to you by Alpha Veritas, the surface of liquid and water is flat, right? You agreed to that yourself, right? So just because we have that information doesn't mean we have information of all these other things that you're wanting answers to.
Can you give me the source to external information so I can read by myself?
It's outside, bro. Outside is the source of the information.
Outside, I find that the Earth is
it's not in a book. It's not on a screen, right? It's outside.
I mean, I did an experiment outside, and I laid myself down in the night. I looked at the sky and saw that there was like something round, and thought, interesting. So this is one way to prove that the Earth is round.
Yeah, how did you tell depth by looking at something in the sky? Like what? Name one thing that you saw depth with.
I mean, it's not a scientific theory. It's like a thing that has crossed my mind. And I don't claim that as a scientific experiment, but more like a personal experience to think about.
Yeah, it's just a good guess, right? It's your good guess. That's what people that you call scientists, they're actually practicing pseudoscience. It's not actual science, dude. So they did exactly what you're doing. The same kind of mind that you have right now is what they're doing, except you're just believing their story. But just like you're saying, that's what they're, exactly what you said, that's what they're doing.
Sitting down in a bench and looking at the sky. I don't know, that's something that I only will do. A normal scientist wouldn't trust his eyes, I believe. So you say that the evidence is outside, not in an external documents on the internet or some sources there. So if you don't have the answers to all, who does?
Listen, I'll tell you what I'll do. I'll send you a link to our home server. We have terabytes of data, experiments, observations, papers, videos, clips, exposing. We've got videos exposing the heliocentric model, and we've got videos that prove that the Earth's flat. If you're looking for an encyclopedia to the answer of every question you've ever had, then you've got to realize that we're not in a position to be able to answer intellectually honestly these questions without speculating. And we're not in the mood, we're not in the business of speculation, because that would make us no better than the globers. So what we're trying to do is we're trying to activate your critical thinking. So it's really good that you've got these questions, but you're asking questions that we can't answer honestly. What we can answer honestly will debunk the heliocentric model. We can't tell you what the sun's made of. We can't tell you what causes the sun to move. I mean, we've got speculations, but there's no point us discussing a speculation with you before you have come to the realization that the Earth is not curving or rotating. Once you've established that, then we could speculate with you. But at this point, it's not efficient for us to do that. Because if you sit there and say, well, the flat earthers couldn't answer all of my endless questions, therefore I don't believe them, then that's ridiculous, because we've already debunked the heliocentric model. So there's a term you need to remember. It's called falsification is independent of replacement. Just because we can falsify the globe doesn't mean we need to answer every question that springs up in your mind. Our work is done. We're just trying to get you to think logically and question these things for yourself with critical thinking and logic. The globe is illogical, regardless of what the sun is made of.
Okay.
Yeah. I mean, if you're looking for documentation, right, and publication of methodology, right, because the proof for flat Earth, like I said, is outside, right? We have videos and literature, right, and things like that, documents, which can express to you how to go outside and do these things for yourself, and you can see and you can read for yourself or watch for yourself the data, the results that are obtained from doing these things. But then what's left after that, like Root said, that's on our home server if you're interested. But after that, it's up to you whether what you do with that information, whether you go out and want to verify it for yourself, whether you accept it on face value, or whatever you want to do, or just dismiss it. That's up to you, right? So, but like Rich said, this is about challenging you to think critically about what you've come to believe, right? And then pitch it against actual physical reality and see if it matches.
Okay, that was a really great explanation. Now I want any global Earth believer, I mean people that think the Earth is a globe, to give me arguments around it. So how do we know that the Earth is round, for example? If there's any Earth rounder that want to answer that question.
Well, we know Earth isn't a globe. There is a specific claim on the table that the Earth is a globe of a certain size. We've debunked that. There is no curvature.
I think he's calling for anybody in the room, Ruth, whoever is capable to tell him that the Earth is a globe in an argument form. He wants to hear that person speak up. That's what it sounded like to me, anyway.
Yes, or to write, so I can then read it.
Okay. I don't know. They have to chime in or say something. Depends if they want to do that.
Bueller.
That's funny.
The globe proof is absent today.
Please leave a message at the tone.
It's like the magic 8-ball. It says, ask again later.
Yeah, well, TFE, I've sent you, TFS, sorry, I have sent you the link to the home server. You should be able to see the resources at the bottom. If not, you'll need to go into VC check-in. Somebody will give you the access. Like I said, there's terabytes of data there that will keep you busy and keep you, you know, you can ask your questions. It's all categorized by subjects. So I'd suggest you spend a bit of time in there and really go look for the evidence yourself. You know, you've got to remember the globe is a positive claim and it has the burden of proof. It's not self-evident. And direct evidence is what's needed to satisfy those claims. So, yeah, have a look in the server, get yourself checked in.
Okay. Well, thank you for your time, gentlemen.
Yeah, go ahead. Sorry, go ahead. I was just going to add. My timing is really bad. Now you go ahead, Clear.
Yeah, thank you for your time, man. Yeah.
Bye.
Yeah, I was only going to add that when I ended up believing in the globe, because I didn't check it, it was a 48 years, and then eventually I checked it to find out that it's flat, you see. So I carried a belief for 48 years. That was a 48 years mistake, ladies and gentlemen. But when you believe in something without validation or confirmation, that is a big mistake. And I made that mistake for 48 years. Why did I make that mistake? Well, it's simply that I trusted the education that I was given and the fact that the scientists and the so-called experts, so-called scientists and experts had got it right. So I trusted them. I thought they were doing their due diligence, so I didn't have to check it. The opposite globe, you know, that's what you're taught. So you're not thinking it's not, and you're not thinking you have to check that. But it was a mistake. So that's what we always advise anyone who's coming into the flat earth or wanting to confirm that they do live on a globe. They must go and check it. I didn't do that. 48 years later, I'm finding out that it's a flat earth after all. And I say after all because it was brought to my attention through my childhood, but the ship falling over the edge totally galvanized it as it was a mistake. So I ended up believing the Earth's a globe. They'd gone to the moon, NASA, supposedly. So that's why. So it's important to check. That's how you actually know now. I've now known properly for 10 solid years. Thank you.
GNTBR1 reporting for duty. A gentleman and a scholar.
Absolutely. Reporting in. Bolstering up the back, bringing it up to the front. There we go. So what just happened there? Was this guy just coming in for the first time?
It sounded like it. He had an interaction a little bit rough at the beginning, but it's just like every interaction we have. You know, it starts off where they're firing off questions where they don't even know themselves, and it's once they realize they don't know, some people actually have a reflection upon themselves and say, "Oh, I don't know that. Maybe I can learn something about it." So he had a moment actually where he stopped and thought about it and like started inquiring a little bit differently. So it's just he changed his tune a little bit throughout the conversation versus some people who are real combative. He wasn't as combative towards the end, which is a good thing.
Yeah, that's good. Yeah.
Other than that, man, it was like a normal interaction, I think. I mean,
yeah. I had that yesterday on an English server that I go to. The regular characters are there, and then they try to ridicule me because I'm the only flat earther there. There's a Jin's Flat Earth Gallery of Facts. All of it's in there, all the facts. And I always say to them, why don't you go and have a look? It's a red carpet treatment. The information they're in, you don't get at university. So you're here playing games, that's fine. You're here talking crap, that's not good. And then you end up slagging each other off. Why don't you turn that energy into looking into the flat earth to learn something, learn one thing? And then when they started saying, well, how do you know? I said, well, do you know your own model that you think you live on? And they knew nothing, you see. So I have to keep reminding them, how can it be that you're right? You don't know the model. You haven't gone out to check. I know the model, I've checked, and I'm wrong. How could that be? How does that make sense? Think about what you're saying. You're showing how retarded you are. How can you know more than me when you haven't even got to check? You cannot begin to say I'm wrong. You can't even begin to do that yet. You don't know the model, you haven't checked it. So go and do that. That's what I've driven home to them. And I got a few positive responses from 2 characters in there, which is good, you know. It was good because they realized that what I was true. And we ended up having a decent conversation. We went from, you know, flat earth to space, satellites, because they seem to be hanging on to these bits of fantasy. And yeah, I dispelled all that, showed them a few images, and they're going to look into it now. So they say, we'll wait and see. But yeah, that's what drops my jaw, is that they haven't done any checking. They do not know the model, but you are wrong. You've done the checking. You've gone out and made sure you know the model inside out, but you are wrong. They're right. Okay, there you go, ladies and gentlemen. That's what we're up against. Yeah, really funny. And I have to assert myself because I don't really want to shout, but I end up having to raise my voice and drown with my voice just so they can calm down. If I don't do that, then, you know, my efforts would be lost. So I expel a lot of energy. They calm down. In fact, they have to mute me. Good. That means they've realized that they're not going to get past me that way. Yeah. When they mute me, all they do is turn the volume down on their end. I'm still coming out 1,000 decibels plus. And then they calm down, and then they realize, I told you, I don't want to shout. Remember, the days of the 60-year-old old man is not of no use. Those days are over. As soon as I walk into this server, you know there's a superior force that's just walked in. Right. You're not doing any exercise, you're eating junk food, you're on the keyboard gaming, you're not doing any studying, you're slagging yourselves off, you're gaming, and that's all you're doing. Drinking shit, eating shit, doing drugs. Really nice lifestyle. Yeah, they don't like all the truth, but you have to hit them with it. Yeah, so...
You're way too original, Jin.
Say that again?
I said you're way too original, man, for the for the normie.
Yeah.
Yeah, like they don't know how to respond to that. They're like, yeah, whatever, man.
Yeah, that's it. That's exactly how they respond. Yeah, you know.